Thank you so much, Dean. Good morning, everyone. Wow, that sounds perfectly like an engineer's good morning. Very energetic. So I'm humbled by this opportunity to invite our chief guest for today. Mr. Ole Thunke is the Danish ambassador to Kenya, and he is a student of economics. Rather, he studied economics and has been in Kenya for the past 1.5 years. He was also in Kenya a while back before coming back again. And I think that says a lot how much he enjoyed the Kenyan experience. Yeah. Mr. Thonke was at Kilifi yesterday, and he launched the Agribiz Business Incubation Hub. Mr. Thonke, that shows that is a man of the youth, is a man of innovation, and is a man of change. He's all things SDG and a climate conservationist. The Danish embassy in Kenya has been transformative towards climate change. They have green vehicles, they have green spaces, they recycle their waste, and it is truly something we need to learn for. In that regard, I'd really be honored to invite Mr. Ole Thonke to address our engineers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I know you engineers, it's all about finding the shortcut and the easiest way to the goal. Yeah. So yeah, that was it. First of all, thank you very much for inviting us and inviting me to give a speech here today. It's actually something that we discussed at the embassy some while back, that we need to start engaging more with the universities of Kenya. And of course, the University of Nairobi is the best one in town, right? And it has a special place in my heart, since in 1997, when I was about your age, I would say, I was a young student of economics, as you've heard. I came to Kenya, and that was my first time in Africa. So I must admit, quite a cultural shock for me. But after that shock passed away, I really enjoyed my time in Kenya in '97, and I stayed right across the road from here. It was smaller at that time, but it was still the highway. So I stayed at the YMCA, where a lot of students of this university actually stayed, especially those who came from afar and some of the neighboring countries. So there was this bus at the YMCA of students to this university, and there were all these discussions of what was going on and and they were very, as students always are, and as you are, vibrant and energetic, and wanted to change the injustices of society. And especially at that time, it was election year. Yeah, but that's what students do, don't they? Yeah, anywhere in the world. And 1997 was election year, and at that time people were quite unhappy with the current way that the democracy was exercised, if I can put it that way. So there was a lot of demonstrations, especially in this area, and a lot of kind of riots. And I think many of the students, they just thought, let's go out and make some fuss in the streets tonight. And they planned and they did this and that. But again, for me, really something that I took with me, that people actually, the students fought for what they believed in, and they were ready to go out and make sure that some changes were made. And I'm sure that they had a hand in transforming Kenya into what Kenya is today. And I know many Kenyans, they're like, oh, we have so many challenges in this country, and our leaders are corrupt, or whatever people say. But trust me, when I was here, and I've seen Kenya in 1997, an amazing, beautiful country at that time, but but you are as a country in a much better space today in terms of basically everything from human rights, from democracy, from private sector, from health infrastructure, education, etc. Kenya is in a much better space now, for sure, and it has seen tremendous development those past 25 years since I was here. And I just must say that it is a true joy for me to be back in Kenya. I'm enjoying every bit of it. So thank you for having me. What I wanted to talk about leading back to 1997 is that I also remember the statistics of Kenya at that time. And in 1997, there were around 27 million Kenyans. Nowadays, you are 50. And in 2030, you will be 80. So the population growth is huge. At the same time, your GDP has multiplied many times. The amount of waste you create here in Kenya has multiplied. The amount of things you consume, fossil fuels, etc. And that goes with how many people you are. And if you put that up on a global level, then we are talking about that we are now around 7 billion people on Earth. We'll be 9 to 10 billion people on Earth in 2050, which is not like in that long time, actually. And if you then compare that to what the scientists say that is happening to our world, our globe nowadays, it makes you wonder. I can't remember who it is, but there's a very famous report every year that basically says, when have we as humanity used up the natural resources that the Earth is giving us every year? And that time is around, I think normally it's around August. That means that from August and forward, we are using more of the resources available on Earth than that is there. That is, we are actually creating sort of a debt towards the Earth. And that is not sustainable, because how do we repay that? How do we repay degraded ecosystems? How do we repay too much CO2 in the atmosphere? How do we repay the extinction of millions of species that we have on our planet, etc.? So we have a problem, Houston, kind of. The challenge with this problem is that it's a long-term problem. If I compare with the pandemic, the COVID thing, that is inshallah finished. I think it is, and I think these face masks that I think most of us really disliked is a thing of the past. But again, you can never say never. But so far, it looks like the pandemic. We are on the good side of it, and at least in Denmark, we lifted all the restrictions. We have had the highest number of people infected by far with COVID the last couple of months, and we've had no one in hospital, meaning this is like having a flu now. And that's the normal way these type of diseases, they transform themselves. So again, all other things equal, it looks like that we are on the good side of the pandemic. But imagine how much we changed our lifestyle during the pandemic. I mean, if someone before the pandemic had told me, oh, you are going to be isolated, you'll wear a face mask, you'll not go to work, the restaurants and shops will be closed, you cannot go there to do shopping, all parties, festivals, bars, music, everything will be closed. You can't travel around the world. If someone had told me that before the pandemic, that would happen, I would be like, nah, that's not going to happen. People will not accept not being able to do all those things. I mean, never. That can't happen in the world. But it did, and we adapted as human beings. So faced with that crisis the pandemic was to us, we really changed our lifestyles. We went completely out of our way and made a lot of sacrifices to make sure that we could beat this pandemic. Because that pandemic, that hits us right here, right now. And many of us lost dear family members or friends or relatives. So that was like an immediate catastrophe for everybody. So we did that. But the planetary crisis that we are facing now, which is climate change, it is nature, and it is pollution. Those planetary crises, they are long-term. I mean, we might be observing the changes right now with for instance, the droughts you're having here in northeastern and Yasala areas of Kenya. They are very, very severe, and people are really suffering. And it is highly likely that these things are being exaggerated by the climate change. But you've had droughts before, and so the problem with these planetary crises is that they hit us very, very slowly. It's in slow motion. But all the scientists, they say that, listen, in 20, 30 years, this will be very, very severe for humanity. And the problem is, if we don't act now, it might be too late in 20, 30 years. So that makes the challenge really, really huge. And because we have to act now to combat something that will hit us in 30 years. Like how do you make sure that people understand that that's an urgency? That's a huge problem with the problem of climate change and nature. But that's what it is, and we have to do more, and we have to do more soon. Otherwise, and that's the big thing in all of this, you guys, it's you young people who will have to pay the price for all of this, because you and your children will live through these challenges. And then you can always say, yeah, but it was the global north who made all the problems, and admit it, we did, but we had no idea what this was causing I mean, 25 years ago. I mean, there was no discussion of climate change in the 80s and 90s. It was simply not, people didn't understand that was a problem. And of course, what has happened in Europe and in Denmark now, where I come from, is that all private sector, everybody is coming together to solve this issue. Our last election 2 years ago, the #1 topic for those elections was climate change. So we have a government who were voted in government on an issue of climate change, of doing more on that. So they are super ambitious. I think Denmark is one of the most ambitious countries in the world. In our NDC, we have promised to reduce our CO2 emissions with 70%, which is, and they said that when they started out, it's so much, so we don't even know how to get there. We don't have the solutions right now, but we need to go there. And the whole philosophy is that Denmark will be a front runner in finding those solutions and then spread them all over the world, because we are just like Kenya, I think our contribution to the global CO2 emissions are 0.1%, just like Kenya. So, I mean, we are so small in that equation, so that even though we went to a completely carbon neutral country tomorrow, it wouldn't really matter. I mean, as long as China, India, US, etc., they can continue to emit what they do, I mean, it doesn't really matter. But if we can find and help the world to find solutions to this, that's a way forward. And you know, Denmark, we are, I think, known for our renewable energy. We have the biggest producer of wind turbines, Vestas, that is Danish. Siemens, which is German, have their main production and their main science department in Denmark. So we are a global frontrunner on that. We have a lot of solutions in areas such as plastic, in heat management, in waste management, etc., etc. And it's all those solutions that we want to basically spread out to the world, share our technology. And that's also what we're doing here in Kenya. And our partnership with Kenya is completely centered around sustainability and climate change. That's the main priority for us in our partnership with Kenya. And again, sharing those solutions, spreading it out to Kenyan private sector, et cetera, et cetera. And coming back to what we're facing, I think there are two strands of people talking about climate change and the crisis of nature, et cetera, et cetera. There are those who are like, this is doomsday. We as humanity, we face a task that we cannot solve. And then there are those that say, oh no, science has always and will also in this case lead the way and show the solutions before us. And I'm a proponent of the latter. The thing is, science, that's you guys. You are the engineers that are going to find those solutions for tomorrow that we need, because it's the engineers who are in the private sector, who are in the Vestas of Denmark or the Danfoss, etc. In all these companies, they need the engineers to figure out, how do we do that? How do we find those solutions on plastics? How do we make sure that we can recycle not the current, 8% or something that we are able to recycle now of plastic, but 95% of our plastic? I mean, how do we technically do that? And that's you guys. That's you guys when you graduate, of course. I mean, and there are also some trends that push in that direction. I think the youth at a global level, they see this, and they in Denmark, I mean, young people, they are going vegan not because they like the food or what, but because of the climate. They, instead of fly, they take the train because of the climate, because it's more climate friendly. They buy secondhand clothes because it's more climate friendly than buying new clothes. So young people, they are changing their lifestyle because they believe that they have to. This is not for free, and this problem will not go away, and we will inherit it. So for me, that's actually a huge reason for optimism, because the next generation, they see it differently, and they know that we have to do more on this. Then if you look at, and I'm sure that's what you do on an everyday basis, if you look at how technology is evolving, it's an exponential curve. And again, that's why I do believe that we will find the solutions that we need little by little, but it will definitely come. It will come. But again, we need you engineers to find them. Yeah, so maybe to round off, I heard your dean. Seems like you are fond of him, and you should be. But talking about basically, as I heard it, you being engineers with a purpose. And so it's, I mean, of course you want to be engineers because you can make some money and etc., have a nice lifestyle and all of that. But at least what I hear from many Danish students in universities, they are also there because they want to change things. They want to make a difference with what they do. We even have some of the Danish companies who have not been very quick in adapting to make sure that people understand that they are a company who wants to make a difference for the better. They are, and what has happened is most Danish companies, they have found 1 or 2 or 3 SDGs that they say, oh, we are an SDG, whatever company. And that speaks to the young people who want to go and get a job. Say, I want to make a difference. So I'm really into SDG 6 water, is that correct? I can't remember them. We need to do more on that. So I'll choose this company because of that. And that has also pushed the company into this, that, oh, we have to make a difference as a private sector company on this, if we are at all to attract the young talents, which they really do. So, I mean, maybe just to say that there will not be a shortage of jobs for you guys, neither here in Kenya, neither for those of you who travel abroad. I know even Danish companies like Danfoss, there's a couple of students from here who are in the Danfoss program. It's one of our engineering companies in Denmark. And they are already looking for global talents. So there will, and I'm sure Siemens and other companies at a global level, they are doing that right now. So you will be in demand, especially if you want to make a change and be engineers with a purpose. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate him once more. So we really appreciate the effort, the time, and the wisdom that you have impacted to our students. But excuse me, sir, I'd like to call you back to the stage for a quick fireside chat and invite Mr. Kaunga Chule, who is our moderator. Kindly come back to stage.
So good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Before I even get into today's chat, something I found quite interesting about His Excellency right here is that, and as he's told me, he's had it a lot, that he's been so much inculcated into the Kenyan culture. He's partly Maasai. But Balozi, could you tell us why I'd say so?
Yeah, thank you. It's my name, Ole, which I'm sure many of you know is a Maasai name. And I mean, most Maasais, they have some Ole in them, and you have, I mean, going to the Masai Mara, you pass through Olololo Gate, and everything is Ololo and Olale, and yeah, and I'm Ole, and it's pronounced exactly the same way as here in Kenya. So I get that quite a lot, that you are either half Maasai, or CS Tobiko, he calls me his brother, which is really nice. But yeah, I am not. It's just actually by coincidence a very common name in Denmark. And even in Norway, I'm sure those of you who follow football knows that the former manager of Manchester United, yeah, you know Ole Gunnar, yeah. he was also an Ole, and then by nature half Maasai, I guess. Yeah, but yeah, so that's it. But again, as you maybe could sense, I have a very special relationship with Kenya, and I wouldn't mind being half Maasai or the white Messiah or whatever we call it. So thank you.
That's quite interesting. Whoever was introducing Balozi here did quite a disservice to him, because Balozi was here in 1997 as an intern, then came back in 2009 to 2013 as the deputy head of mission, then came back again in 2020, right? That's when you presented your letters of credence to our foreign ministry, meaning he really does love us as a country and as a people. Balozi, my first question to you today morning would be, through these three regimes that you have been in Kenya, I mean, you've been here when Moi was president, you were here partly when Kibaki was president, and you were here now when Uhuru is president. How can you say the role between the Danish people and the Kenyan people, how has the cooperation increased? What have been the areas of improvement in that relationship?
Well, thank you very much. I think actually Denmark and Kenya have always enjoyed really, really friendly and close relations. We are a small, harmless country from the north, who has no vested interests as such in Kenya, but we've had a huge presence here. This is actually now our biggest embassy. I think it's our third or fourth biggest embassy at a global level. That's here in Nairobi, and that's just for me a testimony of how much future we see in the Kenya-Denmark relations, actually. And that's because Kenya is strategically positioned in East Africa. It's the gateway to East Africa. Kenya has the youth, the innovation, the level of education to really build on. You will soon be a middle-income country. You still face many of the changes or challenges of climate change, etc. But there's also a huge market for solutions from a country like Denmark. So our companies are becoming increasingly interested in working with Kenya. And I think maybe that's the biggest change if I look and answer your question over the years, that before time we were mainly here with our development assistance in solidarity, trying to help build up the health sector, help poor farmers out of poverty, etc., etc. So 25 years ago, that was basically what the embassy did. Whereas now it is much more balanced. So of course we still have our development assistance, but much more into finding solutions together with Kenyans and in partnership with Kenyan companies, bringing Danish technology here, partnering up with Kenyan companies. Maybe a more straightforward partnership, eye to eye, equal to what we have in the rest of the world, basically. And that's the way things are changing towards. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Balozi. And it's quite interesting that you brought about the issue of cooperation between the Kenyan government and the Danish government. In the year 2000, your government, through the Danida program, set up the Micro Enterprises Support Program, the MESPT. And for those of us who don't really understand what MESPT is, it's a trust program that provides cooperative opportunities between micro enterprises here in Kenya and the Danish government under the Danida cooperation. And so, Your Excellency, I'd like to underscore what you said in a paper you wrote quite recently titled The 20 Years of Support to Kenya, where you were, you stated that your government has supported green opportunities in the agricultural sector for both youth and women. Could you kindly highlight to us what these opportunities are and how we as engineers and we as young people at large stand to gain from this MEST program?
Yeah, thank you so much. And it's actually not only the MEST program, there are other similar programs that are equally of interest, I would believe, such as they're called Agribiz, Agrify, working with Strathmore University and KCIC. There, but in essence, it's the same thing. It's all about creating Kenyan entrepreneurs and Kenyan solutions to Kenyan problems. Because I mean, there's no way that we, Denmark, as a small country, can come and tell you, you just do this and everything will be good in Kenya. I mean, that's not going to happen. Kenyans have to find the solutions for themselves. We can inspire, come with know-how, etc., but it's basically up to Kenyans. And if you look at especially the job side of it, the job aspects, I mean, there will be a continuous deficit of decent jobs in Kenya for the many years to come. I mean, that's just a fact. The public sector will not be able to absorb the number of youth who comes to the job market every year. There's simply not enough jobs as policemen or civil servants or county officials or whatever. So that's not going to happen. And the private sector in Kenya is also not going to be able to absorb the number of Kenyans who will join the job markets in the coming years. That's also not going to happen. And that's why, I mean, you cannot say it anymore, but why many young Kenyans, especially in the formal settlements, they say that they hustle their way through. And I know that's a very political world these days. So we have to find another term in order to be neutral. And I don't know what that is actually, but we'll have to find another word from hustling. But the sense of it is that Kenyans, you're doing that already. You create your own jobs. You become entrepreneurs, and so far, I think if you add everything up, what is it, 60-70% of all Kenyans, one way or another, make your living related to the agricultural sector, either as farmers making the primary products, but increasingly taking the primary products and turning it into something with value addition, and doing it increasingly in a sustainable manner. And that's what these programs are all about. Creating opportunities for young entrepreneurs that has new ideas and actually want to and see the opportunities in the agricultural sector. And there's a lot for you as engineers. And rightly yesterday I was in Kilifi. Someone had invented, and he must have been an engineer, I'm sure. He had invented a machine that could hatch the eggs like more efficiently than the hen can. And it's like, okay. Others, they had invented using solar panels for creating or transforming the dairy products into other sellable items, etc., etc. So these are young entrepreneurs that have the ideas and the skills to move into the agricultural sector, but as a business. And making money there. And the thing is, that is not easy. It is difficult, and it takes often years to go there. And those young entrepreneurs oftentimes need the skills in terms of how do I do a business plan? How do I do my returns? I mean, and how do I make sure that I can market my products? Where can I get a loan to increase my business, etc.? And that's what MESP and KCIC and all these other programs they offer. So it's basically to catalyze that development that we need more.
Okay, thank you so much, Balozi. And as a parting shot, you were here, or rather you were here in 2020, and we talked about during the PDF, the population dialogue forum. You were there in 2021, and all this time, Balozi, you have been really underscoring and championing for the cooperation between the public-private sector. And actually, during this year's PDF forum, you talked about this cooperation being pivotal. Just highlight to us how you think engineers stand to gain a lot, or rather, how you think engineers stand to gain from this cooperation, especially with a key focus on the opportunities brought about by the post-pandemic era.
Okay, this is working, yeah. Good. The engineers are doing good. Actually, I mean, I don't feel it like engineers will benefit. I think, on the other hand, I think you have to turn it around and say that you engineers, you have a lot to offer in this equation. What has happened in Denmark is that, I mean, 10, 15 years ago, private sector was all about bottom line. I mean, they had to make a profit for their shareholders, and if they did that, they were a success. I mean, no matter to a large extent, no matter how they did it, and what they produced and what they did, as long as they had a bottom line and the shareholders were happy, it was a success. That has changed. A company in Denmark and in Northern Europe, and that is spreading, they are not a success if they make profit, but pollute, make things that the world don't need anymore. So they have completely changed around from, and you've probably heard the term corporate social responsibility, that then at a certain point they had to do that, and some companies, the pioneers, they started, oh, maybe we should, when we work in Kenya, we also support a hospital somewhere or a school. We'll adopt a school and things like that. That was like this corporate social responsibility, showing that you were a company that cared. Flowers companies in Naivasha, they started to offer again schools and medical treatment for their employees and things like that, and that was all good and fine. And that was like one step up the ladder. But now the saying is that, again, to be a company, we need to embrace the SDGs. And if we are a company working in the water sector, we need to revolve our strategy around the SDG on water. I mean, how do we as a company contribute to the fulfillment of this SDG at both a national but also a global level? And that's a completely change of mindset. And those the top business people, they say we have to go that way, because sustainability and profit in the long run will go hand in hand. And if you are a company that doesn't abide to that, you will lose out in the long run. Like the oil and gas companies, look at them. They are all trying to change with different paces, if I can put it that way, but they know that their line of business is dying out. It might not be tomorrow, and it might not be in 5 years, but in 50 years. Trust me, you will not have an oil and gas company who produce that, or a coal company. It will not be there. So these companies have to change, and they rather change sooner than later. And again, that's where they need engineers, because they had the engineers who knew how to find the oil and all of that, and get it out and bring it into the pipes. And but now they need new types of engineers who are experts in finding the sustainable solutions. And those of you who go that direction, you will be high in demand, for sure, because the companies need people. They need engineers like you moving forward. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Balozi. Probably we'd take a question from the audience. Just one. Okay, thank you so much, madam. Any question from the audience?
There's none.
There's one right at the back. Okay, Balozi says he can take one more. Is there any other? Any other question to the ambassador? Going once, going twice. There's a hand. Okay, so.
Thank you. That's a super good question. Right. It's actually really a key question. Let me just first answer the other on opportunities. So we have, and that is growing, as I was telling you. We have directly Danish companies who are interested in finding talents here. And I know there are 3 students already who are together with a Danish company called Danfoss for a 6-month program. So there are opportunities like that, and I'm sure there will be more of that. We'll be back with more information on that through your dean. And then we also have Danish universities who are keen on partnering up with the University of Nairobi, which will also offer opportunities for you. And I can just, please do embrace it whenever you hear about it or see that there are opportunities to also go abroad. Any of you, even though it seems like completely a dream that is not realizable because it's too expensive or whatever. Fight for it, and if you, go. See if you can, by any means, get an opportunity to go abroad, because you will learn so much and bring it back to Kenya. The Danish students do the same. They also go abroad and see the world and see opportunities and learn a lot and bring it back to Denmark. And that exchange between students, I think, is really, really important. So do seize opportunities whenever they're there. The second questions, I think that's really on the heart of how what needs to change, if I can put it that way, in a country like Kenya and in Africa in general. I mean, yeah, there are two things around it. There's one, if you talk about the international value change, then it is from a global point of view and from an efficiency and production point of view, it's actually good that you have some huge factories who really at scale produce what the world needs, because then they are able to get the prices down. That's basically all in trade, and if you study trade economics, that's what it's all about, getting the production prices down to an affordable level for the consumers. And so that's what's happening when someone is mining or taking the raw materials from Africa to United States or China, Europe, and produce there and sell it back, basically. But it doesn't work if it's only one way, if I can put it that way. So what needs to change is that more of that production needs to be done here in Africa. We have, I mean, an example, almost all coffee exported out of Kenya is raw green beans. And the price of the green beans is very low. Because it's like a primary product. I'm sure you've, I mean, so that's, you can make some money as Kenyan farmers and Kenya and make some currency out of it. But I mean, it's not very much. And the challenge is that what you import back is highly produced goods with a lot of value add that cost much more. So there was a Danish investor said, listen, we need to change this. So they established here in Nairobi a coffee roastery called African Coffee Roasters. They bought the most expensive machines in terms of coffee roasting and packaging. So instead of doing what they did before of buying the green beans, taking it to Denmark, roast it there and do all the value addition and the jobs there, they do that now here in Nairobi. And not only for the Kenyan coffee, they actually now import and source coffee from all over East Africa. And they roast it to the taste of the Danish consumers here in Nairobi. They package it, they label it so it's shelf ready for the Danish supermarket, and thereby making sure that the value addition stays here in Kenya and the jobs related to that is created here in Kenya and not in Europe. And that is, for me, a perfect example of the way forward. Again, that needs engineers. It needs educated young Kenyans who are able to do these jobs in a high enough standard, because that has always been one of the excuses, or let me put it that way, for big companies not to shifting their production to Africa. They can't find the qualified in sufficient numbers people, but that is changing now. You are there. I mean, that's not an issue anymore. And I think that will change. I mean, that has changed because it's all about the labor input, the price of that. It's all about how much do it cost to invest in a company, and then weighed against how big is the problem of corruption, or how big is the problem in terms of legal. I mean, how sure are you if someone takes you to court that the judge is not bribed and the judge is fair? So that's what investors and companies they think about. But again, I think we will see much more of such companies here in Kenya in the future, and that it is changing, and it has to change. Yeah. Thank you so much.
And Baluzi, just to add on to your point, as students of economics, both of us, funny, the curse of the resource, the curse of the natural resource has to be lifted by the youth in cooperation with partners such as yourself and your country. Thank you so much, Baluzi.
Thank you.
Collaboration happening soon, hopefully. Thank you very much. Now, before we move to the photo session, we would like to present to you a token of appreciation. We will have Shelley, the academic secretary from ESSA, present to you the token of appreciation. As the ambassador receives.
It says, hello, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, likewise.
As the photos are being done, I'd like to invite the dean, the chief guests, the ambassador's convoy, and the ESSA and IESC team to come on stage for a quick photo session.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for what we've just heard. And so we're still having more to come. Huh? So next on stage, I'd like to invite a very good man. He's well-dressed. He's good-looking. Yeah, you'll see him. He participated in the African Trade Corporation. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mr. Richard Garcia.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Danish Ambassador, Ole Tonke, University of Nairobi, Vice Chancellor, Professor Kiama, Dean of Students, Professor Gitao, and Assistant Dean of Students, Madame Catherine, and all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I know I stepped in a few minutes late, and this is due because I'm actually coming from the UK, where we had a delegation meeting the government and regulators of both Kenya and United Kingdom, just to see how we can be able to facilitate trade in both countries and to ease trade barriers between the two countries. And so it is my pleasure today to address young engineers and stakeholders in the important field of science and technology. As I look around this platform, I see the future Stephen Hawking's, the next generation of leaders and the most important assets of our country. First, I must commend your energy and dedication to learn, especially in engineering, a reputable course that is critically a vehicle for sustainable development. And I want just to emphasize that in life today, there's nothing more important than acquiring skills, because skills will be able to get you out of the woods. Skills will be able to get you out of problems. Like during the time of this pandemic, many of us had to re-engineer, and those who survived are the ones who had acquired skills in various industries and in various job skills as well. The theme for today's events, Engineering for Humanity. My interpretation of these three powerful words is that engineering secures the solutions for the socio-economic challenge to protection. The world is looking upon engineers to protect public health, minimizing the effects of damage of the surrounding environment. The World Health Organization estimates that approximately 19,000 people die annually in Kenya due to air pollution, with studies attributing the high levels of pollution to transportation, industrial chemicals, and burning of waste. The industry needs urgent solutions in improving the recycling processes and waste disposal. Dandora dam site, for instance, holds more than 1.8 million tons of solid waste. And I can attest to this because I have been able to visit the site and I have seen the kind of dump that is there that needs immediate attention, and where we can be able to get support in having a recycling plant there that will also not only clean up the environment, but also create jobs for many of us as engineers. This will ensure sustainable waste management, create jobs in the recycling industry, and make available new products into the market. The second one is water and sanitation. While I was in UK, I managed to have a sitting and actually even sign with companies who would will to come and support Kenya, and in particular Nairobi, in terms of having clean water. But by doing so, they first want to look at carbon emission, on how they can be able to clean up all the water system and rehabilitate water pipes, rehabilitate boreholes, and so on and so forth. And therefore, these are the kind of partnerships that we as the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry are looking for, so that we can be able to support both the private sector in trade and also the social sector. So achieving universal access to drinking water and sanitation by 2030 will require the innovation intervention of engineers. Nairobi in particular is severely affected by water shortages, yet the right, clean and safe water is actually stipulated as a constitutional right under Article 43. We are counting on you students to build sustainable equipment for storage and managing scarce water resources. According to a survey by UNICEF, only 59% of people in Kenya have access to safe drinking water, which puts a big part of the population at risk of waterborne diseases. This creates opportunity in the construction of water treatment plants. And the third one is renewable energy. And currently, most of Kenya's energy is from geothermal power plants, and there is often interruption of power, which causes inconvenience and leads to business losses. We need more interventions in promotion energy for renewable sources such as solar, hydro, and wind-powered generators. We need engineers to build and maintain the machinery and equipment. We need you to research and develop clean energy solutions that reduce carbon emission and clean energy alternatives for cooking. And the fourth one is housing, which is very important. In Nairobi, we have pressing issues of mushrooming slums and substandard buildings and climate change effects. We are looking upon you, engineers, to design structures that are safe, decent, and resilient to potential natural disasters and climate effects. For instance, in Colombia, the use of bamboo is popularly used as an affordable, renewable, and ecological friendly building material to provide decent units. And fifth is transport and infrastructure. We are looking for solutions in transport that will solve the constant traffic crisis we encounter in the city, which causes unnecessary delays in our routine. Taking an example of metro trains that easily connect European countries, we are looking at developing transport networks that will link African countries for improved logistics under the African Continental Free Trade Area. With the aid of technology, we look forward to an era of robotics and drones for transportation of parcels, as well as computer-aided systems to improve parking, payments, and ticketing systems in public transport as well. In food security, as you are aware, parts of Africa are under threat of severe famine, and food security is an enormous challenge that has since shifted from the traditional planning and harvesting to now promoting sustainable agriculture. Engineers are an important component of the agriculture value chain. Farmers need advice on farming technology, management of water and energy resources, and the value chain requires shortage and transportation facilities to secure food supplies throughout the year. Engineers can plug into improving agricultural infrastructure, storage, facilities, and knowledge transfer on new technologies such as hydroponic farming. And this is one of the areas that Nairobi should be able to adapt, because we don't have open land in Nairobi. And therefore, if you use hydroponics technology, you will be able also, you as engineers, to do side business and do farming as well. Building of smart cities. Engineering trends are shifting to be technology-driven and increasingly automated in building what we call smart cities. And I'm happy because we have a few smart cities coming in, like Konza City, and a few that are coming in beyond Nairobi. And we encourage those that are building to also involve the engineers in this university, so that you can be able to learn as quick as possible and also contribute to your ideas and talent and innovation as well. We require engineers to design technology solutions that integrate infrastructure with housing and energy using such technology. In healthcare, biomedical engineer has significantly transformed healthcare, integrating technology with medicine to advance diagnosis and treatment. And this sector has developed widely, and we are now in the era of telemedicine and e-health, where remote diagnostic tools and 3D printing sensors and wireless communication. Today, our 54 million population, we cannot be able to serve that population if we do not adapt new technology, and that is telemedicine, to make sure that there is affordable and accessible healthcare, whereby doctors can be able to interact with their patients without necessarily them walking to the hospitals or even queuing for long hours to get certain prescriptions. So with telemedicine, you'll be able to do that. With e-health, you'll be able to do that. With teleradiology, you will be able to do that through what we call picture archiving systems, or even the cloud imaging, that will be able to store and transfer your images to a third party, or when you want to get a third opinion in either scanning, in CT scans or MRI, then it becomes easier. And within few seconds, the patient will be able to get the diagnosis and will be able to be advised by the doctor on the next step. And I say this, and I'm very passionate about engineers, because personally, I have employed one of the most qualified engineers in this country, because I'm in the health sector business, and I have as many engineers as possible. I have over 100 engineers working for us and based across the country. And I believe I shall be able to engage you as engineers and also give you a chance to come and just have a look and see what we do. And we can be able to take you through new technology. We'll be able to take you through new models of, for example, equipment. If you're in that engineering part of the health sector, we'll be able to support you in that area. And we'll be able also to second you to certain hospitals so that you can be able to learn and also secure jobs. One of the things that we do as the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry is to place interns and to match them with corporates so that you can be able to get internship with certain organizations. And also we persuade them then to give you a chance to work there once your intern is done. Within that 1 year, you can be able to continue if you so wish. From an industry perspective, our role as key industry players is to strengthen the link between classroom learning and innovation. One of the ways that the Chamber supporting university and TVET graduates is by access to internship placement, and this is what I was talking about. So that is one area that we really focused in. And in fact, let me say that 3 weeks back, I came from Saudi Arabia, where I was able to secure 100,000 jobs for Kenya, where they can get different types of jobs, whether you're engineers, those in different industries, technicians will be able to get jobs. And therefore, we are looking for those who are interested so that we get the details, we get the list, and we can be able to shortlist you and forward your details, and definitely you'll be able to secure jobs. Not only that, Saudi Arabia, but within the GCC market, this is Qatar. Again, Qatar, they're preparing themselves for the World Cup, and they have built a magnificent, huge stadium, and they're looking for different professions. And engineers are the first thing that anybody will want to think of, because anytime you want to change, anytime you want to adapt digital economy, you want to adapt e-commerce, the first thing you think of is engineers. And you're at the right place, you're at the right job, and I can tell you, you will not regret at the end of the day, because us as employers, the first thing we do is, first of all, when you're employing, we look at somebody, do you have the experience? Yes, you may not have the experience. The second thing we look at, do you have skills? What kind of skills do you have? Many a times you will find students leaving the universities from different and various courses. They get their degrees, they get their masters, but still you find them tamacking in the city looking for jobs. While that person who has gotten the skills actually gets their employment almost immediately. Because today, corporates are not there to keep training people over and over again. You might be lucky, you get to an institution where they'll train you, but if you have your skills, then you'll be able to get, whether it is in plumbing, architect, whether it is mechanical, automotive, engineering, and all these in radiology, in biomedical engineering, all these engineers are taken to be as fast to get their place of work. And therefore, I want to encourage you that you're in the right place, and you need also to look out for more opportunities so that you can also acquire as many and more skills as possible. And therefore, we have also collaborated with various universities to upscale research, policy, and innovation. And we, as the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, partnered with students from Strathmore and Technical University to build solar-powered bicycles that enable street vendors to sell their merchandise in a manner that is convenient and affordable. And therefore, again, talent, innovation is what we are looking for this day and age. And therefore, again, I just want to keep encouraging you that as much as you learn in your university, please try and read more and get more information out there. And we as the chamber are there to support you. I also sit as the chairman of the Great Lakes Region, ICGLR. This is 12 countries of Africa, where I chair the private sector forum. And we interact a lot. We interact a lot with 5 fora. And these 5 fora actually is the assembly, NGOs, the private sector, the government. We interact with them in terms of making sure that policies are favorable to businesses, and therefore we can create as many jobs as possible within the 12 countries. That is DRC, Congo, Burundi, Rwanda, Angola, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Zimbabwe as well. So there are opportunities for you within those countries. I also just relinquished my position as the chairman of IGAD. These are 7 countries of the African countries. That was 2 months back. And again, there are opportunities for you in Africa. And looking at the African Continental Free Trade Area, now that the 54 countries have signed the tripartite and opened their borders, there's so many opportunities in manufacturing, so many opportunities in engineering, opportunities in having industrial parks, special economic zones. In all these zones and export processing zones, the people that you drive that economy is engineers. Engineers who come to turn things into new technology and to turn things into what we call digitalization. We as the chamber are also supporting at the moment with the partnership of ICC, this is the International Chamber of Commerce, digitalizing 750,000 youth who have registered with us across the countries that I've mentioned and who are going digital. Because in the next few months or the next year, you as the youth will be talking about digital money, I can tell you. So we call upon the relevant certification bodies to support these young engineers in getting their qualifications and practicing licenses without delay to enable them utilize their skills as professionals and for economic gain. The key in my manifesto for Nairobi, there are those probably who are aware that we are also eyeing Nairobi. As you have heard, the experience that we have out there in terms of business, interacting with the private sector, interacting with governments, and interacting with foreign direct investments, interacting with the social sector. I think we do have the capacity, we do have the know-how and knowledge on how we can make Nairobi a better place to live in. We have had issues in Nairobi. I've talked about water and sanitation. I've talked about the environment. I've talked about the industries, employment, which is a problem in this country, the congestion of the city. I know the previous regime have tried many times to try and decongest, but when you do that without knowledge, it becomes then a tall order for you. And therefore, we are here to support the government of the day. We are here to support the government to make sure that Nairobi regains its glory, and we can be able to attract foreign direct investments, FDIs to come in, and so that our GDP of 11 trillion can be able to grow to 13 trillion by the time His Excellency the President Uhuru Kenyatta is leaving his position. We make sure that that GDP has grown to 13 trillion. And we can only do that collectively with your support as engineers, your support as the youth, and your support as Kenyans and Nairobians. And therefore, I urge that you also chip in into ideas that you know can be able to make this Nairobi a better place to you. I'm ready to listen out to you. We are putting up our manifesto to make sure that it is a solid manifesto, a manifesto that each and every Nairobian has put in their advice, put in their word, and put in their talent within that, so that everybody, it will be an all-inclusive for that. So dear students, your institutions have capacitated and prepared you adequately with skills and knowledge, which you're expected to take to the industry. Most importantly, think of what you can do to provide practical solutions to greater social challenges before us. We are counting on your brains, skills, and talent to realize the smart, safe, and resilient cities we all desire to live in. And I can tell you, this can happen. And I remember during the recession in 2006, 2007, this was in UAE, Dubai. The first thing the ruler did then was to call the entire youth together, to call engineers together, and think how they can be able to re-engineer their business processes. And what the youth did then is not to use propaganda that their government has failed, but to use their talent and to use their social media to build UAE again. Today, UAE is the hub, financial hub of the entire world today. All tourists, before you think of where you want to go to Dubai. Anybody who wants to go for business, they'll go to Dubai. This was because the youth actually took and consolidated their efforts together. This also happened in Singapore. It happened in Malaysia. And we can see it in Kenya today. The youth today, if you decide the economy is going to go right or left, that is where it's going to go. And I want to urge you that support the government today, support our leaders in making sure that we have a conducive environment, so that even for us as the Kenya National Chamber, while we persuade the legislature to make sure they formulate policies that are going to support you as students, you as engineers, you as youth, then and business people, then they are able to understand that unless we have policies, then we cannot move. Nairobi, it's a place that we need to keep engaging the executive, we need to engage planning department, we need to engage the assembly, so that we move away from what we call the bylaws that were then developed in 1964, which we still use today, and make sure we have policies that will be able to guide how we do our business here. And that way you will not have people harassing hawkers, you will not have a congested city, you will not have dry taps in our city, and so on and so forth. And therefore, mine today is to say that I'm very happy to be invited to this sitting, to this forum, to just speak to you, and also to seek your mind and as we move forward. But most importantly, again, is to encourage you to go ahead with your engineering and acquire as much skills as possible. I will give that opportunity to anyone who wants to come maybe for a week or two, just to learn more on, if you want to learn about medical equipment in various areas, whether you do radiology, whether in your critical care, whether in your dialysis or any other ICU, we shall be able to train you, capacity build you, and also make sure that you can be able to learn on other countries, how they're able to interact between themselves. Today, we are able to interact with other countries because of telemedicine. Well, we want that now to continue and go to all the hospitals in this country. With those few remarks, I wish you a good afternoon and good deliberations as you move forward. Thank you, Nasanteni.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richard Garcia. Now, before you leave the stage, may I ask you to stay on stage briefly for a photo session? But before that, I'd like you, thank you so much for imparting your wisdom to all our students. It is very impressive how KNCCI has been working in sectors like technology, building, transport, and environmental engineering. And it is indeed true that it should be engineers heading the telemedicine field. We also appreciate the fact that you have secured 100,000 jobs for us. That is no small feat, and I'd like to applaud you for that. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. I would also want just to introduce Paul Mushiri. Paul Mushiri is one of our directors at the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and also chairs the committee, youth committee. He's actually taking care of entire youth in this country, be it in universities, in vocational centers, in TVETs. He's actually taking care of your business and making sure that you gain and get opportunities for yourself. Not only that, making sure that should you want to scale your ideas and do business, then you'll be able to get affordable loans from the banks that we interact with, and also development partners that we work with who come now to support this location, this center, in getting small soft loans that will be able to support you moving forward so that you can go to. And also we have Liz here. Liz is also the liaison manager at the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and also the one who is directly dealing with ICGLR, the one I said, the Great Lakes region. And of course, I've come with my friends here. Karibuni, Mr. Woods. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think students, future engineers, you know who to look for, you know who to talk to. Mr. Ngati said he has listened to us, so let us be heard, right? Thank you very much. I'd now like to invite the KNCCI team to take a picture with you, along with the ESSA team, the IESC team, and the dean, if he's present, for a photo session on stage, please. It's the team from KNCCI, the ESSA team. I'd also like to request our guests to come on stage for the picture, please. Thank you very much for that. Students, please note you can find any of our guest speakers next to the VIP room for an interactive session in case you want to know anything. Right, with that now. Thank you. With that now, I'd like to invite someone special we have from the Engineers Board of Kenya. We have Deputy Registrar Engineer Grace Onyango representing the CEO of EBK, Margaret Ogai. A little bit about Grace Onyango is we have her virtually with us on Zoom, and you shall be able to hear from her shortly. A little bit about Engineer Grace. She has over 11 years of work experience in the engineering profession, and she oversees the continuing professional development, internship, and accreditation departments under the directorate. She is responsible for building capacity in the engineering profession and provide accreditation for engineering, education, training, and practice. And I think it is a matter of pride that we have a lady engineer in such a senior position, a previously male-dominated field, something we're seeing change so fast. So with that, I'd like to confirm if the team has engineer on Zoom and she can take over.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that warm introduction. I really appreciate it. Maybe a small correction. I have over 18 years experience in different areas of engineering, from consulting to contracting, and now in policy. The Engineering Students Association and any other engineering students association in various universities are very close to the heart of the board because we care about the kind of training that you're receiving. And we would like to make sure that you're molded to become the engineers that Kenya needs in the future. Now, I'm here on behalf of my CEO, Engineer Margaret Ogai, who wasn't able to attend, so we split responsibilities. And thank you very much for acknowledging the fact that that position has been held by a woman for the first time since 1969, because the board has been in existence since 1969. I know you are all anxious because at some point you will have to interact with the board. You will pass through our hands, and you will stay in our hands for as long as you're practicing engineering. So we are keen to ensure that you are able to make the best of your opportunity of the opportunities that come along your way, and so that we are able to secure your future in engineering. So a little bit about the Engineers Board of Kenya. The board is a statutory body that has been established by the Engineers Act of 2011. And we were established to ensure that engineering in this country is properly regulated. And when I talk about engineering regulation, I mean regulation all the way from engineering education, the entire value chain. And the value chain of engineering starts at education. Sorry about that. Engineering education, I mean, the engineering value chain means from education, the training that you're going to go through post graduation. And when you get into the practice, how do you maintain your skills and knowledge up to date? What is the ethical implications of practice? And so that is our mandate. We have 26 different functions and powers that we have been charged with in the Engineers Act of 2011. And our core mandate, I think all of you really want to know about registration, because I think that is the one that we are known for. I'm sure Rahma and team one day will allow me to come in person and we can discuss that aspect of registration specifically. I want to talk a little bit about the pillars of engineering and what these pillars of engineering mean for engineering for humanity. I want to tie it to the themes that we have. The first pillar of engineering is getting quality education. I'm sure you've seen in the news that there's a lot of hoo-ha about accreditation of engineering programs. But why are we insisting that engineering programs be accredited? It is because each and every one of you, you get into an engineering program with the hope that one day you'll be a professional engineer. The previous speaker talked about a lot of things, skills and skills and knowledge. So the whole point of accreditation is to make sure that you go through an engineering program that gives you the graduate attributes that industry requires. You've had the previous speaker making a lot of emphasis on the kind of skills that industry is looking for. And so therefore accreditation requires that what we look at accreditation, sorry, as the board, is to make sure that when you graduate, the kind of attributes that you come up with are attributes that will enable you plug into industry. And we are shifting to what we're calling outcomes-based engineering education. That means we want to make engineering education a little bit less theoretical and more practical. And that way you'll have an easier time solving the problems that face humanity. The second pillar of engineering that I want to talk about, and it is very critical for engineering for humanity, is training. When you graduate, it is important that as an engineer, you get into an opportunity that will give you the chance to apply practical skills, gain practical skills, and gain professional competencies, because as a board, that is what we're looking for, professional competencies for a period of time. And in the Act, it is stipulated that for an engineer, it is 36 months. So within those 36 months, we trust that wherever it is you're going to end up, and we are working on ways and frameworks to ensure that every engineering graduate gets into an organization that has got structured training for you to be able to pick the professional competencies that you require for you to be able to successfully sit for and pass the professional assessments that we usually conduct. Now, allow me at this juncture just to talk a little bit about the categories of registration. When you graduate, you become a graduate engineer. Now, all you need for registration in that category is your degree certificate and your ID. But as soon as you graduate, you get a job and you get through the training that is required. Then you get a good training ground and you get the professional competencies that are required. The next thing that happens is after 36 months, you come and you sit for the professional assessment, the professional examinations. Now, when you pass that, that is what gives you the right to use the title ENG before your name. And so we are trying to make sure that that transitioning is as smooth as possible. On average, I think for the very many years, it has been taking about 7 years for people to, just make that transition from graduate to professional. We've brought it down to 5 years, and now we have actually brought it down to 3 years. And maybe at a later time, I will be able to come and share that with you. The third pillar of engineering is ethical practice. Now, as soon as you register as a professional engineer, you take some time and register and then come and register as a consulting engineer. Now in Kenya, only professional and consulting engineers are allowed to offer professional engineering services. Why? Because we trust that you have the skills and the knowledge and the expertise to practice independently, having at the back of your mind the safety, health, and welfare of the public. Now, that practice is also extremely regulated because that is the category of people who are responsible for solving engineering problems and coming up with sustainable solutions that will benefit the country and benefit the people. So within that practice, we expect that you keep up your skills and knowledge through participating in continuing professional development programs, because as an engineer, your learning never stops. Your skill acquisition never stops. Your competency acquisition never stops until the day you decide, okay, I've had enough of engineering, and you quit. And so those are the three key pillars of engineering that the board is very involved in and heavily regulates to make sure that the problems that are being solved with that public, the public in mind, the safety, health, and welfare of the public. So we are moving, I think we're in the 4th industrial revolution. And so if any engineer wants to solve any problem for society today, technology must be heavily involved. Innovation must be heavily involved. And so this has forced us, even as a board, to quickly think about the strategies that we're employing in delivery and regulation of those pillars that I have talked about. Number one is creating collaborative partnerships. Now, one of the ones I'd like to just share with you, which will impact you greatly, even as you go through the program and even as you graduate, is the collaboration between academia and industry. Now, what the board is trying to do by bringing these two, industry and academia together, and industry here, I mean, anywhere where you're going to end up, whether you're civil, whether you're electrical, whether you're agricultural, whatever it is you're going to end up, we're calling that industry. And what we have done is we are now going sector by sector. We're bringing academia. We have started with the road sector now. We have brought the academia, and those are universities that teach civil and structural engineering programs, together with the roads agencies, KERA, KURA, KENHA. We have KRB there and a few other agencies. And we are saying, now, what can we do together to make sure that we are giving the best solutions together as academia and industry, because each has its own strength. And one of the outputs of that collaboration, number one, is going to be opportunities for internship, where students are able to get opportunities for internship, where engineering is just not theoretical, where it's just classroom based, but you're able to go out to mega projects such as the expressway, such as the LAPSET, the Lamu ports, and some of the big infrastructure projects that government is undertaking. And for you to spend some time in there so that you understand the thinking, and not just engineering thinking, and the other fields of knowledge that go into creating such solutions. The other thing is to enable the lecturers, the lecturers who take you through these programs, to be able to bring you the practical side of engineering into the classroom, and also to enable them to register. Research and development is a critical component of that. Sharing of knowledge and resources, access to equipment, and then training and capacity building. Because without all this, then any effort that we make as engineers to solve humanity's problems are going to be a big flop. Now, the government has got what we call the Big Four agenda, and the previous speaker spoke quite extensively about that, so I'll not get into it. All the things that I have mentioned there touch on each and every one of those agendas. We are getting into the health sector, and I think one of the questions that we are usually asked is, do we register engineers who get into the health sector? Yes, we do. We register those who are in the marine sector, the water sector, the biomedical sector, all the sectors, railways. We have started registering railway engineers, traffic and signal engineers. So just about every sphere of engineering we do register. And why do I say this? It's because Kenya is going to accede to what we call the Washington Accord. And this is being done through the Engineers Board of Kenya. The International Engineering Alliance, which is the global body of engineering, and it gives standards of accreditation and professional mobility for engineers. And by acceding to that, we are creating opportunities for you young engineers so that you are able to move and work in the jurisdictions that are signatories to that Washington Accord. Now in Africa, it is only South Africa. And once Kenya accedes to it, it will be the second African country to accede to that accord. And that will create the opportunities that the previous speaker was talking about, because for you as an engineer to move and practice in another jurisdiction, say Australia, which is a signatory, the thing that they will be checking is if you're registered with your local body and if you have been actively participating in your local body, local engineering body, and that you are of good standing. And that's why it is very important for you, immediately you graduate, you're able to come and register with the board. The other thing that I'd like to urge you is to look out for the Graduate Engineers Internship Program. We advertise this every single year. And what we do in the internship program is we take graduate engineers and we place them in industry, in specific organizations in industry. And this is supposed to enable you get the skills that you need, the practical skills, and to develop the professional competencies that you need. The requirements to get into that program are your graduation certificate and registration with the Engineers Board of Kenya. So just make sure that immediately you graduate and you get your degree certificate, apply for graduate engineer registration with the board. The other thing that is happening in the space is the world has become a global village. I talked about collaboration and partnerships earlier to be able to solve humanity problems, which the previous speaker very ably enumerated. I don't want to get into them, but the thing that is happening right now, jurisdictions, when I say a jurisdiction, I mean a country, they are opening up opportunities in different sectors. So for example, engineering is opening up, and Kenya, for example, would say, we need maybe more mechanical engineers to come into Kenya for a specific period of time. And another country would say, we need electrical engineers, we need agricultural engineers. And so the board is negotiating on behalf of the Kenyan engineers, the percentages and opportunities for engineers in some of these other various jurisdictions. Within East Africa, you are able to move across the borders because we've signed what we call a mutual recognition agreement. You can go to Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Sudan is being mentored to come in, Burundi is being mentored to come in, and even DR Congo is being mentored to join the Engineers Mutual Recognition Agreement. But what is required is that you need to be a member of your local regulator. So another opportunity, another reason for you to register with the board. And the previous speaker also talked a lot about the opportunities that are coming up all around the globe. And the prerequisite for you to access that opportunity is for you to be registered by your local competent authority, which is the board. And so I want to urge all of us, as much as we are young, there's a lot of technology, there's a lot of innovation, and engineering keeps changing day in, day out. The way the profession was regulated a few years ago is very different from how we are doing that regulation now. The way projects and the solutions to problems were being done a few years ago is very different from how it is being done. And so therefore, for us as a board, we are evolving with the times. We are looking at the needs of humanity and how we are able to prepare our young engineers to make sure that as they grow into the profession, they're able to provide sustainable solutions, creative solutions, innovative solutions, solutions that will outlast and outlast and outlast the generations to come. So thank you very much for listening to me. I'll stay on the, I'll hang on maybe for another 5 minutes on the back end for any questions. Rahma, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Engineer Grace. Thank you very much.
Mike.
Thank you very much, Engineer Grace. So any questions from the students? Any questions? We'll take maybe two. Oh, we have a question.
Morning. Mine is direct to Grace on behalf of EBK. How does EBK relate to contractual legal issue with other bodies? One in reference, Grace, is FIDIC, the world recognized body, and the Ministry of Works contracts. Please explain to these young people, but I can help you later. Thank you.
Any other question? So that she can just answer them once and then for all.
All right. You've talked about the pillars of engineering, and the first one that you talked about was getting quality education. So my question is, what measures are put in place to ensure that we as engineering students are getting quality education?
Yeah, I think that's it. You can answer the two questions.
Thank you very much. I think that was Engineer Goro. Was it Engineer Goro who asked the first question? Engineer, I've not seen you in a very long time. It's great to see you. And it's great to see that you are there supporting the young students. And yes, it is Engineer Goro. Thank you, cameraman. Now, Engineer Goro, I don't know whether you're setting a trap for me or not, but I will try and answer. The Act requires the board to set standards in very different areas. And one of the standards that we recognize for legal contractual frameworks is FIDIC. Now, the authority, or rather the body we recognize that has the competencies to deliver any training, any knowledge, or rather the knowledge hub of FIDIC is ASEC, the Association of Consulting Engineers of Kenya. And so we usually collaborate with them a lot, and especially when we want to deliver CPD programs when it comes to dissemination of knowledge around FIDIC. And so I think that is where our interaction with the contractual legal bodies, FIDIC, the FIDIC suite of contractual documents comes in. We are partners with ASEC, and we use them a lot to disseminate that information. Now, I don't know what you meant about the Ministry of Works contracts, but we have used the Ministry of Works documentation, though extremely old and a little bit outdated, as the baseline for some of the standards we are developing. And we have used them a lot when it comes to the development of the scale of fees. So we do not push for the use of these contracts, but we the documents from the Ministry of Works, but we use them as reference documents, especially when we are developing other sets of standards, and as I've mentioned, the scale of fees. Now, the other gentleman, I didn't get your name. I don't think you mentioned your name, but your question was what measures have been put in place to ensure standards are getting, that students are getting quality engineering education. As I mentioned earlier, we do accreditation of engineering programs. I know now that there's an impasse which we have been trying to unlock with the Commission of University Education. And though the media was all over it with a lot of a bit of wrong reporting on that, I think last week and the week before. But as the professional body in charge of engineering education in this country, we have been pushing, and we're using all fronts to get that accreditation function back. Now, I think one of the things the media reported, which wasn't right, is that there is a bit of animosity between the commission and the board. That is not true, because what we have done, we have developed a joint standard of accrediting engineering programs. And accreditation has got two dimensions. There is the academic dimension, and if your dean is there, Professor Gitao, Engineer Professor Gitao, who's my good friend, he will tell you the same. There is an academic dimension to accreditation, and then there is the professional dimension, the industry dimension of accreditation, which is the one that we take care of. So we have developed an entire accreditation framework. And for us, we look at a number of things. We have, I think, 6 different things that we look at to make sure that that professional side is well taken care of. So we do have a framework in place, a very strong framework in place that we have been using since 2010 until recently, as we are trying to work out that impasse. So I think I've answered the questions, and thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, let's appreciate Engineer Grace once more. Indeed, that's 18 years of experience. She is the Director of Capacity Building and Accreditation. Okay, so right about now, I'd like to inform the VIPs, kindly go take a cup of tea. Sorry for keeping you waiting, but there's a cup of tea for you. For the students, tukule story. Nice. So for the students, I have something for you. I have something for you here, but I want someone who will answer the following questions. The theme is engineering for humanity. So what's the sub-theme? Sub-theme. The sub-theme. Someone, microphone there. POs. Vitesh, microphone. The sub-theme. Today's sub-theme. Give this guy a medal, man. He deserves one. Okay, the next question is a bit tough, and I hope to have an answer. So the question is, when the ambassador Oletonke was here, he said he was in Kenya. What year was he in Kenya? The first time he came in Kenya? Give this guy a medal, man. Okay, for the last question, naenda kwa student, any student who is not from the University of Nairobi. It's a trick and a simple question, so be sure to answer it very well. Huh? Okay, walk with it. Are you ready? What's your name? And the school? Egerton. It's not Egerton, it's Eger. Okay, so the question is, what's 2 + 2 × 2? 8. Give this guy, don't, Buana, he's wrong. Let's go to the next person. I'm sorry, man, it's 6. It's 6. Bodmas, man. Okay, the next person. Who's the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi? Man, 5, 4, 3, 2, One. Sorry, man. Gone. Okay, any other person? Okay. Oh, so you need your own question. You need your own question. Okay, your question is, you're in a race. You overtake number 2. What number are you? Give this guy a medal. Okay, so right about now, I'd like to invite this beautiful lady. She has a very beautiful voice and she's going to sing for us. So listen. Lauren. She's an engineer, by the way.
Is it good morning or good afternoon? Okay, good afternoon. My name is Lorraine, as you've been told. I'm in the electrical department, and I'll be singing for you today.
One, one, two. One, two.
Let's appreciate Lauren. Man, I really wish I could sing. I really wish I could sing. But I do sing. Huh? When I'm inside the bathroom, I sing a very good melody. Hadi mimi mwenyewe nafurahia. Okay, so next on stage, we have this well-dressed man. He's very eloquent. He's a fan of Manchester United. He got an A in mathematics. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome Ben Ami for a spoken word.
Nowadays, I support Western City Humor and Chemelil Sugar. Kings and queens, you look beautiful today. I hope your heart is beautiful as well. So the piece that I'm going to perform is a mashup of two pieces that I wrote, but the prevalent one is called Once Upon a Time. So listen with your hearts, listen with intent to make a difference. So kindly put the soundtrack. All right, so as the media team sorts out the soundtrack, there's a message before I start. I'd like to leave it with you. I wrote it today in the morning. It says, when people are looking for love, let them find it in your heart. When people are looking for embrace, when people are looking for warmth, let them find it in your embrace. When people are looking for truth, for wisdom, for encouragement, let them find it in your talk. And above all, when people are looking for change, for hope, let them find you. So that we don't waste much time, I guess the soundtrack will find me when I'm still performing. When I was young, I used to be carefree. I didn't want the day to end and I could not wait for another to start. I longed for the days when the rain will pour so I could play in the mud. Those days I was naive and ignorant. I did not know a circle is not a novel and I could not square and a rectangle. The teacher will look at my work and explain to me, put squares together and you get a rectangle. Then I'd ask, put two of those together, you get a circle. In a soft voice, she'd answer, no. Then drawing a circle and a novel on a blank page, she'd present it to me with a smile to fill the whole page because she knew it was only a matter of time before I know. These days, I still don't know. I mean, I'm trying my best to is the integral of cosine x, or negative sine x, or was it the derivative? Damn it, I can't differentiate. I'd present this work to the lake and you'll come back without a smile. Beside my name, a proud F, and I will hold my head high because I didn't get a Y and retake the same class like a boss that I am, FY. Once upon a time, the world was green. Now humans are green and ignorant. Yes, green means ignorant, right? I'm also green, I don't know. When we might turn blue or purple, I don't know which one because I'm colorblind. I don't see color. Talking of the color you turn when you lack oxygen. So far nowadays, you can also lack O2. Plenty of trees around you. Oh, what Wangeza helped but to film when he was screaming, I can't breathe. Mama, help. But because once upon a time, the world cared. It doesn't. The fellow Greens, once upon a time, the lakes and rivers were blue and the oceans were the sky. Now they are not blue. Don't know what they are. Don't see color. Don't know why you do. So should we go green or go blue? I mean, when you go green, you can. Wait, what? Green and blue, are we talking about? Messed up. Even how green? I don't judge. Not my fault. Because once upon a time, I knew how to read and write. Then I was told I can't read without glasses. I made a hard decision. Stop reading. I guess it's my fault, right? Well, my eyesight became poor because something got in my eye. Don't know what it was because I don't see color. Don't know why you do. See, once upon a time, the schools taught hands-on skills. Nowadays, they teach theory. As they say, the teacher gives you 30% and you look for 1,000? 1,000 plus 30 is 100, right? I don't know. I can't add on my fingers. I lack the hands-on skills. It used to be off school and into your career path, but now the careers want 10 years of experience and you just graduated. Don't they know you need the job first to have experience? The career path has turned to be a job hunt, but leaving the degree holders eating from hand to mouth. I guess they have hands-on skills now. The career path has turned to be a job hunt, part leaving the master holders and the PhD holders, the so-called doctors coming back to the universities as lecturers without any expertise to lecture comrades' visions and dreams and ambitions so that they can become degree holders too, only to eat from hand. The career path has turned to be a job hunt, part leaving the certificate holders eating from hand to hand, to hand, to mouth. Eventually they will eat the hand. Not their own hand or the hand that feeds them, but the hand that squeezes them because it has a long arm. The career path has turned to be a job hunt, part leaving the degree holders eating from hand to mouth. Yes, they have hands on skills. Hands on skills that life has taught them. Still, to drop, to abuse, to point fingers, to chop. If only schools that taught them to type, to draw, to play an instrument, to pray. Once upon a time, leaders put their lives on the line for their subjects. Now they put our money in their pockets for their budgets. Once upon a time, Martin Luther had a dream. There is 4 little children who one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Still a dream. A dream that lives in us, or rather dies in us because nothing has been done yet. They still judge you before they know you. Once upon a time, we gained independence. And since then, we have been enslaved with thick rusted chain. Chain that I don't understand how it's still holding us. Chain of corruption, poverty, ignorance, brutality, tribalism, racism, death. Maybe one day we'll break free because no one values freedom more than a person that has been in pain. That's me. Because once upon a time we were free, right time we were red.
Thank you so much, Benawi, for that amazing spoken word. I think that was a good relaxation for all of us. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, right? Thank you for that. We're now going to have a couple of addresses by our sponsors. Indeed, without our sponsors, we wouldn't have been able to pull this out. We wouldn't have been able to have such distinguished guests. We wouldn't have been able to get this hall. We wouldn't have been able to get this event running. And so I'd like to invite the sponsors one by one to make their brief address to all students. We have the Architectural Association of Kenya, we have Jenge Culture, we have Kura, we have Kera, we have KSA, we have NCA. So I'd like to start with Kera, right? From Kera, we have Catherine Buteki, who's the head of Public Affairs and Communication. So Catherine, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I hope the microphone is on because I'm not getting feedback. Okay. My name is Catherine Butaki. I work for Kenya Rural Roads Authority. I'm the head of Public Affairs and Communications, and I'm very happy to be here. I am not an engineer, as you have already discovered, but I associate a lot with engineers, and that's why I am here. My colleague was supposed to give these remarks, but he's been caught up and held up elsewhere. So I'll just go right ahead. As Kenya Rural Roads Authority, we are very happy to support this conference year after year. We've done it 4 times now consecutively. And I was even just trying to remember the different chairmen that we have dealt with of your association. We have had Mr. Anduvate, I think I saw him yesterday. We have had Hilary Yegon, Isabella Oyo, and now Ramha. So through Kenya Rural Roads Authority, I think at the break time I had someone ask what's the difference. There's Kenya Urban Roads Authority, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, and Kenya National Highways Authority, and I'm sure you interacted with that yesterday. Each of us has a different mandate. Ours is to build, maintain, construct roads that are classified as C, roads class C. And you can find more information as from our website. So I'm here just to say that part of our corporate social responsibility is to be able to give back to the community. And you are our community, because we have, you come on board as students either on attachment and those who are able to get into internship. And that is how we're able to give back. And then we support this conference because we know you are coming into the job market to enable us move on with the different things that have been said today and the different people who have spoken. So just shortly, in a few sentences, I'd just also like to thank the speakers who have spoken ahead of me. I know they have made this conference much better. I must say you have improved quite a lot. I think I am constantly can say that from where we have come from, and it's getting bigger and better. And I'm hoping that the next year when you get to do it, we can be able to have international presence. So please look to inviting students from the East African region so that we just have different countries present on this particular podium. Yeah. So thank you very much. We look forward to partnering with you again. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Catherine Buteki. Now I'd like to invite someone from Howard Humphreys. We have the technical director for water and sanitation on board with us. Her name's Engineer Phyllis Njoki. So may I invite you to stage, please? Thank you. We have Engineer Phyllis Njoki from Howard Humphrey, Technical Director for Water and Sanitation.
It's 2 minutes to 12, so it's still morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I'm Phyllis Njoki from Howard Humphreys. Howard Humphreys is a consulting firm. Our full name is Howard Humphreys East Africa. We have been in the country for over 60 years, offering solutions in engineering, all disciplines of engineering. I'm a proud alumni of the University of Nairobi. It was a great honor to see Engineer Goro, who was my lecturer even then, and to see that he is still imparting the knowledge and up to now. And even at Howard Humphreys, we have many alumni of University of Nairobi and the universities in Kenya. And I'd like to just confirm to you that you're getting a world-class education. There have been many instances where we have to work even with people who perhaps are doing projects or support projects from people from around the globe, from the US, from the UK, and even in Denmark. And you find, with your education, you're at par, you know what to do. So you're in the right place, do your best at this point. So we've been in the country for 60 years. We're a multidisciplinary firm offering solutions in the full engineering scheme, starting from structural design. I may mention 1 or 2 projects so that you see what we do. So structural design, one would be like Britam Towers and Aga Khan, the new university hospital. We also offer solutions in water and sanitation. So these are water and sewerage projects in Kenya. We have currently projects going on in Kiambu and in Rwaka and in Limuru, in Kendu Bay, all over the country. So employing water engineers or civil engineers as you start. We also have a roads and transportation department, project management, where we also have engineers who've done project management or people who do construction management directly, master planning and advisory, and also where, my bad, all right, sorry. So somewhere we're also looking to go is innovation and GIS. This is where we're really looking to have most of you who are coming in straight from school, who are innovative and who are now tech savvy. So to take what has been traditional engineering and merge with innovative technology, innovative softwares that are coming in, and then we take the traditional engineering and take it to the next level. So those are the solutions that we offer, and we look forward to having some of you join us. We do offer internships. Please see our website, and also job opportunities when they arise. They will be posted on the website. And we have benefited from many of your alumni and many even from the students. We were recently doing traffic studies on Gong Road, and really 100% of those people came from the University of Nairobi. So we've worked together, and we look forward to working together. This is a great conference, and yeah, as the previous speaker said, let's now go regional and international. Thank you very much.
Future engineers, note that after these addresses, very short addresses, we have an interesting panel discussion coming up, so stay around for that. I'd now like to invite someone from the National Construction Authority, NCA, architect Sylvia Essendi. She's the assistant manager for registrations at the NCA, and she's also one of our awesome sponsors. So there she is, architect Sylvia Essendi.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, students, all protocols observed. Architect Sylvia Essendi from the National Construction Authority, as you've heard. I know you've heard about National Construction Authority before, but maybe you're not aware of what we do. So I'll just try to give you a brief about what we do as the National Construction Authority and the possible areas that you may plug in as you graduate or even as you're still students, because we have opportunities for the industry, and we do work a lot with engineers. So I'm glad to be here. This is my alma mater. I was here, I graduated from in 2010 from ADD. Engineer Phyllis was, we were colleagues, we stayed in the same hostel, Hall 13. So this is home, and it's nice to be home. This is where you should welcome me and say welcome back home. So anyway, NCA is the National Construction Authority. NCA came into being in the year 2011. It was operationalized through the National Construction Authority Act of 2011, Act number 41. And our mandate is to oversee the construction industry and coordinate development in the construction industry. So what do we do? Through the coordination, we do registration of contractors. We have two categories of contractors. We have what we call the local contractors, and then we have foreign contractors. So we do registration under there. We have registration in 4 classes, but 8 categories. So 4 classes of works, meaning electrical works, mechanical works, water works, building works, roads and water works, and building works. So we have those, and then we have what we call the categories. Those are the classes. Then we have categories, which are 8. So when you're coming in, let's say you've graduated, you're still trying to find your way around, you don't know what to do with yourself, you can come in under NCA 8. Then as you grow in your business or in the industry, you can now go on upgrading to NCA 7, NCA 6. NCA 1 is the highest. So you have that opportunity. You can think about it. For those of you who would wish to go into full-time construction, there's an opportunity for you there. Then we do registration of and monitoring of construction projects. I know you hear a lot about us when you hear about collapsing buildings, but then we also have projects that are not collapsing. So it's a success, much as we have a bit of a failure there. But so we register construction projects from developers. So what happens is that, say you have a building or a road that you want to build, the developer will come to us through the portal. We actually have mostly automated our services. So through the portal for developers, he will register that project. Initially, it used to have a cost to it, but through a presidential directive, we don't charge anything. So it's normally free. So for the developers who don't register that, it's unfortunate. So for you, the important thing about knowing why you're registering projects is, number one, if you decide to go into construction as a contractor, you will need to be a registered contractor for the project, the developer's project to be registered. Number two, if you're a consulting engineer, then you must approve that you're actually the one who designed that project and you're the one who's going to supervise that project through to completion. We have situations where maybe you decide this project is not good, maybe the relationship between you and the employer is not working. You can always write to NCA and tell them you've stepped down from that project, you're not on that project anymore, and then the developer will be required to engage someone else to take your place. We also have accreditation of skilled construction workers and site supervisors. Under this, we have the fundis. So the fundis, we give them a card that shows that they're actually authorized to operate within the industry. We normally have this in two categories. When someone has technical skills, meaning they have maybe a diploma or a certificate in a construction related field, we give them what we call full accreditation. So we fully accredit them. But if they are now maybe learning on the job or are yet to get their certification, we can give them provisional certification, which runs for 3 years. So again, for those who will be contractors, you will need to know this because it's good for you to engage people who are recognized by the authority. And then we have training. We normally conduct training. We have a training department, training and capacity building department, where again, you can plug in, especially when you start working, you can plug in as trainers. We normally have different areas where we train people, depending, maybe topical issues or anything that is plaguing the industry. That is an opportunity for you as you transition from the learning environment into the professional environment. For training, they normally have, I think, call for papers at some point. So I'd encourage you to patronize our website every now and then so that you know when opportunities come, so that opportunities don't miss you or you don't miss out on opportunities. We also have a very vibrant research department. I think you guys met Engineer Steve Nyakondo here yesterday. I think he was one of the panelists. He heads that department and they are doing very, very great things. So for example, this year in June, we're going to have a conference in Naivasha. It's called the ICOS, International Construction Research Conference and Exhibition. The call for papers was early this month, I think. So your time bad, but it's also always good to also make use of these opportunities when they arise. So again, come patronize the website, ask, check in the media so that you don't miss out on opportunities. This would have been a very good opportunity for you as students to actually share whatever you're researching on as students. We also have what we call the NACRA, National Construction Research Agenda. And under that, we have 41 priority areas of research that have been identified. So the authority is open to partnership from you guys because you're the industry players. So you have an opportunity. Again, go to the website, read about the NACRA, look at the areas that you're interested in, the areas that you can actually research on, either for your master's or for whatever you decide. Approach the authority and tell them you want to do something along the 41 areas, the one that you choose that is of interest to you. Finally, we have something called the construction industry, the Center for Construction Industry Development. It's a development that is coming up in Konza. It's going to be a research center fully tailored to the construction environment. So this is also an area that may benefit a lot of you when it actually starts operation. I think that is all I would want to mention about what NCA does. Feel free to actually get onto our website. We have many offices around, but our headquarters is at KCB Towers, Upper Hill. You can always walk in and ask these questions. Now we are colleagues and I'm a comrade. So you can always walk in and ask because we are comrades. Once a comrade, always a comrade, right? Yes. So you're most welcome and I wish you all the best. We are very, very fortunate and thankful for this opportunity. I came here on behalf of the management and our executive director, Engineer Maurice Akech, you may know him. And I wish you the very best in the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Architect Sandy. Now, we have a quick comment from James Ginge. He's from the Ministry of Transport, a technician at the Ministry of Transport. So maybe have Mr. James Ginge on stage, please. While he makes his way to the stage, I'd like all sponsors to stay at their seats, please. Just please don't leave yet. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Gige. As the MC have said, I come from the Ministry of Transport. And it's a privilege to be amongst you and to stand on this podium to address you. Not necessarily because I know so much, but to share the little I know. I am working as a material technologist, or rather a laboratory technologist in the material department. That is where all the materials concerning construction of buildings and roads, bridges, they are all tested there, or rather they pass through us all. So that is what we do for a living. And maybe before that, I was working as a freelancer engineer. I worked with Kuraken and Kera through several projects, among them basically the structural bit of it. I don't talk much, but I won't tell you that as we address the issue of engineers or engineering in daily human life, we all need to understand and know that you as an engineer, you hold people's lives in your hands. I want to assume that the structure we are in today was built by a rugged engineer, or rather by the fundis and the foremen who literally know nothing about the moments you all know. You all know the danger that we could be in. I'm talking of that aspect to drive into your mind what awaits you. You will design a structure which will hold thousands and thousands of people. And that tells you that if you mess, if you become greedy, you know, it's better to be frank. Outside here, the clients and the contractors will tell you that engineer, see, we can just bypass this one thing and we do it like this and like this. And because of your greed, because your pocket, you've been given something into your pocket, you say, yeah, no problem, just go on. Only for you later to cost us lives of people. I want to urge you, please, when you get outside there, be very keen on what you do. It won't harm you to withdraw from a project. It won't harm you. There is no need of being in a project which is not up to the standards. One thing I want to tell you, of engineers, is that we do not compete. And by the fact that there's no competition in engineering, that translates into that you can hold the project to the standards. And if you see that some things are being bypassed, why can't you just withdraw? There is no competition here that I want to be accredited by being the one who constructed this and this project. No need of that. Are you together? As an engineer, you are a servant of the people. And being a servant of the people, a servant serves their masters. And a servant is just given a token of appreciation. If you go outside there with the notion that I reap big, I'll become rich in the next 1 year, no. The society is not able to pay you as an engineer for what you do. In fact, we say that whatever we get is just a token of appreciation. Just get that from me. It's just a token of appreciation. Whether you are given millions, whether you're given hundreds of thousands, it's a token of appreciation that you get from the society. The engineers indeed human rights, as we all know that, like the ambassador said here about carbon emission and so forth. Apparently, we are having a problem in the Dora dumping site here, which has been addressed here by the aspiring governor. Apparently, there are some strategies underway to find another site where the waste can be transferred to, because it has already caused problems in Dandora. If you have been never in Dandora early in the morning, you would, you know what I mean. But as we talk of transferring the waste to another site, we are transferring problem to another site. So it's upon us, the engineers, to come up with a good strategy, to come up with a good formula of how this waste can be transferred into something usable. How can this waste be recycled? Is it able to maybe to come up with recycling industry just within Dandora or within the area that the government will allocate for that? And with that, I think we'd have solved the problem. As of now, there is an upcoming, or there is an already in market way of constructing buildings, and we're calling it the greenhouses. The purpose and the intention of the greenhouses is basically to regulate the carbon emissions and maybe to control the cost of construction as well. So expect to face such and to address those issues. Lastly, what I would like to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is that as engineers, you contribute so much in people's lives, especially when it comes to bringing people together. You are the ones who design and construct bridges and roads. You are the ones who connect regions. You are the ones who connect the continent. So in our daily lives, we cannot talk of industrialization. We cannot talk of growth of businesses without mentioning engineers. Be good people. Let us all unite as engineers, regardless of being a civil, mechanical, petroleum, and so on and so forth. Let us all unite for a better nation, for a better country, for a better continent, and all that will make people's lives much better than if something. Thank you very much for this honorable moment. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. James Gigi. Now, I'd like to I'd like to invite all our sponsors on stage. While we prepare the stage for the panel discussion, I'd like to invite all the sponsors on stage for a small token of appreciation from our side. So NCA, Kara, Howard Humphreys, Kenjan, please send at least come with a representative on stage so we can give our token of appreciation to you while the stage is set up for the panelist discussion. Thanks. As you can see, the leading engineers we have on stage are all ladies. I think we can give a hand for that. That is architect Sylvia Essendi from the NCA. There we have engineer Phyllis Njoki, the technical director of Howard Humphreys. We have Catherine Buteke from Kara, head of public affairs and communications. And finally, we have Teresa Kamani from Kenjan, electrical dispatch manager. Thank you so much for your support towards this event, towards this conference, and towards our future engineers. At this point now, oh, can I ask the sponsors to hold on just a minute for a photo before they leave? Thanks. Wow, an all ladies team in an engineering conference. All right, thank you very much. I'd now like to invite Kaunga Chule to get us started with our panel discussion. He'll be in charge, he'll be the moderator for the panel discussion, and he will also introduce the guests we have for the panel, the panelists, that is. Thank you very much. Kaunga Chule, the stage is yours.
So good morning, everyone. Still, is it morning? Pardon me, it's 24 minutes past midday. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I even get to introduce the brilliant members of the panel, quite recently on Twitter this past week, we have seen a lot of uproar, especially in the engineering field, where an engineer claimed that an engineer on Twitter tweeted that he had a BSc in civil engineering, had qualifications that lasted an entire tweet plus, and still was jobless. And there was an uproar on Twitter that followed that with the notions that for you to excel in the engineering field, you have to have a godfather of some sort, which is not true as per what Engineer Goro is saying, and Engineer Lucy seems to agree with what with the sentiments of Engineer Goro. Probably he would have cheated in the exams, but that provides impetus for today's discussion. The role of the engineer in the daily living of man. Is the engineer's role being phased out? Are there more opportunities being availed to the engineers? These are the questions that are pertinent for this discussion. So kindly, ladies and gentlemen, I will introduce quite briefly my 6 or so panelists. As your name is called, please join me on the stage. First, I will have Engineer Daphne Juma, who is an energy transmission and renewable engineer. Next, we will have Engineer Phyllis Njoki, who is a water and sanitation engineer. After her, we will have I don't know if there's something like senior engineer, but I'll have to introduce her as a really senior member of that of this profession, Engineer Lucy Wanjiku, who's a mechanical engineer specializing on site waste management, recycling equipment, a founder and a CEO of EcoCycle Limited. Next, we have one of us who was in the panel yesterday, Engineer Alexandra Kokanya, who is a mechanical engineer, building and construction, a specialist, a CEO, an MD of Artscope Solutions Limited. Next, we have a professor of engineering. Wow. Professor Cleophas Maende from the Technical University of Kenya, a biosystems engineering expert. Next, we have Engineer Claudia Bess, who's a chemical environmental engineering expert. And then next we have Billy from EPZ, a mass initiative. Billy. Thank you all. That is part of my panel today. Just to kick us off, I'll have each of them just take about 2 minutes to introduce themselves properly. I mean, calling their names and just stating their industries is not really telling you who they are and what they do. So from Billy, flowing all the way to Engineer Alexandra, kindly introduce yourself, tell us what you do, and tell us what field of engineering you're in.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Billy Osheng. Actually, I'm happy to be back at my alma mater. I'm a class of 2020. We were the pioneers of ISEC, I think it's 5 years ago. It was a small idea, but I'm happy the current generation is growing it and it's becoming bigger. I remember our second edition, we invited students from Chambogo, Uganda, and I was expecting a student maybe from US. During our time, we had an engagement with students from Wisconsin, that is US. I'm a production executive engineer at EPZ. Definitely I deal with the planning. It's a manufacturing plant. So that's what I do. I was also part of MESA. I'm happy to see mechanical engineer. I was the chairman by then, and I'm really, really happy to see it on the banners. So as time goes by, I'll tell you what I always do, and the opportunities we have for the young graduates at Mass Intimates. This is a global apparel giant in Asia and United States. We deal in Adidas, Nike, intimate wear for ladies. It's 2 years in Kenya, and definitely we're expanding and creating opportunities for the young Kenyans and young talents. When I graduated from the University of Nairobi, we had a team of 20 from mechanical and some from electrical, and young generation, at least the management consists of below 25 years. So that's a promising plant for you guys. So I've come here with opportunities and also to inspire the young generation. Thank you.
Hello, good day. My name is Claudia Bess. I am a chemical stroke environmental engineer. So I'm one of those persons who have bridged the gap between academia and industry. So I know you've been hearing quite a bit about where your place is and how does academia, when you transition from graduating into industry, and how can that go about. And so a lot of universities, in particular technical university where I'm at, has been looking at how can they bridge the gap. So I spent nearly 20 years in industry, water and wastewater management, and looking at energy management as well. And now I am lecturing at the Technical University. I'm also a member of Kesabai, and I am chairing the Women's Chat group. And I'm very happy to see that for once in maybe history, I'm sitting amongst a panel of 3, 4, 5 women. In engineering worldwide, less than 20% of the persons, the professionals in the engineering profession are females. And at some point in time, at least 40% of those females peter out, because it is a male-dominated profession, which is kind of funny, given the fact that for engineering, as engineers, what we're doing is that we're solving problems. And I don't think there's anybody better fit to solve problems than women. We solve the problems at home. We are the problem solvers. And so we can take it out into industry. So statistics also show that it's not that we can't do maths and science like a lot of persons are saying. If you look at the grades of the female and the male, it's very comparative. So it's not that we're unable to, it's just that it has been, history has shown that it has been a male-dominated field. And so a lot of us women have been a little bit intimidated in joining the field. But I'm here to say I've been in the field for over 20 years, almost 25 years. It is enjoyable, both in industry and in academia, when you see your students who you have mentored going out. And so please, not belittling the men, but can we get that 20% a little bit up? So I'm here to encourage our females. Thank you.
just mentioned about having the aspect. I also have crossed over. We were among the first members of the faculty engineer who lobbied for starting for soft skill courses. During my time, with heavy and advanced engineering, it was mechanical, it was materials, and it was materials, it was mechanics, and it was everything. We went out there and the first years of work, I went to the Minister of Data, I was charged for mechanics to work. My first assignment was up. Those mechanics were coming and they were asking for their lead design, goals, all these kind of things that are completely. One of them had a contribution because his father had died. 6 months later, his father died again. Now, I do not have skills of how I can deal with kind of under that kind of human resource. So during my master's, I combined engineering. So part of what I did was things like engineering. Energy systems. It's not something that I've just like share. We are trying to bring a rapid way by bringing what you need us to come and teach for us as professional parents, so that they are not looking at it from our textbook aspect, but they are looking at it and it's working out to kind of bring out that. So those are some of the kinds of things about myself. Once you are in the academic,
Thank you. Thank you. Just be.
Thank you very much. My name is.
Just a minute. Hello? Is this what? Oh, thanks. Just before Engineer Daphne speaks, I'd like to add just one more member of the panel to our discussion. As you have noticed, most of these, or rather from the panel, there's no civil engineering, right? So I'd like to introduce Mr. Thank you. Engineer Howard A. Manyi from the Kenya National Highways Authority, who is a civil engineer with more than 16 years experience, Deputy Regional Director of the Coastal Region of Kenya. Mr. Manyi. Engineer Daphne, you may continue.
Karibu sana Engineer Howard, you are the Kenya University. Yeah, so Daphne Juma, an electrical engineer from Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, which is referred to as ETRACO. We build and maintain the country's transmission grid. And I've worked in this sector for the last 13 years. And on the academia side, I'm happy that I'm bridge between academia and industry. I lecture at Stratford Energy Research Center on installation and design of solar systems.
Thank you. I'm Engineer Phyllis Njoki. I graduated from the University of Nairobi, civil engineering. I've worked in consulting in several disciplines. I worked in structures, I worked in roads and highways, but majority of my career has been in water and sanitation. I work at Howard Humphreys in consulting engineers. I lead the team on water and sanitation. One of my other passions is mentorship. I volunteer with many mentorship organizations, both for women and men, because it's not only women, because we are together, yeah, and we are coming up together. So that's one of my passions, and I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Engineer Lucy Wanjiko Mutinda. I'm a mechanical engineer by training, but currently specializing on site wastewater treatment and recycling. I run my own farm by the name EcoCycle Limited. I also happen to be your Institution of Engineers of Kenya, first Vice President, outgoing. It's just in a few days, 6 days. So it's a pleasure to be here and to inspire the future. We are talking about the role of an engineer in our daily lives. And for sure, as engineers, we are next to God. We are co-creators. So from when a human being wakes up in the morning, even up to when they sleep, if you think about it, as an engineer, you have a role every day. And as we were being talked about women being majority, it's a good thing that this panel is going against the odds. We are more. But again, as we get empowered as women, we also need you as the other gender, because society begins at home. The simplest unit of society is the family. So if we are empowering our fellow ladies, we also need you gentlemen to be empowered, because if you're not settled at home, I know that doesn't sound engineering, but for you to succeed, you also need to be settled back at home. So as we mentor you here, we want it to be all round, not just engineering. If you're in someone's daily life, like for me as an engineer, if I go to a site, let's say I've gone to a home where I need to install a wastewater recycling plant, I'm actually getting into the space, personal space of a human being. So how shall I behave apart from just being technical? There is all this customer relations, there is leadership, which is what we are doing, leading associations, there is the soft skills. So we are here to inspire you and exchange. We also don't know everything. It's also good to hear from your end, because you are the future and things are changing every day dynamically. The digital space and the AI and the Internet of Things is a very good accelerator for a serious engineer. So if you tap on it and don't just use EOT or digitization for Facebook or YouTube or Instagram, TikToking, just to show what you ate or where you partied, you can also really use it to advance your knowledge very fast. So we'll be talking about leveraging the digital space to advance yourself as an engineer and all-rounded. So I'm really pleased to be here, and it's nice to be talking to you all. I come from the university without a definite article. I'm from Moi University, somewhere in a village called Keses. We didn't have such beautiful buildings, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think most people still think it's morning. My name is Engineer Alexandra, and I am a founder of Artscope Solutions. I am a mechanical engineer. I studied here, graduated 10 years ago, so I have 10 years experience. And it is a pleasure to be here at this campus, actually standing in a building and sitting in a building that we used to just see mabati around it, and see how this campus has grown. And Artscope, we do building services. So I do similar with what Howard Humphreys do. And our main focus is M&E, mechanical and electrical. And we design buildings similar to the one we're sitting in. And we do the power and we do the air conditioning, and we appoint contractors. And when I look at the other things Artscope do, my company is not just engineering and building services. We're trying to branch into different fields. So we also have automotive, and we have furniture, and we do different things that we try to incorporate all the engineering fields. So we also have some interior designers that we work with and architects. When you look back at what it takes to get from campus to where all these people sitting here are coming from, you know, you don't need to see it as something strange. The encouragement for students in this space today is to remember that it has been done before. So when whether in third year, second year, fourth year, first year, it doesn't matter. You're now part of our fraternity and you're one of us. So I look forward to any questions you might have.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Engineer Howard. I'm the gate crusher on the panel, the only civil engineer on the panel. I have more than 16 years experience. I work in the road sector. Currently, I'm the Deputy Regional Director for Kenya National Highways Authority in Coast Region. But from next month, I'll come back to Nairobi to be the Head of Research and Innovation. That means that I will now really begin working so much with the universities, Engineer Goro. I get crushed here because Engineer Goro was quickly to pick that there are nobody in roads, nobody in buildings, and he checked to know if I'm from that sector. Thank you for that courtesy, sir. And we'll be working a lot more in the area of research. I've also lectured in a public university for 8 years, 8 block years at the School of Architecture and Building Sciences. So being with students is a familiar ground, and I'm really, really glad to sit with the future. I've always told my students that they have just a few days to reach into their future, so that you will stop saying in future you want to be. In the next couple of months, you should arrive into that future and begin living it. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. I think the most brilliant point for us to start off is the most pertinent issue that we are facing currently. The Agenda 2063 of the African Union, which ties into the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. Generally, the Sustainable Development Goals, which touches in each and every one of your sectors, right? And my question is, what is the role of an engineer? And I think I will direct this to Engineer Daphne, who's dealing with renewables. Engineer Daphne, what is the role of an engineer in especially the achievement of these goals?
Yeah, thank you very much. Specifically in the energy sector, the role of an engineer, as what my institution partakes to do, we have a least cost power development plan for the country for the next 5 years, 10 years, and 20 years up to 2040. So in the engineering fraternity, we look at the power and energy requirements of the country and incorporate it to our least cost development plan. And at implementation level, we have engineering experts in energy transmission, power system protection, power system control, which at the moment we have managed to develop local capacity, something which was lacking in the last 10 years. I think we were the first energy transmission engineers to be employed in Kenya. And I'm glad to announce that we now have the local capacity to implement projects by ourselves as a country. Thank you.
Okay, engineer, still on the renewable side, how can we provide energy to people in low and middle income areas and marginalized areas such as Mandera, Wajir, the ASIL areas, arid and semi-arid areas of the country, who need energy for small-scale farming, who need energy for the small-scale projects, but the infrastructure is not yet set up there. How can we ensure that this is provided to them?
Sure, yeah. In the marginalized areas, it's uneconomical to build a power line from the city to a place like Mandera. But we are glad that we do have sun energy, solar energy, and we have had several partners develop mini grids to serve marginalized areas. And at a small scale household level where areas have not been reached by mini grids, we do have micro solar PV system and micro wind systems to just serve as small community areas. So plans are underway to reach marginalized areas using the possible technologies available. And this is work that is currently in progress.
Thank you, Engineer. I think we should move on with this conversation to Engineer Lucy, the engineer dealing with water recycling equipment and all. Engineer, quite recently, the government has been really up in arms with regards to the protection of maritime life in the coast and the generation of energy from the water sources that are there. Have there been any developments, in your opinion, with regards to this in ensuring that this desalination process in the coast and from our oceans is not only cost effective, but also beneficial to the communities along the coast and in wide scale to the entire country?
Thank you very much for that question, touching on desalination. We know globally the very well-renowned country in that area is Israel. And just studying and knowing about it, it's not a cheap affair to do water desalination. But what would be encouraged to the government departments that are focusing on that, because it's not yet developed, is that we really need to allocate funding to it. But now that we are sitting in a university and talking to future students who can think innovation, one of the biggest challenges in developing technologies towards sustainability, and it's actually been said, the problem is those technologies tend to be expensive. And as a net importer, as a country, we are depending on imported technology. So if we talk about desalination, maybe only 1% or very small percentage would be developed here locally. So the future long-term solution is actually to come up with our own homegrown solutions. As someone who has dealt with equipment that is from Europe, I'll tell you, when they design their equipment, it's designed for a country that has stable power supply. Maybe someone who was born in Europe has never experienced a power blackout. And then you go bring in an equipment that is designed to such an environment, and we are well aware of our power fluctuations in Kenya. So what that means is, as you, the young people who are interested in innovation, we need to have you thinking of localized ideas that are customized to our peculiar problems that we have. Because in our daily lives as engineers, those are the things we experience. You're designing something, maybe it requires stable power supply, but you know the reality here is fluctuations. And again, we in the leadership leading the engineering associations, again, it's up to us to lobby to the government to have support for us to be able to run out our innovations, because the biggest challenge is the financial outlay. We may have the intellectual capacity, but what we are lacking is the support to be able to develop this. So while the maritime energy generation or desalination is a big pipe dream, the reality of it is we need to develop it from the base, try to make our own homegrown solutions, because imported solutions, they are really good. They work where they come from, but they are designed to that specific environment. We need to localize our solutions, understand our local situation, and design things based on our local problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. That is quite interesting, because yesterday I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, and looking at most of the lifts we use to carry us from place to place, from floor to floor, most of these are made by Chinese farms are installed by Chinese farms. Engineer Alexandra, what do you think is the challenge in this importation of technologies that we might not understand? Does the challenge stem from academia, where students are being trained rightfully in areas that could be useful, but when they get to the job market, the skills are not really there? Is the importation of this tech the actual problem? Where does the buck start hitting us?
Okay, thank you for that question. In building services, we deal a lot with what you've mentioned, where we are trying to get wastewater treatment plants, and then we have to get people from South Africa to come do it, people from China. It's the most disappointing thing. And the problem that we face generally is that, as she said, we don't have enough production being done in the country. So what the government has done is set up SEZs, which allows all these companies to come and set up their factories here locally so that we can start manufacturing our own lifts. And if you know about the government's process right now, they're also trying to bring the automotive industry to Kenya. And that's the whole purpose of SEZ, to push companies like Toyota, BMW, and Schindler and Schneider lifts and things like that, so that they can come set up here and allow the local engineers to work on these technologies together. So that is the problem. And I think the government is working on that. But as engineers, when you come out into the field, you need to come with more drive to try and do local ideas. Companies like Mobius, they're really trying to, and promote it, support the local production that we have available.
That's brilliant. You have said when the engineers get into the job market, they need to come with the drive and the ambition. I'll throw my next question to Professor Maende. Professor, my question is actually twofold. You have correctly stated that you graduated from this school for 39 years ago. I guess most of us here were not even born more than 30 years ago. Yeah, you have been teaching for most of our lives. Sir, can you say that the students that leave your hands, or rather have left your hands over the years, be it at a undergraduate, be it at master's, be it PhD level, can you say that they have the drive that it takes to combat the challenges that are emerging in the day-to-day life of man?
You said, thank you for that. You said that the question is in two parts.
Yes, that's the first part.
That's the first part.
Yes.
Engineering students, in terms of the academic acumen, at the top in the whole country, almost everywhere in the world. These are students who come in with very top grades. They come in, they are quite sharp. And probably I could deviate a bit and tell you my first experience when I taught my first engineering class in the University of Nairobi. I was given a second year class, which those days we used to have 3 hours. I prepared my notes. There were 15 pages of handwritten notes with little pauses here. We'll sit here and discuss for about 20 minutes. We discuss for this and that and that. When I first asked the first question, the whole class answered in a chorus correctly. That was supposed to be 20 minutes discussion. By the time when I was on page 8, I was like 45 minutes into the class. I still had 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. To cut the long story short, after 1.5 hours, I literally fled from the class and gave them an assignment and went and read more than them. What I'm trying to say here is that these students that you are seeing here are the top brains that we have. And a lot of the things that we put them through as lecturers ends up either building their confidence in what they are capable of doing, or killing their confidence. From my own part, when I started teaching, the way I used to mentor them to go out with that kind of drive is slightly different from now after the many years of experience. Maybe I may just share with you that I worked in an industry in the UK for 6 years, in a manufacturing industry for 6 years, which really opened my eyes and a very different approach to what I do now. And therefore, yes, the students have the potential, but it is us to be able to exploit that particular potential and let them know that they are able to actually go out there and exploit that potential. So in short, what I'm saying is that we have had cases where we have actually produced students who have got graduates who have gone out with a drive. But then there are cases where some of them have actually gone out feeling even much more deflated than when they came in. What we need to do, first and foremost, is not a question of just teaching for the students to pass. It's a question of getting them to be able to know that they are better than some of the grades that they are getting if they employ themselves. I may share with you a very interesting case that happened the other day. There was a diploma student who joined our university in 2011, and he graduated 2 weeks ago. Remember, 2011 is now like 11 years ago. A diploma course takes maximum 6 years if you are repeating. But it was through, supposed to be 3 years, maximum 6. If you are repeating, go up to 6. Beyond 6, you're supposed to be sent home. But it was through the mentorship of this struggling student, because first year, his supplementaries, he failed them, he repeated. He went second year, he failed the first one, repeated the whole year. He went to third year, he failed third year. We didn't have students at that time, so he could not repeat. So he waited until he got students and he came back and continued. But you can see a person like that one as a testimony. When he eventually goes out there, he can tell people it can be done if you stick at it. These students have the potential, and all that we need to do as the trainers is to build that particular potential, give them the confidence that they can do it.
So, sir, if the potential is present and the ideas, I believe you are training them, or rather you are training us for the current job market. Find the public sector jobs, as Ambassador said in the morning, are not as many as we would want them to be given. Then how come, or rather why, actually, yeah, the question is why? Why is the capital raising process to fund their ideas? I mean, you have trained them. You know the capability of the students you're releasing into the market. You have been adjudicators at one point or another of their competitions. Why is it that the capital raising process for their projects is usually harder than it is verbally said? Why exactly?
May I make a small correction?
Yes, sir.
We don't train students at the university for the job market. We don't. We train, and if you hear when you're getting your degree, they tell you that they're giving you the power to read and do what appertains to what we have achieved. What I'm saying is this: an electrical engineer gets out of University of Nairobi and could be employed anywhere. You could be employed in a company which is maybe deal with electrical machines. You could be employed in, let's say, Ketraco, where they're supplying energy. You can see the requirements of these two are not the same. The standard operating procedures for each one of those particular enterprises are not the same. But what we have done is that we have trained this particular student to have the technical skills and that capability to learn new things, to readjust. Now, where it goes pear-shaped is that we do not operate like a system. A system has got those environments that surround it. We do not have a link with the industry, for example. And once you create a link between the industry and the academia, you will see the gaps that end up creating this problem of what you are referring to as the capital base. In most of the universities, that is something that we must work on. such that we are not so much in touch with the industry, and the industry fears us. Can you imagine a situation where we are having a CEO who probably his highest qualification is, a diploma, and they're there, who have risen through the ranks. And now we are inviting him to come to the university, talk to us, and the person he's inviting is a professor. Already there's a bit of a mislink there. I once went for an interview in the UK, and I went through processes of about 5 or so interviews. At the end of it, I was told I could not get the job because I've gone to school too much. I was asked, why have you gone to school? You look like a professional student. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying here, we need to demystify. Yeah, we need to demystify these, what you can call high octane power production in the university and what is going on in the industry, so that we link the academia with the actual practice. And that's what we're trying to do at Technical University by getting people who are in the industry to come and teach for us using the experience that they have. We are referring to them as professional fellows, so that they can be able now to share with us. And then we're also having another scheme where after 3 years, the professors should go to the industry for a year. Yeah, we attach them in an industry. The problem we're having is that when you go to the industry, instead of being supervised, we end up supervising. That's what we need kind of work on. So that particular kind of creation of a link between the industry and the academia, we believe will be able to even unlock some of the funding, some of the skills, some of the ideas that could be very easily shared between these two, what you can refer to as systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Engineer Bess, later this year in November, I think, we will be having one of the largest forum for engineering, where engineering meets, especially environmental engineering, meets climate. And it's been a topic since the Kyoto Protocol, the Stockholm Protocol. We've talked about this over and over and over again. But something that's quite interesting about this year's forum is that it's coming in the backdrop of the conflict between Egypt and Ethiopia, the conflict of the Nile. You know it? Yeah. What is the role that these young minds can play in one, helping to provide solutions ahead of that, what do you call it? Ahead of that conference? 2, according to you, what do you think exactly should the solution be to that conflict itself?
Okay, thank you. I'll try my best, although I don't think I am best suited for that question, partly because I am not from the region. But for the last maybe 15 years, one of the things that they've talked about is water war, that the next war would have been fought over water. And the problem in terms of water and water management is the spatial distribution. And so some countries like in Canada and so on, they have quite a bit of water, but in Africa, there is quite a bit of competition for the limited resource. And therefore, water rights has become a major problem within the context of availability of that natural resource. I think one of the things we can do is educate persons on the different aspects of water policies, water management, and so on. And therefore, in terms of managing that distribution of that natural resource. And so we can come up with persons with innovation in terms of access to water. I know one of the things that have been looked at here, and it's done quite a bit, is ground water access and groundwater management. And so if persons are better able to understand and therefore manage that resource, that can be managed. In terms of the geopolitical conflict, I don't think I want to go there. It has been a conflict for years. Water rights has been a conflict, not only here in Africa, in US, Canada, there's water rights issues as well. And as I said, it has, for years now, it has been said that one of the next war that will be fought will be war in terms of water, the water war. And so, yes, the geopolitical conflict, that one, I don't think I want to touch. Thank you.
Okay, that's a brilliant answer. Thank you, Prof. Engineer Phyllis, would you like to highlight on that? And also, just before we get to highlighting on that, just to add on to it, in the morning, Ambassador said we are facing quite an awkward planetary crisis, where where it's hitting us in slow motion, and it's very evident in our country. I mean, where, for example, the paradox of Garissa. Let's just take Garissa as an example. For example, where half the year the town is in drought, the other half of the year the town is flooded. How? What are the solutions that we as engineers can implement in these areas to ensure that such cases are not as repetitive as have been seen? I mean, these areas are productive, right?
Yeah, I like that. You know, the pause just said we're tired of this.
Yeah, we are. We actually are.
Yeah, we are. We all are. And one thing which is which I've encountered, especially being in industry, is that the way projects are structured and the way projects are structured is there's a lot of working in silos. So there's a Ministry of Water and water departments doing water and sanitation projects. And there's yet another department somewhere doing sanitation projects, perhaps solid waste. There another department doing roads, and there's not enough talking to each other within these works. There's infrastructure that was a road, a major highway that was launched many years ago. And you know, the first rain, there was such a flood over the road. And, you know, and looking back, and as they were trying to investigate, one of my friends was involved in just trying to investigate what's really the problem. Why are these drains not sufficient? And the calculations show they are sufficient. But, you know, it was found that one of the drains is blocked, and it's blocked with sugarcane. Yeah, there's that sugarcane guy with his wheelbarrow who does his business diligently, and at the end of the day just dumps his waste into a drain. He doesn't know where this thing goes. He, you know, for him, he doesn't know where that happens. So there's a way to vilify the sugarcane guy, but then again, what is the system for solid waste management that then that is in place? Where is he supposed to take this solid waste that he's generating? Yeah, so that as the road is being done, we are thinking about the solid waste, so that then these two systems are not, one development is not being cancelled by something very small that we could handle. So in one respect is that it's a cross-discipline problem, and that as our development, we need to talk more to each other. There has been great developments in this, as nowadays all projects need to be put to public participation. And I encountered something as I was doing a project in Bomet's water supply. And so we went out and were doing the mandatory environmental meetings and public participations. And so you go during the week and, you know, you call and say there will be a public participation on this day and this and that. And it's interesting that it's only the very old people, you know, who come to these meetings. You find, you know, especially in the villages, that, you know, people are busy. There are many people in town with great ideas, but we're not there. We're not there to give ideas, to say, this is what we would want, this is what we want, this is what we need. Because even as engineers, we are open to feedback. We are open to hearing that, no, you can't pass through here. We've had instances where they say, no, this side is sacred, or there's something there, let's go on this other side. Yeah, so it's very important even for us to engage, even beyond engineers, as citizens. really just engage because that is something that has come new in our constitution. Yeah, the geopolitical conflict is even resident even here in Kenya. And we've seen where even water, a river is in one county and supplies water to people in another county. Yeah, and the thing is that as much as politics may try to come in, we as citizens need to be even louder. And especially now we have a lot of engineers who are working in counties because water and sanitation are devolved functions, even the solid waste, all these are now devolved functions. And that when you find yourself as the engineer in county, it's not to sit back and say, oh, the politicians will do this or we might do this. So it's very important to build consensus and start talking to people, talking to build that consensus, the soft skills that Professor was talking about. That not just saying we've designed the road, it must go through here, but really just being on the ground and being in touch with what will actually stop this project and starting to go behind, not behind, but really go before. Yeah, and be all-rounded to bring in solutions, especially in the public sector. There's no two ways around it. And as engineers, we must not shy away from the conflict, but we must go ahead of it. We must foresee it coming and go ahead of it. Yeah.
That's actually quite brilliant that you brought up stakeholder engagement. I'm being told my time is almost up, but I have to engage our civil engineer and our graduate engineer. So quite recently, we've seen the bridge in Pai, Kajiado, the bridge that was launched today, and 3 days later, fell apart. Yeah, you saw it, right?
I did.
Yeah. Is it to mean that the stakeholder engagement in that region is not right? The policy upholding procedures are not in place? Or is it the project implementation procedures that are questionable in the area when it comes to the whole launching of projects that are, substandard to say the least?
I'll try to be quick on this because I think I have some additional time in the afternoon maybe to engage. The question of bridges collapsing and maybe buildings is one of the most controversial topics in the recent past. But I'll try to focus on the bridge because that's where your question is. There can be so many reasons why it happens, and those reasons can only be brought to the fore through a comprehensive inspection. For example, you might find one bridge is collapsing because of inadequate design. When someone goes to check the design, he checks the foundations, he will be able to know whether those foundations were properly studied and designed for, or whether the structure was properly designed for it to carry the load. But as you think about the bridge in Kajiado, in Masai Land, you remember there was also the Sigiri Bridge, whose collapse was a totally different reason. The other bridge collapsed because of the method and the sequence of constructing the bridge. So you check the design is okay, the foundation is okay. But when someone begins launching the beams and putting them into position, he does them in a sequence that applies excessive load on one side of it than it can bear. So because of that, because of the loading during the launching operations, one part of the bridge collapses. The long and short of it is that there are many reasons that can lead to such kind of collapses, and those reasons are of engineering nature. It might not be a question of stakeholder engagement because this is really engineering talk and it should be approached that way.
Exactly, engineer. My question was less on the stakeholder engagement process. My question was, these are issues that are seen every single day. As you have correctly said, Bridge A collapses probably because of improper procedures.
Another one because of age, another one because of design.
Exactly.
Like that.
But there are sectors already in place to ensure that some things are being checked on a regularly. So why doesn't this happen? What is the issue? Where has the rain started hitting us?
We are working in a loose regulatory environment. It's very loose, and as you correctly point out, but we are trying to walk back by first setting up the regulatory bodies. Do you know, for example, that the Engineers Board of Kenya, it only became an Engineers Board of Kenya just in 2011 after the promulgation of the new constitution in 2010. Otherwise, it used to be Engineers Registration Board. Their job was very clerical.
just register people and say this one is registered, this one is not registered. The actual regulatory work and mandate for the engineers board, it was done through legislative improvement just in 2011. And even up to now, I can bet the Engineers Board of Kenya has not begun actual regulation as it should be doing. There is still a long way to go. But now we have the board in place, we have the legislative framework in place, we have the National Construction Authority in place, we have the legislation in place. It's a matter of people now waking up to realize the huge mandate they have and begin following up. NCA today has to ensure that we have professionals on projects. Same for Engineers Board of Kenya. But we still have projects that are going on without professionals on those projects, so that we only realize when a disaster happens. So we are in a loose regulatory environment, and certainly we need to get up on our feet and try to do something about it, so that we rein everybody into the line. And actually, I believe if that happens, it will also create jobs for all of you.
Exactly.
Because we have an industry that consumes 2 trillion every budget year, but it can't employ 30,000 professionals. The people who have graduated, if you combine the graduate engineers plus professional engineers are only 2,500, but some of them are still jobless. The graduate engineers are about another 28,000 of them, but many of them are also jobless. Yet every year we have a budget of close to 2 trillion shillings on infrastructure alone. So if we have, and that's from the public sector, we still have private developers who are also doing projects. So if you add that, could add another trillion. 3 trillion, but cannot employ 30,000 professionals. That's a huge question. It's a regulatory loose end. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, to Bill, our graduate engineer and a senior fellow. Bill, how can you say, or rather in your opinion, what do you think the ideas proposed by all of these learned members of the panel, can they be molded into actually avenues to put money into our pockets? And if so, how?
For the records, I graduated 1.5 years ago. So next time, when you brought me in front of engineers with the hegemony of experience, actually they are 39 years, 10 years old. And recently I was going through the records of IEK, the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. I observed, but there have never been any woman president. So Engineer Lucy was vying. So when my fellow engineer said today the numbers favor them, I don't know what happened, engineer. I believed in I believed in you. Actually, I supported you. Howard, I'm always in Engineers Forum incognito, and I always observe what's happening. So definitely what the corporate world expects from the graduates is definitely the results. The capitalist will pay you after they have gained. So what we undergo at the institution is just to prepare us for the, because when I graduated, I went to in a foreign sector. I had to learn what they do. And then from there, if it suits you, if you think that's the place, that's your destiny, then you will adopt their policies, their organization culture, and then from there, you will be resourceful. So what the capitalists require definitely is results, and all that have been said here, adopting them, implementing them, and strictly doing monitoring, then you will obtain the results. Thank you.
Thank you so much, engineer. Let's give a round of applause to our brilliant panelists. Just as a parting shot, as the MC comes and joins us on stage, we have been called as engineers. I have to put a caveat there. I'm not an engineer, but for purposes of this conference, I will be, I choose to assimilate, I choose to identify myself as an engineer. Squeezy naona watu wana identify as a lot. Anyway, we have been called by Engineer Bill to identify the niches in the space and take advantage of them. Engineer Howard has even put a very huge challenge to us. Why don't we, as graduate engineers, find a way of chipping into the regulation framework that is there? Engineer Bess, though she evaded the question, quietly and quite rightly pointed out the role of the engineer in addressing modern and current day issues. I mean, guys, we need to be abreast with issues such as COP27. We need to be abreast with issues such as UNFCCC. Yeah? Let's just keep our heads above the water. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
I think we need to leave the students with a summary and like a burning shot. I know we've told you all these things, but maybe just quick pointers as you come out here, really what you have to be. First of all, we've talked about lack of funding or stuff. So as you do your engineering, I'm encouraging you to also become lobbyists. Be interested in politics, because most of us think we are just engineers, we shouldn't be in politics. But you know, it's the legislature that makes the laws of the land that will affect. So if you need funding, if you need innovation, R&D to be boosted, it means we need to be in the legislative space. So please, I also encourage you not to just be engineers. If you have this politics drive, please go for it to push for the policies of engineering. Soft skills is a must, because you're not just engaging as an engineer. So work on your soft skills, leverage on digital. The other thing you've heard about public participation, something we call design thinking. Please do not just come with your engineering genius mind and give a solution to the person without involving them. Because if you make for them a road going this way and they're used to passing here, your investment is a waste. So please, as you come out here, remember public participation of the end user of the solution that you're providing, and definitely always learning. Even if you find yourself, let's say, employed in a garage. In engineering, I say there is no opportunity wasted. Assuming you just find yourself in a small garage, but you are dreaming to be at Toyota as a mechanical engineer, take the engineering mind there with you. Don't just do what the garage does. Bring in some value. Try to tell them, I think we can do it this way, because a lot of Juakali industries, they are good, but they're just operating without a lot of non-technical. So instead of all waiting to go to big companies, go in there and bring your engineering mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Strong sentiments. I think we will have a photo session alongside the awarding of gifts to our panelists. Please come and join us on stage. Thank you.
Oh, so you have a question?
Panelists, organizers, there's one thing we should appreciate in anything to be legal binding on both sides. Look at a coin, it has two sides. Look at this panelist, it's one-sided. Why don't you let these guys ask 5 questions?
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. Sorry about that. Okay, anyone with a question?
Oh, sorry. My question, thank you, Engineer Goro, for that opportunity. My question is to Engineer, I think Daphne from Ketraco, if I'm correct. My question is, what are some of the recent developments in the transmission and penetration of electricity in Kenya? That is to ensure safety and efficiency of what is being transmitted to the end user. And finally, I think my question has been answered by Engineer Lucy, so I'll rest my case. But the second one, but the first one can be answered by Engineer Daphne. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. On energy transmission, our country has really evolved in that sector. So from 2011, when KETRACO was formed, we implemented the latest technology in energy transmission. So our network currently is automated. We have our National Power System Control Center connected to generating companies, the transmission network, as well as the distribution network. For instance, we use several technologies like substation automation systems and SCADA systems. So the substations automation systems monitor, they automate the operations of our substations as well as load dispatch at the National Control Center. So our grid is automated. And then secondly, we have a telecommunication network for the transmission grid that is connected to the distribution as well as the generating systems. So we have the centermost conductor of every earth wire in every transmission line equipped with a fiber optic, commonly known as OPGW. And those OPGWs, the fibers, we have multiplexers in each and every substation. These multiplexers have formed a telecommunication networks in the transmission network. So even in energy transmission and power transmission, we do have telecommunications engineers, a big number of telecommunication engineers. And the telecommunication network is connected to supercomputers called protection relays. I'm sure people in the power system sector have an idea of protection relays. And in that, we have developed capacity of a type of engineers called power systems protection engineers. And these are engineers who develop algorithms to automate and monitor faults in the transmission network. So if you're very keen, you realize that it's very rare to hear of maybe fire or a fault, a big fault that affects the nation towards the transmission levels, because the systems are automated and they detect faults and isolate the faulty part. And immediately the standby system takes over without human intervention. So I'm really glad that we are implementing and leveraging technology in our transmission sector. And this will be rolled out also at distribution level to be able to minimize the number of outages that we have in our country. I hope that is answered.
Okay, thank you. How are you? Thank you. I'm a civil structural engineer, but I got snagged into this electrical point, which is quite important to me, that they do own up that their highly technology system, automated system is working, switching on and off. That I agree with you. It is working so well that when you have this prepaid meter, you can pay somebody to set it when to go on and when to go off. Did you know that? So when you're not in the house, it goes on. It releases the little power. When you come in the evening, it switches off the reader, so you can use electricity for free. Did you know that? The second one is, and this I heard from one of your bosses yesterday, in this high power transmission cables, there are usually 3 cables. One of them is a fiber cable. Why are you not giving us service instead of these guys who are giving us cheap, useless systems? And they're all over the country. And fiber would be cheaper. Instead of all these people, you know, one that goes on and off, sometimes it's too weak, it can't download a book, and you have a very strong one. And you have even admitted it there. Why don't you do it? And I can connect to Mombasa, Kisumu, while I'm still in my small guest house in Umoja, because all those 3 cables are in Umoja and everywhere else. Then the other one goes to parastatals, approvals, and systems not working. And we were talking of a bridge that collapsed somewhere in the Rift Valley. That bridge collapsed to the center pillar. It had been opened earlier. But when we look at it as structural geotechnical engineering, I think Kenya needs to go there again and get proper people. They can come and consult us at a fee. And Kenya is the same one who is causing you people problem crossing Uhuru Highway with a tunnel which is half collapsed. Do you know that? Yes. They're even talking of, oh, we replace it. And you go past the tunnel, going to the CCU. You find sewer on the road, don't you? It is Kenya. Because they have blocked the outfall, and it is not going to the main, even the open drain. The VC has targeted me, and I even write to the Director General and call him direct line. And they are not moving. And you go and ask your boss whether he knows Engineer Goro, or it's Director Mawasi, or Engineer Julia, or Engineer Anthony Nganga. Each of them have about 10 letters. I've drafted, the VC has signed, and I've countersigned, and they don't do it. City Hall is the same. These parastatals do not follow technical issue 1. They do not have a backup of you engineers in their employment. They have very few. There's a time of about 15, 20 years, City Hall do not have a registered engineer, and they were approving construction, structural building, which is illegal because you can't sign a document when you're not registered. They didn't have until they were hit by the Architectural Association of Kenya, and then they incorporated Architectural Association of Kenya to help them approve drawings. That way, the professional body moved in, planners moved in, so the approving body in City Hall has a representation of architects, engineers, conservators, planners, and all those guys. So when anything goes for approval, half the approving board is from professionals. And I sat in that board for 15 years. But when we are sitting in a board with a list of documents we're looking at, Sonko, who was he? Governor or director? He said, I want this document included in that list and approved, and then brought back to my office. There are about 3. Then we say, can the board discuss? The professionals will say, you in City Hall, Health Department, did you discuss it? No. Do you know about it? No. Planning, do you know about it? No. No. Then this document shall be minuted and listed to be taken to all the departments in City Hall before it is brought to the meeting for approval consideration. Then we meet in 3 weeks' time. When we meet, that project was approved after 7 days, and the contractor is on site, and the constructor gave something like 25 million shillings. We are quoting figures because we were told quietly in the board, it was not minuted. That is why these parastatals have challenges, because there are people behind them who go and manipulate the professionals' input. And this happens a lot, especially you get the graduates, the technicians below the graduates are the ones who take the money, mix up the files, and then it goes to the boss, it passes the professional body, and it gets signed. So when you get to Kenya, Kura, which local authority, please be like this gentleman. I just got to know his name here. I've forgotten it, sorry. But I know he's a director of Coast Region on roads. Howard, please come to Nairobi. I'll show you how these guys are suffering because of Uhuru Highway.
Thank you.
And we did request that the graduation square should have a direct access outside the beacon lines of those property and Uhuru Highway to go and enter that gate, and that gate to have proper controls, because our 4 gates can have 2, 3, the left one, controls are bad. But they have accepted they will build a new tunnel once they get authority under the cost of that. Sorry, there's a lot more we can talk, but also let's look at NCA. You talked about NCA. What is NCA? National Construction Authority. Can somebody Google that and find out what are their duties? Their duties is issues to do with contractors, not consultants. But they have found out consultants also get paid in that project. So they're spreading their tentacles to us, consultants. We want your certificate, we want your license. So no, we are not contractors. No, we want to register. No, you have no authority to register us. Ours is Borac or EBK.
Professor.
Thank you, sorry.
Professor, thank you.
I'm not a professor. I'm a bit senior than a professor, because a professor cannot be registered as an engineer, but I'm a registered engineer.
Thank you, Engineer Goro. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Goro. Sometimes when time is a virtue, we tend to forget important issues. And I'd like now to invite the good-looking Shelley Wamboi and the gorgeous Sifa Kinoti for the gifting of our panelists.
Let me call them. So, Shelley, kindly gift Engineer Daphne Juma. Yeah, Engineer Daphne. Thank you. Sifa, okay, so Shelley, then please confer Engineer Phyllis Njoki with her gift. Yes. Thank you. Then the next is Engineer Howard from Kenha. And finally, Engineer Bill. He is an engineer to me. Thank you. Next, we will move to Sifa. Sifa, please give Professor Maende his gift. Then next, please do give Engineer Claudia her gift. Then please give Engineer Lucy her gift. And last but not least, please give Engineer Alexandra her gift. Thank you so much. Panelists, could we just be upstanding for a photo session? ESSA officials, please come and join us on stage. Thank you so much. My name is Kaunga Chule. Thank you for being such an attentive audience. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd request us to stand kindly. Let's all stand. Stand. Stretch, 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 stretch. Nice, nice. Now we may be seated. Tunaweza keti. Okay, so next on stage, I'd like to invite a petroleum engineer, Grace Kamau, to lead us on the workshop.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope we've had a very constructive morning and that we were able to listen into some of our industry leaders. I suggest that before you leave here, get some new contacts, network efficiently and understand, the real purpose of coming to an engineering conference. I will introduce a speaker from Novec. His name is Lenny Wenda Orengo. He's currently a firmware engineer at Novec. He holds a bachelor's degree in mechatronics engineering from JQuat, and his expertise is in the field of IoT, which is the Internet of Things, in embedded systems. He's going to give us a short presentation, and then we're getting to the workshops. In this main room, I'll repeat after the presentation, this main room, we have KenGen. On 4th floor, we have Kenya Space Agency. And on 5th floor at the press room, we have National Oil. If you're an electrical and mechanical engineer, or you're interested in electricity and generation, you can stay in this room. If you are interested, if you're a geospatial engineer or you're interested in space technologies, please go to room 405 on 4th floor. And if you're a petroleum engineer, please go to on 5th floor to the press room for National Oil. Novec? Yes.
Thank you so much. So all protocols observed. As you've all heard, my name is Lenny Orengo. I'm a firmware engineer at Novec Engineering. This is a company that is in the business of the design and manufacture of IoT vending machines. So I have a short presentation, kindly bear with me, on embedded systems design cycle. So moving on to the next slide. So what we can ask ourselves first is, what exactly is an embedded system? So in summary, a system is basically an aggregate of parts that work together to achieve a specific purpose. Right off the bat, an example would be a watch. So a watch could be called a time system because it has all the mechanical parts and the electronics working together to show you the time. So an embedded system, in short, is a special purpose computing system inside of another computing system or in an application environment. So let's move on to an example so that you can understand exactly what they are. So we have digital cameras, for example, the ones which our colleagues are using to take photos of us to capture this forum. Nowadays, the digital cameras have microcontrollers within them, which aid in image processing and to carry out very specific and complex functions. So another example will be the modern vending machines, the modern microwaves. These are all have microcontrollers within them to assist in their functioning. And we also have vending machines, which I'll be talking more about as we go on. So moving on to how these systems are designed. Three things that are important in the design of embedded systems are cost, power, and performance. So you find that these three considerations are inversely correlated. You increase the performance, you increase the cost, you increase the power consumption. But once you increase the cost, your product is not marketable. So you have to find a way of striking a balance between these three. And an important manner or way in which this balance can be obtained is through solid design principles and a framework with which engineers can use to do their designs. So moving on to the first process. Yes, so the first thing that an engineering team needs to establish is what are the requirements of the system. So typically the customer will come to you, I want a vending machine that's able to dispense, let's say, milk, oil, or whatever product is there. Then you as the engineers are supposed to sit down and write all that down so that you can use that as a framework on which you can write proper documentation as a guide towards implementation. So moving on to the next process. Now, after getting the requirements from the customer, the team is then supposed to sit down and formulate a proper specification document, which is to serve as a guide for implementation. So at this point, there should be no specifics as to how you're supposed to approach the problem, so that you can approach the solution with an open mind without having any biases. So moving on to the next process, we have, yes, the functional and architectural design. So very briefly, the functional design is just how many ways can you approach the problem. Take, for instance, you have to dispense oil. There are many mechanisms you can use. You can use diaphragmatic pumps, peristaltic pumps, and many approaches you can go about solving any given problem. So from that, you now narrow down based on the requirements. Let's say the operating environment of your system requires a specific pump for whatever reason. Maybe they're more reliable, maybe they are more cost effective. So it is in the architectural design stage that you actually settle on the specifics. So after that, we can move on. We can now go to the implementation stage, which for purposes of this discussion is prototyping. So this will involve actually getting down to work and implementation of the entire system. So the engineering team will split up into its constituent teams. The electrical guys will go and do their work. The mechanical guys will go and do their work. The software and the firmware guys, such as myself, will go and write the softwares for these embedded devices. After that is done, you have to test and ensure that whatever you have designed meets the specifications that had been recorded. Then after everything is validated, typically the embedded system can be delivered to the customer or can be monitored over a period of time so that many iterations can be done, as is normally the case. So finally, the last stage. Yes, the final stage is archiving, because during the entire design process, there's a lot of information that is generated, and it's important that that is captured in proper design documents such that no information is lost and all the knowledge is maintained within the team for future reference and to serve as a basis for future iterations. So a good way to verify that your archive is robust is through virgin builds. This is clearing out your development environment completely and trying to rebuild the design from scratch. And once you arrive at the proper design, then you know your documentation is complete. So a summary is just understand the requirements, decompose the system into constituent parts, then design as per the specifications that you have, then prototype, test, and archive. I think that is pretty clear. Yes, so in conclusion, more about Novec, the company I'm working for. So we build state-of-the-art oil ATM machines. So they have functions such as remote monitoring through cellular technology. We also have dynamic dispensing of the oil. This is based on the environment, and this is enabled through various sensors like temperature sensors, weight sensors. And we do this because we have a mission to reduce the single-use plastic in the fast-moving consumer goods supply chain. So fast-moving consumer goods are your everyday oil, salt, the things that you buy frequently. So you find that in most of these products, the kind of plastic that they use cannot be reused again. And what happens is that they go to the landfill, and we all know that once ultraviolet rays hit such kind of plastic, they release the greenhouse gases that cause havoc to our ozone layer. So the part that we play is cutting off the plastic from the supply chain. And another advantage of doing that, aside from the environmental aspect, is cutting down the cost that the packaging consumes. So we're working with partners such as Kappa and Nestle to achieve our goals. So we offer also many opportunities ranging from internships and attachments. So in the interest of time, I would like those who are interested, we can have a chat outside so that we can talk more about what opportunities are there. So I think that is all I have for you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Pardon. I managed to get the nearest microphone. I would like to very warmly welcome Monica from Kengen to please take us through the workshop. Can we please invite them with a warm clap? Just a reminder, there's a workshop happening for Kenya Space Agency on 4th floor, and there's a workshop for petroleum engineers on 5th floor in the press room. So ensure that you go for those. After workshops, that is only the time when lunch will be served. So if you're going outside to get lunch, there's no lunch right now. We finish the workshops, we all go for lunch, we come back and we have a celebration. So yes, thank you.
Thank you, Grace. I don't know whether you're setting us up. We are standing between their lunch and them. However, my name is Engineer Monica Karanja. I am an electrical engineer working at Kengen. We have a presentation that will take you through for you to get to know what Kengen does and what opportunities lie in Kengen. And to do that, my colleague, Engineer Teresa Karani, will start us off, and then I'll pick it up. Oh, it's not. Oh, you're not hearing. Oh. Okay, sorry. I said my name is Engineer Monica Karanja from Kengen. I'm an electrical engineer. So we are happy to be here today, and we'll take you through what Kengen does, or who is Kengen, and the opportunities that we have in Kengen for you engineering students. I have with me my colleague, Engineer Teresa Karani, and we also have Diana Muthoni, who is a young engineer who's just joined us, so she will also get to share some insights with you. So to start us off, I'll invite Engineer Karani to take us through. Maybe we can have the presentation up.
Okay, thanks, Monica, and good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, as she has already mentioned to you, my name is Engineer Teresa Karani from Kengen. I work there as the electricity dispatch manager. So I was, okay, before I get to the presentation, I was here some years back. I graduated in the year 2000 in electrical engineering and worked briefly outside before joining Kengen. And I've been in Kengen now for 17 years. So most of my working life, about 15 years, I was with the machines in the power plant, because as we are mainly generating power. But now I'm in the head office doing a lot of planning, coordination. In dispatch, we are just basically managing how we get our electricity to flow from our plants to our customers, who primarily is a sole buyer, who is Kenya Power. So that's my role. So without wasting much time, I've already told you I was here some years back. So You can just project that presentation, if it is possible. Just move on, please. Next slide. Okay, so I'll talk about the Kenya energy sector, where we belong. Next. Yeah, as you can see there, that is a photo that was taken from the satellite. It's showing all the continents. And as you can see, Africa is very dark, Asia, Europe, everywhere else is well lit, but Africa is very dark. So the challenge is to us and you that we light up Africa. And that is one of the things we are trying to do at KenGen. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, this is a breakdown of the Ministry of Energy. As you can see there, we have EPRA, who is the regulator of the entire sector and who is in charge of policy implementations. And also you can see there's a generation segment where we have KenGen, we have GDC, we have IPPs. IPPs is independent power producers who mainly are thermal. And we have REREC. REREC is Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporation. And then we have NUPEA, that is nuclear energy. Nuclear energy, power and energy agency. And then on the other side, we have transmission, KETRACO, who do transmission on high voltage lines, that is 132 and 220. And then also Kenya Power, it's dotted, so they do a little bit of transmission, especially the wood lines that belonged to them. And then we have distribution also, where REREC also has a hand. We can go to the next slide. So I'm coming now to KenGen. We have a mission, a vision, we have our values, and our main objective, our mission is to generate competitively priced electric energy using state-of-the-art technology, skill, and motivated human resource to ensure financial success. Our values is team spirit. We believe in teamwork, and so our jobs we deliver through teams. Integrity basically is doing the right thing at the right time. Professionalism, that's where competence comes in, so that you deliver quality and you also deliver effectively. Safety culture, we take safety very seriously, because when you're dealing with especially high voltages and machines, safety is key. Our vision is to be the top at the market, that is energy market, and to sell reliable, safe, quality, and competitively priced energy in East Africa. Can move to the next slide. Yeah, these are the KenGen departments as it is structured today. On top, we have, like any other organization or any other parastatal, we have board of directors, and then there's the MD and CEO and a technical manager there. So the reason we just wanted to show you this is to show you maybe the opportunities which you can target to focus or to try in KenGen. You can see right from the top, there's an opportunity to target to be a board member in KenGen. And a number of the board members are engineers by profession. Come down to the MD and CEO, you can target to get there, because a number of our MDs and CEOs were engineers, technical manager, or people who work in the MD's office. Some of them are engineers, and also target to work there. And then now we have 9 departments. I'll start with operations and the extreme end. This is where we have majority of our engineers in Kenya. Over 300 engineers in Kenya. So you can work there. Electrical engineers, mechanical, civil, they mainly work in the power plants, in power generation. And we do this generation in all our stations across Kenya. We have wind stations, geothermal, hydro, etc. And then next one is regulatory and corporate affairs department. Again, here we have engineers. This is where mainly we are dealing with the power purchase agreements and regulatory matters. And we have engineers working there. The next one is supply chain. Okay, this one not so much. Okay, then strategy and business performance. Again, we have engineers there. Actually, the current general manager is actually an electrical engineer. So this is a field you can target to be in. Strategies where you formulate the direction of the companies, where we are going, projects to be done, how we'll implement them, things like that. So you can join strategy. Then there's geothermal development. That's also one of our departments and has been headed by engineers. So here is where we are doing scientific works and drilling. And we find that quite a number of people there are engineers because we are dealing with rigs and drilling. There's a lot of technology there. There's also maintenance of those equipments and machines. So that is another area you can build your career. Then we go to finance and ICT. Again, this one employs a number of engineers, especially in telecoms, network management, and also support for the power plants where we have things like the IoT, that is Internet of Things. We have even the hardware, the computers, the SCADA, you know SCADA? You know the meaning of electrical engineers, yeah, this year's distributed control systems and supervisory control and data acquisitions. All those have some ICT aspects. And we have a number of engineers working in the ICT department and also software development. Okay, then we go to what we call business development. This one also is a major department in Kenya. This is where we construct power plants. These are project engineers, and they hire electrical, mechanical, and civil engineers. Because as you know, to develop a plant, there are structural works, there's design aspects. There's so much in developing and constructing a power plant. And that's another area that has very many engineers. HR and admin, okay, that's one not so much for engineers, and company secretary and legal affairs. So I'm just showing you that out of 9, these 6 departments are opportunities for engineers. Go to the next slide. So I just mentioned the mix of the energy sources for Kenyan. As I mentioned, we have hydro power plants, 45%, 825 megawatts, geothermal in Naivasha, 39%, which is 713 megawatts. But I'll say this is in terms of the installed capacity. That is different from what actually you dispatch or actually finally what you sell, because you find geothermal machines, we call them base load. Base load means it runs 24 hours, 365 days without stopping, but unless there's an outage to inspect it or repair. So you find by nature of geothermal being a base load, it will sell more than hydro. So actually, when you go to sales or the energy units that are delivered to the grid, they are more for geothermal, despite the fact that the installed capacity is less than hydro. And then wind is 1.4%, that is in Gong, and thermal, which is mainly in the coast, is 253. And the total installed capacity for Kenyan is 1,818. Next slide. Yeah, so in summary, this is the mix of our sales. So right now we are doing 62% of the market share in terms of energy, and our independent power producers are doing 38%. This is how we do our hydropower generation. We use water. The blue is water. It comes from a high point, so you create a head. So the head is one that determines the actual output with the machine. The higher the head, the higher the output. So as you can see, it rotates the turbine. What it's hitting as it goes down is turbine blades. And that turbine is just coupled to the generator. So once you rotate the turbine, you also rotate the rotor of the generator. And for electrical engineers, you've learned the theory, the science behind electricity generation. Yeah, when there is a magnetic field and you rotate a winding or a coil around a magnetic field, you induce a current inside that winding. Yeah, it's some electromagnetism effect there. Then you induce the current in the winding and it comes out as power at a certain current and at a certain voltage. So that's the science that we use in Kenya to generate electricity. Yeah, for geothermal is the same. The only difference is what is driving the turbine, what is driving the prime mover. So here we use underground steam. You can see we drill down. I talked about drilling a section that is in charge of drilling up to 3 kilometers downwards, and we extract the geothermal fluid. So when it comes up, the red pipe, again, the same principle, you rotate the turbine, which is coupled to the generator, and through electromagnetic effect, then you induce a current in the winding of the generator, and actually it comes out as electric power. You take to the transmission line and you step it up through the transformers and sell to Kenya Power. But as you've been told, there's also Ketraco. So at some point, we'll be selling to Ketraco. So I think my section is coming to an end. And wind. So what drives the prime mover here in wind is wind itself is a very strong force. So once it comes, it hits the blades of the turbine, and that turbine now is coupled again to the generator, the same principle, and current is generated. The red is the cable. So from the top, the power is brought down to the transformer, and you take it to the grid and sell to Kenya Power. Is there any other slide for me? The next one is. Yeah, so what are we doing to advance humanity? Okay, one of them, we are enablers by producing cheap, reliable electricity. We are enablers to the economy, and this is just in relation to the 4 agenda for the Jubilee government. We are supporting manufacturing by providing cheap power, which is reliable to our industries. The next thing we support is healthcare. That is mainly our hospitals, our labs, our everything, theaters and things like that need power. So ICU, so we are doing that to enable healthcare to happen. And then affordable housing again. I believe all of you in the evening in your houses, you're using some electricity. So we're also supporting households. And food security again, especially irrigation and things like that. So we are enablers to support humanity. So I call Monica to proceed.
Thank you, Teresa. I think now we have an idea who Kengen is. So assuming you are to be in an interview, can anyone tell me how hydro generation is done? Okay, so I think here we are just trying to get you to know how we generate electricity. using the different modes. And maybe you can take the questions much later. So you can still have the presentation up? So from what also we've learned about KenGen, which engineers do you think work in KenGen other than electrical, now that you said you're electrical? Anyone? Yes, mechanical. Anyone else? It's a workshop, so I'm assuming that you're supposed to be interactive, right? Which other engineer? Structural, civil, which other? Okay. So for electrical, can I have that? I think I prefer that. Okay, so for electrical, I'm sure in your class. Okay, yeah, so go back. No, I'm not controlling it. No, I'm not. I'm just using the pointer. No? Yes, there. Okay, so here we have generators. I don't know whether any of you have visited KenGen installations. So these are the generators that we have, and this is what we use to generate electricity. So in terms of our expertise, we actually tear this out, the core, and I don't want to sound like a lecturer here. So we have the core and then we have the coils so that we remove them. And during repair, we do all this. So these are for our machines that are running and generating. So you can see what kind of work is cut out for electrical engineers. We also have transformers. So this is a transformer that had gone bad. But as an engineer, we had to bring our brains together and we worked on it, repaired it, and you can see the output. Next. I think even from the morning, you could hear all the speakers saying that we need to be innovative, even in the field. So this innovation is something that is continuous. This is a remote operated vehicle. In the slide where you could see the water flowing from the dam to the turbine, you normally have that stretch ranging in terms of kilometers. Yeah, and so to inspect it, you would have to either cut off the water and walk. But now with this technology, we are able to monitor those water structures and water ways without having to shut down. We also do the operation and maintenance of Garcia solar power plant, which is owned by REREC, and they have over 200,000 PV. So we also do the operation and maintenance of this. Can go to the next. So we also do well testing. This is for our geothermal power plants. We also have a geology section. We have geophysicists, we have geochemists, and who get to tell us the composition of our processes in terms of the chemical compositions. And we also do the deep drilling services. We actually now even in Ethiopia, where we've been contracted to do drilling. So this is where the mechanical engineers come in. They also do maintenance of our turbines. For electrical engineers, we continue to do the power system protection so that we ensure you have the safe and reliable power. We also do automation and control, the SCADA systems. For this is just a screenshot of 6 power plants that are controlled remotely from one area. And we have the Center of Excellence, and this is where we conduct our trainings. And we also do trainings even for international students. You can go to the next. So in terms of collaborations with you students, one, we do have scholarships for secondary and also university students. We also do career guidance. We also have academic visits to power plants. I don't know whether you have organized for any or you have attended.
So, oh, not yet. Yeah, so I think, Grace, you have your work cut out. Ensure that they come and visit our installations. We also offer attachment. Anyone who's been to Kenjan on attachment? Okay, I hope next time if you have a chance, I'll see a hand. We also do internship programs. This is for students who've completed their education. After 5th year, you can apply for internship. It's normally a 6-month program that you enroll. And then we also do mentorship. We also have a Kenjan Innovation Seminar that we carry out every year, and we encourage participation of the university students. In our last physical innovation seminar, I remember seeing some students from University of Nairobi, so you can also take advantage of that. We also do partnership with academic institutions, universities and TVETs for tailor-made trainings. And of course, we have employment opportunities. So the other slide is just to try and talk about what does an electrical and electronics engineer do, and what sectors can you, even as you exit from university, which sectors can you look up to? And this is not an exhaustive list, so you can build on it. We have energy sector where Kenjan falls. We have manufacturing industries, telecommunication firms, education sector, healthcare. You can also be a consultant or you can be an entrepreneur. And in all this, you'll be designing, installing, commissioning, and maintaining either power system protection, you'll be in automation, you'll be in transmission and distribution, you can work on generators, transformers, repeater stations, even telecom, and any electrical equipment. You can move to the next. But even as we all do that, I think for us as engineers, we need to first of all know how to position ourselves. And with that, after graduating, the first thing that you need to do when you get your certificate, you had Engineer Grace in the morning saying that for you to be registered as a graduate engineer, all you need is your certificate and your ID. So you register with EBK, and this will give you an added advantage even as you scout for job. The other thing you need to do is invest in your gathering years. And what I mean by invest in your gathering years is you need to build a foundation. We are right now in campus, you've been taught, but when you go out there, you'll also need to learn and learn and learn a lot. You need to build a foundation that then will propel you upwards. I always use the analogy of, and I don't know that there's any civil engineer here, that the building that you put depends on the foundation. If your foundation is not strong enough, it will not be able to hold the building. The building we are in now, I'm sure the foundation was very deep for it to be a high rise. So even when you go out there, try and learn as much as you can, try and build a strong foundation that will propel you in future. You also need to be cognizant of the emerging trends. We have the Internet of Things, we have machine learning, automation, and even the earlier speaker here, he also mentioned about IoT. So you can see that is already a trend that is ongoing. And for us engineers, I think it's said that we are known for our actions. We talk less, but nevertheless, we also need to be good in communication so that then you can pass your message. And I think I cannot overemphasize on the benefits of networking. So you need to know how you're building your network. And this is just for you to be known so that opportunities can be sent to your way. And lastly, you need to know how to negotiate your way. I think we negotiate in every day. Every day of our lives, we do negotiation, be it with your roommate, be it with your friends, and you need to learn to negotiate. And in negotiation, we also need to learn when to give in, when to give up, and also sometimes when you need to walk away. And together, I think we'll continue putting engineering students in the lead. And before we welcome any questions, I want to welcome our young engineer. We call her our young engineer, Diana Mudhoni, to just give you a brief of her journey as she transitioned from university to employment. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diana Mudoni. I was a student here, like I think 4 years ago. I graduated in 2018. The graduate engineer in Kengen. And as Engineer Teresa said, most graduates go to the operations division, and that's where I'm currently situated at Olkaria Geothermal. Maybe some of you are wondering like how I got here, and I hope I'm audible. Yeah, so I'm wondering how, most of you are wondering how I got here, and the most important thing is skills. Oh yeah, skills and just proper preparation for the interviews. And when I say proper preparation, during my interview process, because I did it like a year ago, it was mainly technical since I was joining a technical field. And that encourages you, maybe what you learn here, you'd of course be asked in the interview room. For example, I was applying for electrical engineer, so they will ask basic things like motors and generators and transmission. So you have to know your points and have the knowledge you need. In addition to that, you'll wonder how you get here. So you need mentorship and research in ways of doing a proper CV just to get you shortlisted, and you also prove yourself in a panel. So I joined the company last year, June. I'm here to get to my 1 year. And currently in the geothermal section, the main thing we do is for a graduate engineer, when they take you up, you're just trained because you need to know like the whole place so well. So Engineer Teresa and Monica just did an like illustration of what you do. So during the first year, you just do everything in electrical and electronics. That is maintenance in terms of the electrical side, protection, instrumentation, and control. They'll give you an opportunity to do all that. Then later on, maybe in 2 or 3 years, you'll choose what you need to specialize in. Okay, the company is very favorable for young people in terms of innovation. They offer a platform such as G2G. In full, it means great to great. Good to great, sorry, good to great. So this is where you showcase all your ideas. And you're really appreciated after that in terms of your profile will grow, your confidence, and you'll just, it's just a way to keep you growing, which is the main thing that young people should do. Also, you could take up attachments in the company so that you can really appreciate the systems you've seen, and it gives you an opportunity to apply what you're learning and what you're doing. And also, this was a question that was answered in the panel. The industry looks for someone who is offering solutions. I can guarantee you'll find that in all the interviews you go, you need to offer solutions and showcase the skill you have. Yeah, so I would say Kengen is a great company, and I am proud of working for it for the past few months. And yeah, it's good being part of a team that's powering the nation. Yeah, so I'll give you an opportunity for questions and any comments that you have.
Thank you. I think we can have a round of applause for the presentation. Right, so the floor is open for questions. You can just raise your hand. I'll come to you and you can direct your question to someone.
Hello, I'm Simon Junior Benami, third year Biosystems Engineering. My question is concerning solar energy. Do you think we have really harnessed the full potential of solar energy, say 100% or maybe 99%? And if so, is it possible to harness it? And if so, do we have the technologies that can ensure the full implementation of it? And if so, why haven't we done so? Thank you.
Okay, so I'll take that. It's on, eh? Okay, yeah, so that's a good question about solar. And we have resources, I mean, we're at the equator, so we have the sun throughout the year. And for the technologies that we have, studies have shown that for us, the irradiation that we have within the country, the best technology that we can use is the PV. So right now we have had, for example, what I was showing here for Garissa, where we have 50 megawatt of solar. We also have some in Eldoret, but they're not Kenyan, disclaimer. But we also have some solar power plants in Eldoret. You'll be surprised that Eldoret also has a very good irradiation, as much as it's cold. And in terms of the percentages that we have harnessed, I'll say we've just started scratching the surface, yeah? But there's also the catch that as you're bringing in the intermittent sources, which we call, that is the solar, the wind, because you know they're not there throughout, and sometimes they're affected also by weather. So one time you could be having the sun, and then a cloud passes, and there's no generation. So what happens? So there needs to be a balance in terms of the intermittent generation and the farm generations. And when we talk of farm, we're talking of hydro, we're talking of geothermal, yeah? And so we need to have that balance. That's why you cannot harness solar one go, because you also need to keep up with the farm generation. I hope that's okay. And then we also have another technology, which is the concentrated CSP, but that's mostly in countries like Morocco because of their irradiation. So it depends with what irradiation you have within the country, then you get to pick the technology. But I can say a few years ago, solar was expensive, but with time, technology has really assisted. So the cost is coming down, and that's why there's an uptick in terms of solar generation.
Thank you. We have another question here.
I'm Isaac. I'm a second year doing civil engineering, and I have two questions. Number one, what is the lifespan for the equipment that you're using to generate wind? Like, how long will they perform before they have to be replaced? And number two, is there any research or development undergoing for Kenyan to soon start building and implement nuclear options to generate power?
Okay, I will answer, and we'll also invite my senior, Engineer Teresa, in case of any addition. So the first question is, how long do the generation equipment last? Yeah. So it depends with the equipment. You have transformer, you have generator, you have a turbine. Yeah. But for the electrical system, mostly they would have 30 to 40 years before you can think of an upgrade. We have power plants like Kindaruma that was constructed in 1968. It has served as well, but now because of the age, we've had to rehabilitate. So that's a continuous process that we need to keep on doing, monitoring it, trying to check how it's performing, and also that you can know the appropriate time or the opportune time to do rehabilitation. The other question was on nuclear. I think my senior was, when she was presenting the energy sector, you saw there's NUPEA. So NUPEA are the nuclear agency in Kenya who are mandated to carry out research. And what I know is that they are continuing to do research and see which is the best minimum base load that they can have for nuclear and whether we are also ready. So that's a research that is ongoing with a different institution, which is NUPEA.
I think more or less Monica's answered there, the lifetime of our generating equipment. So I'd mentioned we usually sign power purchase agreements with our off-taker, Kenya Power, and most of them are between 20 to 25 years. So you find that at the end of the 25 years, you find that the machines are still generating despite that. So we have like Olkaria 1, the old plant, which has done 40 years and is still generating. So it can go as far as beyond 40 years with confidence. Then I think you've talked about NUPEA. So NUPEA, they develop frameworks and policies to fast track the development of the nuclear power. And these are, they have been empowered by the Energy Act 2019. Yeah, thank you.
I think we still have time for more questions. Any more questions?
Thank you. I'm Victor Mishuki in the Department of Environmental and Biosystems Engineering. My question is, a while back, or taking us a little back, now that you have been in the engineering sector for quite a while, we have Diana. My question is on the accreditation. Now that she has been just there just recently, Grace mentioned that there is 36 months of what? Of professional competencies accreditation. Now that Diana has been there for the last 4 years, she has mentioned she graduated in 2018, believe so. Did she go through the 36 months so that now she can be in a position to be working as she is? Yeah, and what's the difference between the professional competency, that accreditation, and the internship of the 6 months? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, as Diana gets the mic, maybe I can first clarify. One is Diana has been with Kengen for less than a year. It's just that she graduated 4 years ago. Yeah, and one, the internship, the apprenticeship for 6 months, that's just when you graduate, then we give you a platform where you get to exercise what you are doing in school in the field. Yes. So after the internship, then if there are opportunities, you'll be considered. If not, then we also, we have given you a platform, and then now you give a chance to other people to come in on that. In terms of what Engineer Grace was talking about in the morning, in terms of registration. So there are two, let me call them, there are 3 levels, but let me concentrate on the 2 levels. One is on a graduate engineer. So for graduate engineer, you just need your certificate and your ID. You go and you get registered as a graduate engineer. However, for you to progress from a graduate engineer to a professional engineer, so that you can use the title ENG before your name, you need the 36 months. This 36 months is where you'll be going through a training. And Diana is lucky that in Kengen, when we get graduate engineers, we take them through 1 year of training. So there's 1 year of training, and that's purely training. You get to know the systems in and out. After that, then you will be working under your supervisor, who is an engineer, who will then guide you, more like hold your hand, as you walk through the other remaining 24 months. And during that period, you'll also be assigned roles and duties. And within that, you can even do projects that then improves the current situation. So you will have the 36, you have completed the 36 months that Engineer Grace was talking about. You'll have done several projects that then you can use to illustrate how you have used your engineering knowledge to solve problems. And now when you couple those two, that's what you will use now to register as a professional engineer. So you'll have 2 reports. You'll have one for your training report for the 36 months. You'll also have a report on your project, what you've done, what problem you've solved, what are the cost benefit analysis, how did you apply your engineering skills to develop that solution. Is that answered?
I think Engineer Monica has answered the biggest part of the question. Yes, I graduated in 2018, but it's still part of the preparation process. I was working in other companies, and I'll later join them in 2021. Yeah. Also, immediately after graduation, you can register as a graduate engineer. Just need your degree certificate and your ID. Then you can proceed as Monica said.
All right. Thank you very much. I think we shall have to end questions there, but I'm really proud at the turnout of this room. I think that's the best turnout, and I've been to all rooms, so I can testify to that. Before we go for lunch, I'd like to invite the team from Kengen on stage. We can have a picture together, and any member of any future engineer, any aspiring engineer who wants to come and take a picture with them are most welcome as well. So please make your way forward, and then we can go for lunch.
And as they're coming, so please ensure that they visit our installations. I didn't see any hand.
Yes, most definitely. Do visit the installations. Visit the Olkaria geothermal spa as well. It's very peaceful and it's very serene. So pass by there, pass by through the Olkaria geothermal plant. Yeah.
And it was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Oh, bye. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kenjan, for being here. I hope you'll see more interns coming and applying to Kenjan from the University of Nairobi from henceforth. Yes, indeed. All right. Lunch has been served, but before you go, please note that you have to be back. Those presenting projects, please be back by 3 o'clock. International time, not Kenyan time. Be here by 3 o'clock. Those who want to listen to the presentations also be here by 3 o'clock. We'll start. And I'll hand it over to him to pray for us before we go for lunch. Thanks.
Rise for a word of prayer. Let's stand up for a word of prayer. And guys, remember to vote. Your engineers. Okay, let's pray. Our God and our Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, thank you for this time. As we are going to take lunch, please be with us. As we come back, still be with us. I pray this humble prayer, believing and trusting. In Jesus' name, amen. By 3 turudi, then tumalize, tukate keki, deishe. So there's cake.
MC. MC. MC.
Hi, good afternoon, guys. Kama Konje, if you're inside and you have any project to present, we kindly request that you come up Mbele to this team of the people who are live streaming, so that if you have any PDF and your PPTs to be presented, they can start uploading them so that they can be able to be projected. I repeat, if you do have a project, please come into the podium right now so that we can start setting you guys up and we can send your PPTs to the people who are doing live streaming so that we can start doing the project right now. Thank you so much and thank you for attending ISC 5.0.
Mike. This is a request to everyone outside. We will be starting shortly. Kindly make your way inside and assume the seats. Please make your way inside. All students, please make your way through to the auditorium. We shall be starting. Students, kindly make your way inside. We shall be starting shortly. If you're presenting, also kindly come forward to the desk. Students, kindly make your way inside the auditorium. We shall be starting shortly.
Yeah, I hope you've all had lunch. I've heard that some students haven't had that privilege. Is there anyone in this auditorium right now who has not gotten lunch? Yes. We'll give you gift hampers. One. Any other person? I'm not giving you guys. You guys haven't had lunch. Okay. So can you come here at the auditorium? 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyone from this side? 5. Those 5 people that I've pointed out. Where are those 5 people I've pointed out? There are more than 5. So these are tokens, gift hampers from L'Oreal. We received them yesterday, and we thought the best way, since this is the International Engineering Students Conference, the best way to, give them out is to give them to the students. So this is just an idea we had, since they didn't get that opportunity to get something else, and they can get something else, yeah. So where's the guy with the suit? I saw a guy with the suit. Oh, sawa. Haya. Sawa, thank you. So right next we have a very high-end person joining us on the Zoom. CAS ICT Nadia Abdallah. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Awesome, awesome. So let's have the MC giving a profile of Miss Nadia Ahmed Abdallah, the Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of ICT, Youth and Innovation. Mitesh.
Thank you so much, Rama. It is my pleasure to be introducing the CAS of Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Nadia Ahmed. Nadia Ahmed is a young person's advocate She has been there to promote social entrepreneurship, young people, innovation, ideas, entrepreneurship, and anything that you can think of that you have come here to listen for. She has been a person of the youth, and she's always there to promote the youth, to help them grow, and to build Kenya better, right? She has also been a very significant player in the role of mental health of youth. And so without further ado, I'd like to introduce the CAS. CAS, the stage is yours. Ms. Ahmed.
It's okay. I was saying the host needs to unmute me. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Okay, cool. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Or good evening. It's really a great pleasure to be here, physically here this evening, and an honor to be among engineers who have gathered here for these past 2 days, really sharing and reflecting on ideas and engaging in thematic discussions from diverse areas of engineering. I believe the conference provided profitable discussions on matters of importance to the education and training of engineers and to all future engineering enterprises. I'm glad to see a number of countries represented as well. I commend the Engineering Students Association and the International Emerging Students Conference Organizing Committee for all the efforts made in convening this conference. Organizing such a platform is not only valuable, but a valued achievement. So kudos to you all. Really, the most significant part about this conference is the presence of young engineers and engineering students. I'd like to believe that you found it insightful and instructive, and together with other actors, you will embark on effecting the various aspects of the conference recommendations. As a government, we support such initiatives and have every intention to implement recommendations that have stemmed from the different discussions. However, my insights are set on the participation of women. Over the past decades, diversity and inclusion in engineering has become a mainstream topic for many engineering organizations around the world. We look at participation of women in the development of advancing technologies, especially engineering, being critical to achieving the SDGs. Indeed, none of the SDGs will be achieved without considering solutions through a diverse lens and without the full participation of underrepresented and marginalized groups, as well as their effective participation in decision-making roles in political, economic, and public life as well. So for us to ensure women's access to technology and engineering, it will close many or open many gender gaps and ensure that women can benefit from and participate in the technology revolution, as well as take up leadership positions. So ladies and gentlemen and students, as you know, for centuries, engineers have played a key role in transforming the world through innovation, improving quality of life, and really economic growth. Advancement in science, engineering, and technology have led to engineering solutions underpinning successive industrial revolutions that have powered economic growth. In the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic and at the threshold of the fourth industrial revolution, engineers are needed more than ever. Addressing sustainable development admin challenging of climate change, population growth, and urbanization require innovation and innovative mechanism and technological-based solutions. With its range of sub-disciplines, engineering has a central role in all the 17 UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So really, the world now finds itself on the threshold of the fourth industrial revolution, where data and the interconnectedness of machinery and the Internet of Things will drive new efficiencies and innovations, and engineering remains at the heart of this revolution. Engineers are recognized more than ever as the key driving force for countries to develop their economies in every area, including education, health, transport, housing, smart cities, and industries that provide jobs for all. The capacity and competence building are therefore critical to ensure that there is an adequate number of engineers capable and ready to work on these trends and challenges. So this is particularly important in Africa, where the per capita number of engineer professionals is lower than in other regions of the world. Engineering, both as a profession and discipline, has evolved with development of humanity and has long specialized and valued for numerous reasons: highly technical expertise, complex problem solving, and the foresight to consider how design will perform 5 years or more into the future, just to name a few. From aerospace to environment, to water, to energy, to buildings or transportation. These industries greatly affect citizens on a daily basis, directly and indirectly. While extremely technical and complex, these industries are also at the core human systems. The challenge is that while we can engineer a technical system, it is a lot harder to engineer humans. That said, industries currently have a notable need for human-centeredness to them. What we need to do is to equip our current and future engineers with tools, approaches, and mindset that will help them stay true to their fundamental purposes. Things like solving problems that make life safer and easier for humankind. The idea that we have is to build things that are not just advanced, but also readily acceptable. And the digital era and the shift in people's expectations are both a challenge and an opportunity to bring more humanity into the complex system that surrounds us. When you talk about human-centered designs and design thinking are a robust approach to help us achieve that. Engineering institutions therefore need to invest early in the design teams as a strategy to inspire responsive and human-centered project ideas among students and eventually produce graduates who are forward thinkers and future trailblazers. Students and ladies and gentlemen, we cannot ignore that we are already arrived at the next industrial revolution, and that fundamentally transforms our economies and societies. Thinking and acting around the fourth industrial revolution, characterized by a range of new technologies that are fusing the physical, digital, and biological world's demands integrating into the professions. In delivering service to the society in this ever-evolving world, we need to shape the next generation of engineers by integrating engineering not only by the designs, but also other professions. This will enable global challenges to be addressed in more balanced and holistic way. Kenya, as you all know, is a fast-growing country, and engineers are expected to design the future going forward. The challenge for engineers is to develop sustainable, resilient, and inclusive infrastructures, especially in countries like Kenya that are exposed to the adverse impacts of climate change. We must develop engineering professions and activities in line with the sustainability and innovation environment. As you know, our shared goal must be to weave the idea of sustainability into each and every aspect of engineering activity, and to make responsible engineers a common concept among the enterprise and the profession. Further, as I mentioned earlier, an integration of professions and honing skills in human-centered design is essential for young engineers to plug in and improve sustainability. So as I conclude, I'd like to first appreciate University of Nairobi for its contribution to the national development by the efforts you put in to prepare students who are going on to thrive in dynamic and fulfilling careers. As witnessed through the high caliber of engineers the university churns out into the Kenyan labor force. I want to also extend my appreciation to the esteemed Faculty of Engineering for being an innovative faculty where students can pursue their studies in a stimulating learning environment. Your courses stand out as some of the best in the country and beyond when compared to other universities. So I really encourage you to keep staying ahead of the game, keep up the developments in the world of engineering. And to the students, engineering has always been reflected and influenced the challenges and opportunity of the day-to-day and such. The potential and opportunities facing today's graduates of engineering are broad and inspiring. While the basic structure of engineering education remains familiar, the environment and the context within the engineers will need to practice, reflect, and change the challenges and opportunities that are uniquely ranging from the simplest to the most complex. So it's truly remarkable and it's extraordinary profession that really brings together smart thinking and pushes boundaries of what can be achieved. Therefore, continue using your innovation, creativity, and a wealth of knowledge to make immeasurable contribution to the society. Forge on knowing that whatever you wish to contribute to the society through engineering, nothing compares to knowing that you have achieved something that has impacted people's lives for the better. I wish you all the best through education and beyond. And distinguished guests, the world must overcome a large number of challenges if it is to meet the SDGs by 2030, among which the imbalance and in development between different regions in the most serious way. This emphasizes the need for global partnership in building engineering capacity, especially in the developing worlds. May we all recognize the urgent demand for engineering and join hands to foster engineering development through investments, cooperation in every country, in every region, and worldwide, and make engineering a true enabler, equalizer, and accelerator to deliver on the SDGs. The engineering profession is poised to make its most significant impact on human history in the coming century. We must all be on the crest of the wave. I hope that this conference inspires ideas to improve and innovate engineering and help achieve the full potential of engineers to benefit the sustainable development of humankind and the planet Earth. With the prolific discussion, we should all look forward to the transformation into practical reality of recommendation developed here. The engineering platform knows no boundaries, but all are working towards the same common goal, building a sustainable world. Let us rise to the challenge of the day and dedicate ourselves to building stronger nations. I have high hopes from the community of engineers, both here in Kenya and internationally, and call upon all to lead the way in shaping the future. With all the few remarks, I hereby declare this conference being successful, and I'm very happy to have been part of it virtually. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CAF. The audience here is very eager and very excited. However, due to time constraints, we will only be able to take one question. So who has that one pressing question that they would really like to ask? Anyone? We have time for one question. Anyone? Mike.
Okay, thank you for that wonderful presentation. I'd just like to know from where you stand with the experience you've had, where do you think the youth, what's the future you can picture for the youth engineers in 5 years to come from your viewpoint? Thank you.
5 years to come, I think there will be a great demand for, or an influx in demand for engineers. This is because we are currently in the 4th industrial revolution. We're going into the 5th industrial revolution. And so the demand for people like yourselves is going to be very high. I mean, when I was in school, I was one of the people who was so scared of, generally STEM subjects, and I have a lot of friends who also stay away from those. And so right now, because of how we are talking more, empowering more young people and telling them, you know what, let's take up this subject so we can be more innovative, so we can be more participative. I see a rise in young people really being part of it, really coming up with sustainable solutions. And I also see more companies incorporating more young people in the different sectors. I see more women as well breaking the barriers and really coming up and also taking up the subject. So there'll be a shift. I feel like to be more of engineers and less of us who are doing social studies, who are going to be there, because you guys are going to be needed more. You guys need to come up with solutions that will break the barrier, and will be able to champion and help some of us understand things and really come up with solutions to move forward. And that's what I said. We need more of you to really come up with ideas to build sustainable nations, because that's where the world is going to right now. So I see a very bright future.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. CAS Nadia Ahmed, thank you so much for coming. There are a few important things you have highlighted, such as participation of women and how engineers are so central to all 17 SDGs. And I think that's a very important takeaway from this. I also think across the entire conference, if there is one thing that has been repeated over and over again, it's about human-centered design. And if there is one thing all of you should take away from this conference, should be how to use human-centered design to guide your decisions forward to make your life as an engineer awesome. Right, thank you so much once again. We have a token of appreciation for the CAS. However, since you're physically not present, we shall arrange with the IESC team to get it sent over to your office. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to you all.
Thank you again. I'd now like to invite my co-hosts to go ahead with this program.
Oh, hey guys. So we are moving direct to the mini projects. But first of all, I want to introduce the judges to you guys. Then we move direct to the projects. We are going to have 9 projects, presentations, and I just hope you guys will stick around until you're done. Okay, so our first judge, I'd like you to stand and wave. Engineer Kahoro, kindly. Thank you. The next judge is Engineer Howard. Thank you. And last but not least, we have Engineer Nathan. I'm now going to call upon Anne to start us off.
So our first presenter will be Gerald. He's a student from TUK, an electrical engineering student. Gerald.
As he makes his way to the stage, I'd like to encourage all teams to be ready. You know when you're coming next. So when you see them finishing, kindly prepare yourself backstage and then you can take over.
All protocols observed. Good evening. Is it good evening? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So my apologies for that bit of confusion. My name is Gerald Mbuthia. I'm a fourth-year student taking electrical and electronics engineering. With me here is a project that is close to my heart. I'm quite passionate with what I've built here. And to give you a bit of a backstory is that I believe all of you guys usually take photos, right? So personally, I'm quite good at taking photos, such amazing photos. But the issue always comes when it's my turn to get that photo taken. When someone has to take that photo of me, I always find that the quality is not as I would take it. So I decided to build something that will actually do that for me. But during the process, I realized that this was something that could be more, not just for me, but for the whole industry as a whole. And that's why I decided to bring it here to you guys, showcase with you what I've been working on, and you can get to appreciate the things that we, the youths of Kenya and engineers at large, can be able to achieve. So my slide is Gerald Mbuthia. Autonomous robot, video capturing robot. Autonomous video capturing robot. Yeah. So my project is all about coming up with better ideas, better ways of actualizing the processes of manufacturing in our industries. So one thing that you have to realize is that the current processes in industries tend to be more automated or pre-programmed. So I decided to come up with a way that will make this be a lot better, a lot efficient, and much more accurate. So that's the title, Autonomous Video Capturing Robot, Robotics and Computer Vision as an Industry Innovation for Humanity. Next. So my problem statement entails the fact that we as Kenya have entered an age where the government really has a focus in manufacturing and the industry sector as a whole. The Big Four agenda has been enacted and is being implemented to ensure that we as Kenya have the capacity to provide affordable housing, provide food security, increase industry innovation and manufacturing. So the issue with the current architecture of industries is that they use predated, let me call them predated. They use predated automation processes. You get that someone comes in, feeds in code, and that code is the one supposed to be doing all the functions of that particular plant. The issue comes in that if there is a slight problem, if there is an issue that cannot be identified by whoever who is overseeing, the whole batch of products becomes ruined. And that's what I decided to come up with an intelligent solution to, let's go to the next slide, to overcome this challenge. So the proposed solution is design and implementation of a fully autonomous robot to aid in production processes. The beauty of an autonomous robot or machine plant is that it is capable of making decisions depending on the current stage of the product. So we are going to see how that will be. I'm going to use this robot here as a proof of concept of what I'm really trying to do. And I'm going to show you guys how it will work. Let's go to the next particular mini. So my scope of research is videography. To achieve computer vision, you also have to have some fundamental concepts of videography. I've actually seen that one of the machines here is probably automated. No one is no one is touching it, but it's remote controlled. And you'll see that it has smooth movements that are needed when it comes to capturing videos. So in my case, I think you've passed. So in my case, I'm going to try and make a robot that will ensure that the video captured by the robot is sufficient enough to enable it to make decisions. Let's go to the next. So my main objectives are going to be one, to detect an object from a video by use of a camera. Number two is going to be number two is going to be basically to achieve various motion from that visual stimuli that has been received from the robot. Okay, let me see. Okay, so my specific objectives will be to detect an object to be captured on video automatically, to control the robot using visual stimuli from the camera sensor, to achieve a variety of motion in order to capture the object on video. Let's go to existing solutions. So already, the existing solutions are robots that already have the capacity to use the pre-existing robotics concepts, but also these robots tend to have some limitation. One of that limitation is that they are less intelligent. They have to have input from a teleoperator. Another limitation is that they tend to be localized. They can't move from one point to another. These are the things that I'm trying to personally overcome. Such robots include pick and place, where a robot lifts and places an item to a particular destination. Another one is also quality control. Yes? Pardon? Oh my goodness. Okay. So I think I'm not going to even use the slides. Let me just continue. So my robot here is basically an agglomeration of subsystems. There is a payload subsystem, which is going to be a sensor. There is also a subsystem, which is the actuation subsystem. This is going to help maneuver the camera from one point to another. Then there is also going to be the OBC whose purpose will be to control and to implement machine learning algorithms that will enable detection of the various objects that the primary user wants to detect. For example, if you're in a power plant and you want to detect whether some nails have been put right, you will have to create a model that will enable you to figure out that this particular thing protruding from here is a nail or a nut. And then from then on, you can achieve some control basics. So I'm going to showcase what I have here. So what I have here is a basic robot. So I've not yet been able to achieve the autonomy, but I'm going to likely show you how the process will go. So I have an Arduino Mega that has a motor shield stacked on top. This motor shield provides the driving power to enable the robot to move from one position to another. Then we have an ESP8266, whose purpose is to allow for control over the internet. This is going to be something that I'm going to showcase that is a teleoperated robot. This is third from the full autonomy. This is in third position in the levels of autonomy, the fourth being full autonomy. This is how it's going to work. So I'm going to log into my Chrome browser, and I'm going to input the URL.
Excuse me. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think what you need maybe just to tell us is what do we expect to see even if it's not working right now?
Okay, it's actually working. The problem was the time was quite moving. But what we expect to see is that the robot will be able to achieve motion. Will be able to achieve motion without the need of anybody adding any info, making any input to the device. So for example, what I have here is a robot that this is a human operated robot. And so this is a human operated robot. But when I come up with, I had some algorithms here I wanted to show you at work, but due to time, I'm not going to be able to. So what will happen is that there's a capacity to track a face, to track an object, whatever it is that you want, and you're going to achieve autonomy with that particular robot.
Okay, maybe my last question would be, are you inputting data for your sensor to be able to determine a face from, let's say, a football?
Yes. So machine learning will be a critical input to my system. Machine learning will enable to get patterns, to receive patterns from the various objects that you want. Maybe your camera is facing you. If you want to see if you are a person, the model will basically have a way of determining whether you are by just putting in the patterns, piecing in the points and seeing, is this really a person? That is something that will be needed. You need to train your system, and then you'll get an output from there.
What exactly is it supposed to solve?
So
is it supposed to solve photography or robotics?
Okay, so one thing about computer vision is basically videography. You need to get videos, and then that video is processed, and from there on, your system can make a decision of the appropriate functions that it needs to solve. In industries right now, you find that programmers are set out to come design a machine system that will operate in predetermined functions. So maybe you get a robot arm that is designed to move from one point to another. But when you incorporate computer vision, you get that the machine itself decides how it's going to operate. With a few machine learning models and some training to do, you'll find that a whole industry is basically just machines deciding on what they're supposed to do. Like Xiaomi, for example, has a 24-hour operation because of machine learning protocols that they've put in place to allow for 24-hour production without the need of any person being within the vicinity. Mercedes also has such a robot that uses video for quality assurance.
So Gerard,
yes,
thank you so much for the project.
Thank you.
Just one small question from myself.
Sure.
In terms of feasibility as a young graduate, do you think you can use this idea if, let's say, for example, you don't get some employment immediately, to make it feasible for you to generate some income as an entrepreneur?
Yes. Like I said, my initial project idea was to take video photos for individuals without the need of someone inputting their directions or anything towards there. So basically, the robot will decide how to do something. All you have to do is to tell it, this is the way you have to do. So basically, this can be used for photography. It can also be utilized for quality assurance, whereby, let's say you have a batch of soda, you need to check whether that soda is filled. That can also be put in place. You can also have a robot that ferries around goods to students within a campus. That can also be put in place by use of computer vision.
Can this do normal photography and videography? Can I send this to go and take photos for me in a wedding, or does it have very specific places it can take the photos?
So let's say we wanted to take a video of this particular room. All I have to do is to come and tell it there are some constrictions. These are the places that you don't need to cross. So you'll find that your robot can move around in a given area, take videos in whatever order that you have asked it to, and it will be able to save that video or live stream it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I like the idea that you can use it for zero defect detection in the manufacturing setup. I know especially for the information like lot numbering, which are more legislative requirements from the government. So it's a brilliant idea. Yes. But I know globally, as we see today, there is a shortage of the semiconductors globally. I don't know, probably I'm not asking you as a question, but just think about that for the feasibility side of it as an entrepreneur.
Sure.
Thank
Should
you.
I answer? Or?
No,
okay.
You don't need to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Gerald.
Okay, thank you.
We will give you a verdict at the end. The other presenters, you could be getting your presentations ready and on the queue so that once someone clears from the stage, you take minimal time to take your position.
Just as he's setting up, good afternoon, everyone. So my project is, it's titled Smart Emergency Exit. Okay, it's up. So it's titled Smart Emergency Exit. I'm Dennis from the University of Nairobi. So did you know that there have been at least 750 arson attempts at Kenya secondary boarding schools from 2008 to 2018? And in some years have been relatively more, like in 2016, there were 239 such cases, but every year has seen dozens of arson attempts. So this is an example of a fire event which happened last year in October at Buruburu Girls Dormitory. As you can see, there's a girl jumping from the third floor of their dormitory. So my proposal is a smart fire exit system to help evacuate people seamlessly and in the shortest time possible through the smart emergency exit. So the smart emergency exit will be composed of the exit tubing and the smart system. So this is the design of the exit tubing. As you can see, I'll explain more as we move on. And now this is the cross-section view, and this is the whole of it. So let's go to the design. So the design consideration, now this is in designing the exit tubing, which we'll use to exit the building in case of fire emergencies. So we had to consider that it had to handle all forces that it experiences as a person is descending down. The tube should be used by a person of any age and size. Okay, since also the tube should adhere to every emergency and the material should be light enough. And since it's being used under conditions such as fire and emergencies, it should be fire resistant. So those were the consideration. And also it should not be used by people with malicious intentions to access the building. So let's go to just as a sum, the material used in designing the exit tubing. So the diagram you saw in slide 5, these are now from the outside, it has an aluminum lining. Now that one is, so majorly the material used to, to prevent fire or to resist burning in case of a fire, because majorly the application of this tube will be when the house is on fire and you really need to exit the building as soon as possible. So the outermost part is the aluminum lining. Now this one, okay, we know it, as we've done material science, we know its characteristics. So this one majorly reflects as much heat as possible. Then there's the synthetic resistant fiber. Okay, that one, and then fire extinguishing chemicals. Now this one will be between the second and the third material. So the fire extinguishing chemicals are majorly monoammonium phosphate and potassium bicarbonate. Then there's a thermal insulator, that's the next layer. Then the elastic material. Now that, as you saw from the design, the way it is shaped, so that it can, so it's shaped to elastically to allow people of any sizes and any ages to pass through. And it's so the friction as you come down will enable you to come slowly and at a slow pace, which you won't get any injuries and any, which you won't get any injuries. So the inner lining of the layer will be designed in a way to mimic the peristalsis in the esophagus. The design shape and the elasticity of the layer will ensure a person descends down the tubing in a smooth and systematic manner. So those are just design consideration. Minimize. Minimize. Okay, so this is just a picture, an example of a picture of the tubing being, after being installed in a building. So our design is such that it should not affect the aesthetic or the look of any building. So in that manner, it will be confined such that it is, when you open it by using a button, and it's such that you can access it from any floor in the building. So that now it will be through the window. Okay, let's go to the next. So, so this tubing cannot function without a brain. Now that's where the smart system and the technology comes in. So inside the building, we'll be having cables, or cable and smoke detectors, which will be installed to detect the fires with high accuracy. So also after the fire has been detected by the fire detectors, it will, we'll use Internet of Things to communicate with other sensors in the tube. And this one will also communicate with an application in your phone to guide the person to the nearest exit, so that to prevent crowding and to ensure that you don't go to the wrong place. So also, the fire detectors will be designed to detect fires and classify it starting from the most severe section. This is where the evacuation will start from. Our mobile phones will be able to locate the nearest exit tubing via the beacons technology, which it's a technology for location inside buildings or confined places. So yeah, through the IoT or Internet of Things, the sensors in the exit tube, the fire detectors, and our mobile phones will be able to communicate to ensure the safest exit. So the exit tubing is designed in a way that selected people can use it to gain entrance into the building. The selected people will have a special code to open the tube. Every floor should have access to the exit tubing through their own window. The smart system will also play a part in the guiding the people on when to enter the tubing so as to avoid collisions inside the exit tube. The tube will be opened by the use of of switches beside the window and also retracted in the same way. So as a conclusion, so challenges likely to face in the implementation is ignorance by the real estate to include fire safety designs in their construction. Hence, policies should be implemented which the adherence should be mandatory. So the systems needs maintenance regularly and also poor safety protocols as people have not been drilled to handle such emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. I just want to go quick to the question so that we save a bit of time. This sounds like Yona in the fish stomach story. And I was just asking myself, when you are going through that tube, how do you breathe?
So, so the tube has openings in every window at an interval, but the openings are so minimal that you cannot get out the tube. You will just continue with your downward descending, but you won't get out. So they're just breathing spaces.
You are descending at approximately what speed?
Just minimal enough. It's like, how can I say? Okay, just speed which is enough for you not to get hurt and not so slow enough to allow the other person to get in and get out. So do you need a quotation or a number in kilometers or meters per second or what?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. My question would be, what is the plan for retracting this particular device once it has been used? Do you need to also make any changes, or are there like consumables, things that need to be removed? Thank you.
So in my design, so okay, so then when it's being retracted, you'll do it manually. There's nothing needed. There's no repairs required or anything to be added or removed, because in you using the tube to get down, you are not depleting the tube unless it has been used a high number of times. But there has to be maintenance.
So Dennis, for me, I think, let's say in a setup where you don't have a lot of traffic, it's an idea that can work well. But as you have shown us in the first, I think the first page, it's in a secondary school where you have a lot of traffic, a lot of people. I feel like I don't know, I feel like this could be another source of injuries, if not well taken care of inside this tube. The other comment around this is that what is the connection between the different floors into this tube? If you have 5 floors, what will be there? And you have fire in the, let's say, 5th floor, will you have some traffic coming through from the 5th floor or 4th floor, that floor? What is the relationship? I didn't get that very well.
Yeah. So the connection for each floor is through the window. So there's an opening into the tube, small enough whereby you can just open and enter in, enough for you to enter in, but you can't, but the person descending down can't fall down. And what is going to control the entrance and the exit? Okay, let's say the entrance is the smart system. The smart system is going to detect how high the person coming down is, and it will either allow you to open it or not.
Yes. I'm happy you're solving a real problem and you have your numbers and your statistics, right? But I'm just trying to think, as my colleagues are asking, on how the system can function fully and be safe, and also evacuate the numbers that are required within the short period of time. Otherwise, thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
So good afternoon. My name is Ricky Duro, and my partner is Mondera Mike. So our project, as you can see from the title, self-sustaining wastewater treatment is based upon SDG 6, whose aim is to achieve sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. Sorry, sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. So the achievement of this goal is measured in terms of proportions of wastewater that is treated safely for consumption. And so far as it stands, still billions of people lack access of clean water for drinking, and this incorporates hygiene. And this incorporates hygiene. So as you can see, the number is portrayed on the slides. Next slide, please. Okay, so that one talks about SDG 6, and under it we have 6.3, whose main aim is to improve water quality by reducing pollution. And to track the progress towards the target, there's a performance indicator, that is 631, that monitors the proportion of total industrial waste and domestic waste water flows safely treated in compliance with national or local standards, of which only 28% of wastewater is treated. Next slide. So from the graph, you can see in sub-Saharan Africa, we have roughly only 28% of proportion of wastewater flow that is safely treated. So what are the available wastewater treatment methods currently? So we have where chemicals such as sodium hypochlorite and HCl are used in an array of processes to clean this wastewater. And then we have biological. This biological process uses the bacterial action to achieve the same as the chemical wastewater treatment method. So the previous ones that I've mentioned are not really cost effective as compared to the one that we selected, that is electrocoagulation. Electrocoagulation simply uses electrolysis, and to make it superior, it's used to remove contaminants that cannot be effectively removed through filtration, microbiology, or chemical treatment. And such contaminants include oil emulsions, microbeads, and heavy metals. So I'll pass the mic to my counterpart to explain the electrocoagulation process.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So basically, the electrocoagulation process, as you can see from this diagram, in simple terms, it involves use of two electrodes of differing reactivities, an anode and a cathode. I hope you all know about electrolysis from your chemistry. So the anode, preferably aluminum, will have its electrons dissociate into the wastewater solution and combine with the pollutants, ions, combine together to form stable solid compounds known as flocks, as you can see at the top part there. And this flock will be then separated from the treated water using other physical means like sedimentation and filtration. As you can see again from the diagram, we require a DC voltage source for this process. Next slide, please. So therefore, we have to think of a sustainable way of providing this power. So a sustainable source of power for the process can be achieved by the use of conduit turbines. These are electricity generating turbines that can be placed within the wastewater delivery pipes at key locations. So you can, these turbines, one of the case studies that we saw was a company called Lucid Energy, and they have a piping system called Lucid Pipe System, where they are versatile turbines that can be placed inside pipes with diameters ranging from 24 to 96 inches in diameter. So these turbines also have the advantage in that they only extract a minimal pressure head from flowing water. And by the way, they can be used with wastewater. They are vertical axis spherical turbines that can be used for wastewater. So these turbines, they extract a minimal pressure head from the water,
and in doesn't really halt the flow of water, and you can place these turbines in series within a pipeline. So this, as you can see, this is an example of the lucid pipe system that you're talking about. So an example of a turbine placed in a 42-inch pipe can give you 60 kilowatts of hours with a conservative flow rate of water of around 3 meters cubed per second. So next slide, please. So this is a summary of our process where raw sewage will be, raw wastewater, sewage, whichever, will be flowing through the pipes which have the turbines. These turbines will be rotating, providing power for the electrocoagulation unit, and afterwards you'll have post-processing processes like filtration, sedimentation, and whichever to enhance the efficiency of the process.
Our question is why electrocoagulation? So electrocoagulation has achieved effective amounts of, has achieved effective amounts of pollutant and color removal from wastewater. For instance, in case studies for agricultural-based industries, exhibit 82% impurity removal with relatively low costs of $0.95 per cubic meter. So there are also companies within our country, such as the distilleries, that also apply this technology in effective water treatment and color removal. So the previous slide. So this 59% simply indicates how superior electrocoagulation is to the other two, that is biological and chemical.
So other advantages of the system, next slide, please. Other advantages of our system, as you can see, it's a versatile process that can be used to treat a wide range of wastewater from industries and domestic use. It's also in itself easy to set up, as you don't require, the electrocoagulation process itself doesn't require an array of moving parts. So it's easy to set up and makes it cheap. It's also a zero emission process, and it can also be used to treat large quantities of water. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, electrocoagulation offers a viable solution for clean water and sanitation, which was SDG 6. Moreover, the turbines that we're using to supply power add sustainability in communities, that was SDG 11, in that they do not give compromise in terms of environmental degradation, and the energy generated can also be used to complement the power grid. An example, the company that I was talking to you about, which is called Lucid Pipe Systems, they did a test project in California back in 2010, and they were able to get 200 megawatt hours of energy, which was added to the grid. So it's also a good energy source. And yes, so this system also achieves proper waste management, reducing the amount of pollution in water bodies, which would have an immense environmental effects. So as you can see from our presentation, we're kind of trying to kill two birds with one sustainable stone. Oh, sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Said you're Ricky Duro. Okay, I hope I got it correct. I have two quick questions. You are talking about dealing with wastewater, and sometimes it comes with solid waste. And now you are introducing turbines inside the same flow pipe. How do you deal with the problem of clogging of the system? Because that's usually a really big deal with wastewater.
So from the slides, I think we portrayed the image of the turbines within the pipes. These pipes usually range from 24 to 96 inches in diameter. And from our study, or rather from the research that we had done previously, as he has said, in California, they used the waste products, and there was no issue of clogging because of, I'd rather say, the gaps within these turbines. They're not that compact, such that they'll allow for trapping of waste within them.
And then the other question was the sufficiency of power generated, because you see, to generate power, I'm not a power engineer, maybe engineer Washira will help with this, but I understand for you to have those turbines turning and producing power, you need sufficient head, and you need sufficient quantity of the water passing. If we are dealing with wastewater, I'm just trying to imagine where it's coming from because a few people are flushing their toilets and that kind of stuff.
Okay, yeah. So from the case study that we looked into, the design of these turbines actually only require 1 to 4 meters of head. And the fact that they can also be placed in series inside a pipe means that one turbine is extracting really minimal amount of pressure head from the water. So it doesn't really require too much head, just 1 to 4 meters on average. And as you could see, sorry, the slide isn't presenting, but conservative flow rates of the wastewater of 3 meters cubed per second has also been shown to be effective. Like I was saying, this was effective to produce 60 kilowatts of power for one turbine, and the electrocoagulation process on average, depending on the wastewater you want, gives you requires an energy consumption of 1.2 kilowatt hours per cubic meter of electrode. So we think that the energy produced by these turbines is sufficient enough to solve our issue.
Thank you. A quick one. So the energy you generate from this process is the one which is used to maintain the system? Is the plan to sell part of the energy you generate also? Thank you.
The major part of the major goal of what we were doing here, as you could see, this G6 was the energy you get was majorly designed to produce power for the electrocoagulation unit. And depending on the installation that you do, you have specifications for different installations. And the good thing with the system, it's versatile in that you might have your wastewater pipeline, and you can actually take a section of your wastewater pipeline. And these turbines can actually substitute pressure relief valves, which are common in our pipelines. And depending on, if you wanted to have more power that you could even add to your grid, you'd use more turbines placed in series within the pipeline. If you just wanted enough power to power your electrocoagulation unit, which I said is around 1.2 kilowatt hours of energy per cubic meter of electrode, you just use enough, like 3 or 4 turbines placed in series to each other to solve your need. So it actually just depends on how much extra power you want for produced.
So mine is not really a question, but just a comment. Given this project is meant to sort out the real life issues like availability of clean water for the common person, I did see in your cycle if you have any like a reliable treatment like ozone for the final phase or even the UV, so that at the end of the day you are sure of safe water for drinking.
Okay, so in the processes as Mike was presenting, I think he indicated some processes as they flow from the wastewater and then to the electrocoagulation unit. So this wastewater from powering the turbines themselves is taken to the electrocoagulation unit. And then finally, we have the post-processing, where the post-processing now involves some of the things that we didn't talk about, that involves the post-cleaning processes, so that you can achieve the final quality of water that you want.
I'm avoiding to ask because of time, but I feel like I really should do this. I just want a yes or no answer. The government is putting in between 60 billion and 100 billion shillings to build Thuaka Dam in Makueni County. And this dam collects wastewater from Nairobi and from Athi River, through Stone Athi River and Nairobi River. All of them are taking their water to Thuaka Dam. And Thuaka Dam is supposed to abstract almost 700 million cubic meters of water. Are you able to clean that water? Because the biggest problem is that we have heavy metals. Are you able to clean that water? I just wanted a yes or no answer. Are you able to get this as a solution for that water?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
Thank you.
As he's presenting or preparing to present, I would like to inform those who are presenting that we are interested in knowing the application or the applicability of your project. Thank you.
Hello? Hello, everyone. So my name is Jude Quach. I'm from civil engineering. I'm a third year. So I partnered with a friend of mine from Strathmore University, Marvin Zachary. We developed a very simple model to solve garbage, a very, very simple model. So it's garbage-free world. Preventing unnecessary garbage is like less pollution, which leads to better lifestyle. So we all know the triple planetary crisis, climate change, pollution, biodiversity loss. We know that 18,000 Kenyans die each year due to air pollution. We have 1 million species at risk of extinction. So we thought about, many people are doing so many big things to solve this, but we thought about what are the small things we can start with to change this. We decided to look at how pollution comes about. So we had global sources of greenhouse gas emissions by sector. We found that there's industry, transportation, agriculture, and residential. So to solve pollution from industry and transportation, we can't wake up tomorrow and solve it. We can't. But solving pollution from residential and commercial, which is 31%, we can solve it starting now. We can solve it starting now. So there's a percentage of pollution we cannot change, but there's a percentage of pollution we can solve starting now. That is 31%. So we thought about how is this residential and commercial 31%, how is it brought about? Then we thought about garbage. Yeah. So we surveyed different garbage disposal areas and many garbage cans from different sectors like households, schools, and hospitals. And this was the average garbage can we found. In an average garbage can, you'll find plastic, then there's that bulb, then there's that egg, that stuff. That egg is food. So just a minute. I'm sorry, guys, my system is kind of, I'll need help, just a minute. Okay, I'll just have to read it from here. I don't think you guys will see it. Okay, so my model was, when you see the garbage can, you find that in the garbage can, there are things we can control beginning now. And these are things that are from our households. You find that in our households, we have excess items. These excess items, like for example, if you have an extra slippers, and that extra slippers, it will just be lying around under the bed or just somewhere, while your neighbor, while in that same house, you don't have a curtain. You see, your next to neighbor might have a curtain but lacks the slippers. So the model is, we can actually just exchange these items. We can exchange these items we can exchange these items to prevent the items from ending up as garbage. If you take for example, expectant mothers, when they give birth, there are some stuff, clothes, shoes for the baby that they buy. After about 3 months, they don't normally use the clothes. So these clothes will just lie around somewhere, which will finally end up as garbage. But if they exchange these clothes for something else they need, which the next door neighbor might need, so that solves the excess items. Now, when we come to food garbage, we find that UNEP Food Index 2021 said that a third of food is either wasted or lost. A third of food is either wasted or lost. And this food, it leads to 8 to 10% of greenhouse gases. So our model, from our model, we can prevent food garbage so that we are able to feed even the animals from. We can be able to feed our animals. I'm talking about food garbage like banana covers, fruit covers that humans don't normally eat, but we throw them daily on the garbage cans. So from our model, we can once we reorganize the garbage, we can extract these food items out. Then we can use it to feed animals from arid and semi-arid areas. So the website is basically toexchange.co.ke. That's the website, toexchange.co.ke. Toexchange.co.ke is an environmental initiative that offers a garbage management system. It seeks to prevent unnecessary garbage from idle items and feed animals from food garbage, thereby increasing food productivity. It provides a platform for people to exchange their extra items for items that they lack. This is to prevent these items from ending up as garbage, which then pollutes the environment. This garbage management system also enables us to feed our animals from the leftover food garbage that humans don't naturally eat, like fruit and vegetable waste. So it touches on 4 UN Sustainable Development Goals. The first one is climate action. You find that from the chart that I showed, there's 31% of garbage. There's 31% that is coming to pollution that we can stop from now. If we exchange these excess items from every household, from our home, back at home, we have a full store that is a house, a full store with things that are functioning, but we have never used them for the past 5 years, for the past 10 years. So these are things that are emitting carbon so much, they're just laying waste, and we'll finally throw them. And in each of your households, every one of you, even if you have a room that's the size of this carpet, I'm sure inside that room, you have excess items. But in that same house, you need other items. You'll find that your next door neighbor has that item lying around in their house. So this model encourages us to start managing garbage. It prevents unnecessary garbage because these extra items are unnecessary garbage.
Thank you for your presentation. I think my comment would be application of this app as compared to whatever is existing in the system. And especially the model for how is one going to get the item that they don't have and give out the item. So you need to think through that particular aspect. What is going to bring all these things together and sort and give the person who requires what they require. Thank you.
Okay, could I just respond to that? We have our very good website that we've made. It's just that the coordination, my Zoom has gone off. My Zoom has gone off, but we have a website that really does that so well. So maybe after the presentations, after the last presentation, I'll just showcase the website. The website allows it like when you post an item, you post it and you put what you want, and myself, I come with what I want, I post. If I find that you have what I want, I just simply call you. And the website is location, and it's location based so that you don't exchange things far away. Because these are small items that are leading to garbage, we can just exchange them in your location.
So for me, in terms of feasibility, in let's say a university setup like this one, I think it's a great idea for sure. Or even in a big city or town, I think it's also a good idea. But probably in the rural areas, I think you need more of a reliable communication to create the alertness. Just a comment, not really.
Listening to you, I was thinking about societies which do lifestyle shopping, where I feel like I'm tired of watching Samsung TV. I want now to watch Sony TV. And so the Samsung becomes garbage, although it is still usable.
Yeah.
The problem is that if I live in a lifestyle society, nobody wants to get secondhand. It means the person who might be interested in the product could be several miles away from my house, and the cost of travel might be prohibitive. Don't you see this being a limitation to the model you're proposing?
Okay, it is a limitation, but the model is based on inspiration and action. Actually, the model is based on inspiration and action. If you can inspire people. There was a lady here who, I think she was a presenter. She said that they are encouraging people from buying new products. Like for example, right now, they are producing more USB cables. While you'll find that there is a third of that USB cable that are still functioning, that can service the market. So there'll be even the industries, there will be no need to, it will reduce the demand, of the products.
Maybe I'll just make one more quick comment, because when you introduced your topic, you really excited me. Probably you promised too much.
No, it's my system.
Because you see, when you say garbage free, I have been looking for the garbage freeness in your presentation. And what you've presented, I still feel that it might reduce garbage, but it cannot free us from garbage. So there I got a little bit lost, but it's just a comment.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I comment?
Okay, please.
Yeah. Okay. It's based on the fact that you see the countries right now and the UN, they are working towards solving the other pollution from transportation and industry. But now there's this sector of pollution that the government won't solve it. Yeah. The others, so we are in a situation where they are now working towards solving pollution from industry and transportation. And we are assuming that's now getting solved. And now we are remaining with this garbage, the 31%.
So we are not at garbage free yet.
We are not at garbage free
Thank
yet.
you. Good day. I think we should be done. We could be inviting the next presenter. How many more presenters? 5? 4?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wario Ali, and my colleague is Faisal Gulam. We are presenting a sustainable housing solution from recycled plastic. Yeah, once more, we are presenting a sustainable housing solution from recycled plastics. Next slide. So, as a developing country, Kenya still faces a housing crisis as well as a plastic pollution problem. Annually, we have around 250,000 demand of units, and we can only supply 50,000. This means you have a deficit of around 80%. Moreover, the biggest challenge is that housing affordability. Housing affordability is the biggest challenge, whereby especially people living in around the poverty line or below the poverty line, around and below the poverty line cannot afford to build, rent, or buy their own houses. So this includes IDPs, refugees, people living in semi-arid and arid regions, and people living in slums. As you can see from this graph, population is set to increase up to 2030 with a corresponding increase in housing demand. Next slide, please. Next slide. Some of the effects of this poor housing is, first of all, it leads to spread of diseases. It also leads to increase in crime, and mental health issue is something that is being talked about right now, and it leads to mental health strain among the afflicted. It also leads to unnecessary injuries among the occupants of these houses, makeshift houses. Thank you.
Hello. So, yeah, it is clear that increase in population leads to an increase in pollution in most areas. This is evident in areas such as Dandora, Mathare, Kibera, and many other parts in our country. So it is clear that most of us don't go a day without using plastic items. I mean, it's so like plastics are everywhere. So did you know that out of all the plastic generated, 73 remains uncollected there, and the remaining 27%, only 8 is recycled, and the remaining 19% is disposed in dumping sites. Next slide, please. So the effects of plastic pollution in Kenya, it can lead to health issues. This is by ingestion of microplastics. It can lead to destruction of natural resources, such as lakes, rivers, land, and groundwater. It can lead to poisoning of our wildlife. This includes both terrestrial and aquatic wildlife. And when plastic is burnt, it releases greenhouse gases to our atmosphere, thus leading to global warming. So in order to curb the two crises, which is housing and plastic waste management. Our objective is to come up with an affordable housing solution that utilizes compacted recycled plastic as its main building block.
Previous slide, please. As you can see from the diagrams, this shows our design of our foldable house. From the far right, you can see our house in full capacity, and then it folds as you go along until the fourth diagram. We achieve this by the non-longitudinal walls. It's folded until it touches the floor, and then the longitudinal walls, it's folded inwards, thereby lowering the roof until it touches the floor. And the finished folded state is as shown in the fourth image. Next slide. So our focus is on the panel and the frames that make up our house. So we thought if we make this with recycled plastics, we'll save on cost and thereby have these NGOs and companies fund our project, and it can really take off as compared to other foldable houses. So the first step is we collect the waste, plastic waste, which includes both soft and hard plastics. And then it's crushed in a crusher, and then it forms fine pellets. Now in that pellets, we add color pigments, resins, sand in different ratios, depending on the strength that is desired. Afterwards, we feed that mixture into an extrusion machine, which melts and extrudes it into a dough-like material. From this dough-like material, it can then be further extruded into a die that resembles the shape of a panel. It can also be casted, or it can also be hydraulic pressed. These three different methods will give you different strengths depending on the application. Once you get our final, I'm not done. Previous slide. Yeah. Once you get our final panels, the next thing is to add the frame, which is also made of compacted plastics, and then hinges and foldable rods to achieve that foldable design. Next slide.
So our results mainly focused on 4 parameters. The cost, use of recycled plastics offers a cheaper option rather than cement and wood. It also offers better strength. This is usually when plastic is compacted, it gains high compressive strength. The insulation properties, plastic in general have a thermal conductivity of about 0.35 watt-meter per Kelvin. This makes it a better insulator compared to cement and wood. And the size, varying the size of the foldable plates can give us different designs of our houses. Thank you.
So some of the advantages of our solution is that, first of all, it's cheaper since we're using compacted recycled plastics as our main building block. Also, it has the ability to be mass produced once you have the capital. It is also easily portable since it's foldable and light. It's safe since it cannot be vandalized for wood. It's not susceptible to pests such as termites since it's not made of wood. And lastly, it's long lasting since plastic is non-biodegradable.
Our solution aims at tackling the SDGs, SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, by offering recycling. It also tackles SDG 13, Climatic Action, and SDG 15, Life on Land.
In conclusion, our design will offer an affordable, portable solution that can be mass produced and transported easily to different regions in our country where it's required. In future iterations, we want to experiment with different sand to resin to these compacted plastic ratios, depending on application. We also want to experiment with different designs and also come up with our own in-house window substitute to save on cost. Thank you.
On the organizations that we can work with, there are an estimated 250 organizations that look up to combat homelessness in Kenya. We can work with the Kenyan government, UN Habitat, and HC. Next page. So this shows us a model of our solution. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think my question is directed towards how you're going to collect this waste to be able to do this. What is the cost implication? Are you going to go to the dumping sites to do this? So I would like, as you develop your concept, to incorporate that in the cost of this whole process. Thank you.
Yeah, so in Kenya, we started recycling plastics as early as 2011 coming onwards. So what they do, there's an example I can give you is Jijenge, EcoPost, which are found in industrial area and Babadogo respectively. So they have these like street boys collect the plastic and then they measure it per kg and pay them around 10 to 20 shillings per kg of both soft and hard plastics.
That's a one-roomed house, right?
Yeah, but as is mentioned, the design can change, but it will also increase the cost. So we are trying to avoid that.
And more or less like some mobile unit. I can carry it and put it where I want to live. So basically it's focusing on solving housing, not the normal housing as we know it, but maybe housing for humanitarian work or in very low cost locations. Okay. That's just a comment I wanted to get clarification from you.
Okay. We set out, first of all, when we were starting with this design, we actually thought of the refugees in the camps. So they live in tents and in decent makeshift houses. So we thought of maybe something that could give them like that praise that I have a house. I have this place I can call a home. That is what we were looking for.
Okay, for me, I think it's a great idea for sure. Maybe the main thing that you need to probably put into consideration will be the cost of the blow molding, because I think the molds are quite expensive for that kind of work. Also, the separation of the different types of plastics so that at the end of the day, you have assured of the strength. So that would be the main challenge, but mostly for me in terms of CapEx, it will be the blow molding machines and also the molds themselves.
Can I comment on that one first? In order to save cost, you find most people who do recycling in Kenya end up making their own extrusion machine, their own crusher. So you can't really tell what the cost is, but we expect up to about 30% for it to be cheap, about 30%.
Two things. I'm thinking it might help for you to recast your title so that someone knows exactly what you're solving. When you begin speaking, someone should not think that you want to solve the problem in Kayole or in Umoja, for example, where you have blocks of buildings that create a lot of confusion. Your solution really works well, like for the refugee camps. But having been in a refugee camp myself in Ifo, Hagadera, Dagale, in Garissa, and looking at the solution that you're trying to provide, I'm just trying to think, though the idea of folding it sounds good, but what is running through my mind is about the weight of that unit once it has been folded. Is it as portable as it's being portrayed? Because I know plastics are not very, very lightweight, although they are supposed to be, but they come with a bit of weight, especially if you're dealing with recycled ones. Can someone pick those things and like carry them kwa kwapa hapa? Ama he has to put on a pickup and move to the next destination?
One panel is around 1.5, maybe 2. It has to be the size of a house after you disassemble. So someone carrying it is not really.
It's not practical.
Yeah. So, but pickups, lorries.
Yes, I was thinking like that because when you see disasters in low, what do we call them? Informal settlements. Usually, what those people do is when there is, let's say, there is a fire breakdown, those guys, they pick all their belongings, wanaiweka ndani ya shuka, and then they just tie it and put it on the back and move to look for a solution elsewhere. I was thinking maybe you have a house that instead of them putting all their belongings in one shuka, they can put all of them in a house, put it on the head, and then move to the next place.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking how portable it is.
So we honestly don't expect it to be very heavy. That's the first thing. And as I mentioned before, the manufacturing process you will use and the plastics you'll use, it's a big factor. So you can, let's say, as a person who's doing extrusion compared to a person who's doing hydraulic press, the person doing extrusion his panel will be way lighter than the other person. I've been to EcoPost. I've held that Viking in my hand. It's light. I can assure you that.
Thank you so much. You now at least you have an idea of areas that you can improve to make the idea even a lot better. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victoria Monove, and my partner's name is
Dora Rotich.
We are Shamba Smart, a new agri perspective. I'd like to bring to our attention that according to the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization, the world population is expected to exceed 9 billion people by the year 2050. What does this mean in crop production? We need to increase the crop production by almost 50% so as to be able to sustain the growing population. We at Shamba Smart are so much confident that the Internet of Things incorporated into the farm management system will go a long way in bridging the above identified challenge.
Shamba Smart aims to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals number 2, which is zero hunger, and number 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Some of the objectives of Shamba Smart include
farm monitoring. The Internet of Things has a revolutionary potential. Our web sensors connected together give the farmer a very large advantage and also automated farm management system.
We have a farm management system whereby the farmer can be able to check the prevailing conditions of the farm by use of an IO website where they can see the prevailing conditions of the farm. They can also be able to get the data and predict the future conditions of the farm so that we can be able to get accurate, timely, and important data to be able to get the best conditions for each farm.
All right, sorry about that. So basically, this is how our management system works. We have sensors and the whole system is revolving around sensors. The 2 sensors that are connected to the open weather application API are the temperature sensors and the humidity sensors. So they collect data and this data is interfaced with the given API. We also have the soil moisture sensor. The soil moisture sensor, which gives data on the amount of moisture present in the soil. And so by any chance, if the soil moisture percentage is below the given percentage that we have put in the application, a water pump is automatically prompted to turn on.
So my partner has very well explained a smart irrigation system, and that's not the farthest that our intelligence goes in our farm management system. We also have a smart lighting system, whereby this would be very important in a greenhouse. If, for instance, the light conditions in a greenhouse are very low, it would turn on the lights automatically without the use of a farmer turning on any switch.
We would like to give you a feel of how our smart farm management system feels like with the use of the soil moisture sensor using the flowchart given.
So here is the first step. When our soil moisture sensor senses data, it sends it to our processor, which in our case we used a node MCU. Once it's sent to the node MCU, it's sent to the farmer to alert the farmer the conditions through the IO platform. The node MCU also decides whether the soil moisture level is low enough to be able to do any actions. So if the soil percentage is say 5%, I think we can all agree that that's a very low level. It turns on a pump so that we can be able to water the soil. So as you can see, these are some of the results for the IO platform. Here is the IO platform that you'll be looking at. You can control LED, water pump, and you can see the prevailing conditions. And here is the data in a tabular form over time.
The goal here is to be ambitious. We are looking forward to a country where by the 2030, we will be having smart irrigation systems, smart farm management system, and we will be among the countries who will have embraced the technology trends. So highlighted are our future plans, and we'd like to state that this is a branch of the main application, which is the crop disease detection. We also plan to incorporate the e-commerce platform, which gives the buyers and the sellers a platform to come buy and sell, definitely, and bridging the gap between scarcity and inadequacy.
I'm sure you're all wondering how we'll make money from all this. Most of our money, as you can see here, will come from installation. So once we install the IoT apps, we plan to get a sort of margin of profit. We also plan to make subscription for farmers, whereby a farmer can get half-yearly maintenance done for the IoT system. They can also get connections to seminars and such other perks of being part of our Shamba Smart subscription. We also plan to get some money from advertisements and selling the data and analytics from the Shamba Smart system to relevant stakeholders.
So as my partner gets down to show the judge the prototype that we brought, we would like to confidently say that by the use and incorporation of our smart farm management system, we look forward to greater productivity due to precision farming. We also look forward to easier farm management system as the farmer is able to control and also is largely aware of what is going on in their farms. We also look forward to timely information. This is due to the interfacing with the Open Weather Application API.
So we came here with a prototype. Over here, we have a prototype of the smart farm management system. So as you can see here, using the IO platform, the soil moisture level is 7.14, which we considered low because our level was 35. So as you can hear a bit of noise, it means our pump is on, and also our light level is low. So that means our LED is on. So thank you so much.
I would like to highlight the parts of the team that made this possible. We have Palvin Mwangi, who was the hardware installation lead. We do have Dora Rotich, who was our design lead. We do have Victoria Monove, who led the software. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was Shamba Smart, a new agri perspective. Thank you.
So for me, I think it's a good project. Maybe just one question from me in terms of sustainability as we look into the future where we have an issue around the water shortage. How will your pump, at what saturation of the water, I think that's in terms of humidity in the soil, will it stop the pump so that at the end of the day, you don't have the pump running so much, delivering so much water that probably you don't need? That would be my comment.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. So our smart farm management system stops the pump once the moisture level has reached 35%. Yes.
I liked your presentation.
Thank you.
I think you did a great job preparing to do the presentation. Sometimes when you present well, even if there is not much content, it still comes out like real good stuff. But now, no, that's not to mean that your content was not there. I was just thinking, this system, it's working well within a greenhouse environment, right? Yes. Have you thought about maybe if there could be need to apply it in the open air, the open air kind of farming? Because I've seen somewhere in those open tracts of land where they're doing pivot irrigation, but it's also kind of automated. Have you thought in that direction?
Thank you so much for that question. So yes, although our first initial target market was greenhouses, yes, we have thought of venturing out into like open farming, but I think in that case, we'd need to use just less sensors, for instance, just the moisture, and probably we wouldn't need to light it up, yes.
Thank you. I really appreciate that you came with a model. I think that shows some level of initiative. I would want to suggest, and this is a comment, so no feedback in terms of answering. I would like you to even consider the whole copyright patenting of what you're doing and start it now, so that even as you're venturing into other people to come in to buy your product, to commercialize it, it becomes easier for you. Just for the benefit of those of us who are not in here, they are presented before, and I know they had not reached the stage of refining their software plus also having a model. So I think it's a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Larine. My colleague here is Mariam. Just in case I'll faint while presenting this, it's something so great. Slides. So our project is design and fabrication of a gasifier jiko as an alternative sustainable energy source. Yeah, next. So what is gasification? Gasification is a thermochemical process that involves conversion of carbonaceous materials such as biomass into useful energy. What is biomass? Biomass is dried plant materials, for example, wood, rice husk, sugarcane bagasse, maize cobs. Basically, it's a lot. Into problem statement. Over the years, we've been using fossil fuels and processes such as combustion, but we've seen they've posed a danger to biolife in that there's increased cases of global warming, basically the high temperatures we experience nowadays. So due to this, that's now why we decided to do this project on gasification. So why gasification? With the rise, with high pricing of the fuel, biomass is the way to go in that it is readily available. As I mentioned, biomass is any dried plant material such as rice husks, bagasses, and all that. So it's readily available in that wherever you are, you can get biomass. It's cheap because you don't really need to buy something like wood. It's just there. Yeah. And another thing, it's a cleaner source of energy. When compared to a process such as combustion, gasification is efficient in that it has an increased heating value of up to 90%. And also it reduces the formation of pollutant, since all this is trapped in the char, which is produced by the gasifier after the gasification. My colleague will take it.
Next slide, please. I'm sure you can see the slides are similar to our colleagues, but just take it that great minds think alike. So I'll just break down the process of gasification, because when you hear gasification, you think, oh, wow, what is this? We hear of combustion. Combustion is the normal burning that we have every day. So you have your makaa jiko, you put makaa, you light it from the bottom, and what basically takes place is combustion of the makaa. So why is the gasification different? So the chemical processes it involves one, drying. So we have to use dry biomass. I think that's self-explanatory. Next is pyrolysis. Pyrolysis is basically the process of making charcoal. As you've seen how charcoal is made, they dig a deep hole, they add wood, and then they light from the top. It burns slowly down, then charcoal is made. That's the pyrolysis process. Then you have combustion and cracking. In the pyrolysis process, tar is produced. So we crack this tar by adding a bit of oxygen so that it becomes carbon monoxide and water. And then that goes to the next process where that carbon monoxide and the water are reduced by the charcoal to produce hydrogen gas and carbon monoxide gas. Hydrogen and carbon monoxide together form syngas. Syngas is synthesis gas, and it is our combustible fuel. So that is the process of gasification. Our end product, syngas. So the technology that we want to use, because we want to bring gasification into the household to be applicable in a household. So the technology that we saw fit for gasification is a top-lit updraft gasifier. So it's the middle column. So you have your canister, you filled it up with wood or whatever biomass, maize cobs, coconut shells, rice husks, whatever you have around you, as long as it's dry. You light it from the top. It has holes at the top and at the bottom. So when you light it from the top, a pyrolytic front is developed. So it burns downwards, creating char. Air from the bottom gets in. That air is reduced by the hot char and then comes up as syngas. There's the secondary air. That is what is burnt, and that is how you have your fuel. Next slide, please. All right, so how did we arrive at our final design? So we looked at the present gasifiers in the market, and from studying them, we saw that a gap still exists. We need a gasifier with a longer burn time, like to burn longer, and also that can take any sort of biomass that there is. Next, we looked at the household setting. We don't want one that is too big because some gasification processes require a very large space to do it. So we decided on our top-lit updraft gasifier. And then the third point is preliminary design and testing. where we are in the process of developing a prototype, you will see. And our main aim is to first test the gases. We do not want to bring something that is producing toxic gases into the household. Next is to see the efficiency. If truly, okay, theoretically, it is more efficient than a normal GECO, but we want to see exactly how and by how much. Thank you for going to the next slide. So here is our prototype design. That is it. So the whole concept, it's called a T-char gasifier. Thank you. A T-char gasifier. So the whole point is that in the gasification canister, what you can see at the top, char is produced from anything. So your maize cob charcoal, your coconut husk charcoal, yeah? And then that canister has a mechanism at the bottom where you can unlock it so that the char drops down into the bottom GECO and you can continue cooking. Because the char inside is already hot, it can continue cooking. So it extends the burn time a little longer. Next slide. Right, so discussion and further work. So we are in the process of developing this prototype. We hope to test it and we hope for it to pass the tests. We have incubated our project at the Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute. They have very good gas stove testing facilities. That is where we have taken it. And yes, so we hope to improve the design as we go along because none of us are very familiar with this technology, but we are getting there. Next slide. All right, so that's us publicating our prototype. So it is in the process and we are going to patent it because we think it's going to go further. Next slide. So in conclusion, we're going back to the future. It might seem that this technology is a bit primitive, you know, because in the village you use a GECO. When you come to town, you use a gas, you use a gas cylinder. So it might seem like it's regressing, but actually it's sort of taking a step back because it is an alternative source of energy, produces less smoke, traps fumes. It does not produce as many fumes as before. It is reliable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I like the idea that you're going to the process of production and you've shown photos to that effect. I think when you're doing your testing, please consider, especially the fumes that come into a household setup. So how do you deal with them, especially the carbon monoxide that you had mentioned?
Yes.
If there are any seepages, and also the heat transfer characteristics from inside the pot or the GECO to the outer side. I think that's the only thing you need to consider, but otherwise it's a good job. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Hello, yes. So yes, we are looking into insulation right now. That is the part we are at. So we are thinking of a clay lining like the normal GECO, but we're thinking it might be heavy. So another alternative is to line it with carbon fiber wool, glass wool, glass wool, so that it's a bit lighter. Yes, but we are looking into it, yes.
Thank you so much, Larine and Mariam. I must also begin by commending your presentation, particularly the way you easily flip between jargon and simplicity, because it brings you out as someone who really understands the work that you've done. That's really good. I just wanted to, I wanted you to address the usability. And usability in the sense of usability in the village, usability in the city with the two different environments. Just wanted to hear a comment on those two.
Yes, definitely. So when we complete our prototype. What we want to do is practicability testing. We want to take it to a village, probably give to 5, 10 households, and then find out what is the practicability of this product. If they mention something that needs to change, then we will change it. So we are not rushing to take this product to market. We want it to reach a point where anyone who comes across it can be able to use it, and there's also a ready uptake of the technology. Yes.
And just to add, once it's like, okay, we proved it's fine, it can be locally fabricated even at our various homesteads, like even a Juakale can do it once you give them the specifications.
Okay, for me, I think it's a good project. Thank you for the presentation. The element that would stress, give more weight is actually the safety bit, especially where people are using different materials. So we need to be very, very much aligned to the different materials in the villages, so that at the end of the day, you roll out like a safe, working well in certain regions, but also creating more of a toxins in other regions. So we need to be very careful so that we know the usability in each part of Kenya, and probably in other countries if you have future plans to expand the experience.
Yes, definitely. The place that it will be used must be well ventilated, just like the normal charcoal jiko that we have. But we really want to get the numbers on how much toxins does it remove, how much leaks out, because the end goal is to burn this carbon monoxide. So how much leaks out is what we'll be trying to determine. Thank you, all of you, for listening to us.
Thank you so much. From us now, we will need some guidance from the organizers. We are having Jude Quach coming back to just do a short presentation so that we don't miss part of his presentation. Jude, karibu.
Hello. So my proposal was on garbage. This model, it seeks to eliminate garbage from a very minute point, from household. We are seeking to prevent garbage, you see, from where it emanates. And our reasoning is, if we are able to prevent garbage from the households, everyone will be vigilant of pollution outside the households. Because every one of us, our children, all of us, we come from the households. So if we can put in our mind to eliminate the garbage from the household level, we can now go out and eliminate it. The next slide. Okay, the next one. Okay, so we find that transportation and industry, that is a percentage we cannot control, but residential and commercial, that is a percentage you can control. Next slide. So this is an average garbage can. This is it. So you find that in this garbage can, there are things like plastic. That is something we cannot wake up tomorrow and control. But things like eggs and this bulb, we can prevent the bulb from getting there. You find that the bulb ends up at this point, sometimes because it's an excess item in the household. So it just lies around, and finally it gets broken, or then it will be disposed. Next. So we found that there is a large percentage of unnecessary garbage. Okay, I've said that. We also find that there is a percentage of food garbage that humans don't normally eat, like fruit, vegetables. If we had a good garbage management system, we can use the food garbage like banana covers to feed our animals. This is the concept. Once we are now managing this garbage, and we are preventing unnecessary items from ending up in the garbage can, and we are preventing unnecessary items from ending up at the garbage can. Could you display image 5? So once we have sorted out excess items from the garbage, so you can find that most of the garbage, most of the contents of the garbage, the main reason why they can be used to make other things is because you have the garbage, it has plastic, it has food, it has things like bulbs. But if the garbage was in a way that, we only have plastics in one place, people could actually even make pillows. You could just go from, for example, hall 9, pick the garbage can, because now already the food items have been put aside, and now the remaining ones are just plastic. You just pick the plastics, and maybe you can even use pillows, mattresses, and so we will prevent the outside garbage that, The next. Okay, this is my conclusion. Or maybe you can display the website. Okay, as they display the website, I can read my conclusion. Each of us directly or indirectly contributes to garbage and pollution eventually. There is unnecessary garbage coming from our households. We can change this starting now. It boils down to everyone having an account to manage their waste. And this is where the website comes along. Yeah, so this is the website we put. You ask me a question, how we will link someone who wants to exchange. So we put this website. You can find that, for example, look at this. These are slippers. In our households, we have excess items. So this guy, he has slippers. Scroll down. He has extra slippers, but in his house, there's a folder for exchange with. So exchange with, he needs window curtains. So you find that, for the example that I gave back home, we have a whole house, a whole store of things that are functioning, but you're not using them. You'll find that our next neighbor needs that stuff. So if this person doesn't exchange these slippers for the curtains, you'll find that one slipper will get lost. Then it will just now end up to garbage. But if they exchange it now, we'd prevent the slippers and the window curtains from ending up as garbage. Scroll down. For example, you find that, for example, the person who posted a mouse, you find that you have an excess mouse, an idle mouse lying around, but they need black gloves. So once he has posted his mouse, he has his number there, his contact details. The person with the black gloves that is idling in their house unit, they come, they post their black gloves, and they contact this guy. If this guy is willing to exchange with them, that's well and good. And the website it's location based, so that you are viewing things that are in your immediate location. This is to avoid, because we want to exchange these things to be very, very easy. So for example, if you pick online, if you have an extra USB cable and you need an earphones, when you post your USB cable and you put there online. The person with an extra USB cable will just know that this guy is around here. We can just exchange because we are trying to remove money out of the system. It's a bartered kind of system. Scroll down. Down. Or there's someone who posted a water bottle, they need a calculator. So scroll down. So okay, so when we exchange things that we are no longer using, like extra earphones, for things that we need and we will put to use, we will prevent the extra earphones from ending up as garbage in our surrounding, hence causing environmental degradation. This is preventing unnecessary garbage, hence less pollution. If we encourage exchanging and reuse of these items, we are taking part in the climate action call. We can start from the small things to the big things. So this model is very, very easy to follow through. You simply have to log into your phone. If you have your phone right now, you can go to your browser and you can look up this website. You can look up this website. It's toexchange.co.ke. What we are riding on from this website is inspiration and action. If we can inspire people to prevent unnecessary garbage from their households, it will be hard for such a person to go outside there and throw drinking bottle they used to drink water. That is the concept of this model. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jude.
I had already sent out my comments in the past phase, but I honestly think if there could be a good connection between the people in the rural areas and the guys from the cities, because I know the need for what would be waste in Nairobi can easily be accepted in the rural areas, for example. It would be a very good idea. That's my comment.
I think the comment from Engineer Nathan has actually inspired my mind, because I was struggling to see how it's practical, how your model is practical. If you can connect those two areas, because most of the neighborhoods in the urban area, something that has failed to meet usability might not get usability in the neighborhood. But those things which we call waste here, they are actually in some places considered as brand new in the village. If you get that connection, then you will have probably struck it.
Okay.
But then there is now the challenge of the distance.
Yeah.
Logistics, yes.
Could I comment?
Yes.
Okay, when you say something that has not gained usability, because the concept is based on things that are working, but they're extra in our households. So could you maybe...
See, those things that are still working, but they're in our households, many times they are not per se considered as garbage, even at that point. Yeah. And in many cases, I hardly find situations, now I'm trying to think practically, within the urban centers, where someone will just go to their wardrobe and say, now we are picking these clothes, we've not used them for the last 6 months, and take them to the garbage bin. Many times they will look for the kind of customers that he has mentioned about to get them to someone else. So instead of them piling them there, this model will be very good to connect them directly without having to pile and wait. By the time they decide to take it to the garbage bin, normally, kama nguo alikuwa anavaa ameibadilisha imekuwa duster tayari. So it can still not be used in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think the idea of the website and also exchanging what you don't need can apply in, I can say, small communities or areas where we have kind of interest, like probably in the university setup. So I think you would need to consider, or in a place where we have got residences of people staying in one particular area. And I think that's something that you can actually try and apply. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for having me again.
Okay, thank you to all. Just to note, it was a technical hitch from our end. That's why we have had him represent again. It's not that we are favoring someone, just to point out. Yeah, thank you. I'm heading over to.
Okay, let's appreciate our presenters one more time. So now, as the judges are going to work on the results, I'd like to introduce to you an educator, experienced educator. Thomas Mbuya Ochuku is a chairman in charge of mechanical and manufacturing. As I said earlier, he's an experienced educator with a demonstrated ability of attracting research funding and carrying out high impact research in engineering, material, and engineering design. Karibu sana sir. Let's appreciate him.
Hello, everyone. I'm not sure whether this is evening or afternoon. It's evening, eh? So good evening. I'm just going to have a conversation. I don't give speeches. And I just want to appreciate or give us an opportunity to appreciate two things. One, the value of the University of Nairobi in terms of training, the opportunity we are given as staff to get the best students from around the country, which means then our training becomes a lot easier for us. So that opportunity that we have as trainers or lecturers, if you want to call it that way, is an opportunity that we cherish. And also for those who pass through the University of Nairobi, and in this particular case, I just want to focus on engineering. The opportunity that you get to get what I want to believe the best learning that anyone can get, not just in Kenya, but probably the Central and Southern African region. And I would actually think probably in engineering, we give probably the best opportunity for students to learn compared to the whole of the University of Nairobi. And there is testament to that just the other day during the performance contracting and self-recognition. The Faculty of Engineering was the best in the university. So to our students, I think you already know you are in the right place. You have the best opportunity to learn. And we've had very many years of experience to do this. Some of our engineering programs were there from the time the university was put in place. Because others came later, but those that came later have joined the tradition of excellence in the Faculty of Engineering. So we were having a discussion outside in one of the rooms as discussions were going here regarding the innovations, beautiful innovations. And one of our new programs, which has lasted for about 5 or so years, was being mentioned in the press at some point that is a bogus degree. University of Nairobi, particularly engineering, does not give bogus degrees. A program may be new, it is growing, but it's not bogus. And the fact that students are able to organize a conference like this for 2 days, a successful conference, is an indication of the kind of training that you get. So that takes me to the second point. The value of a conference like this, the value of this conference. And I would like to find out if you all appreciate the value of this conference, at least those of you who are here who can be able to respond to this. Why do you think, or what do you consider valuable in this conference? What are you able to learn or gain from this conference? What motivated you to participate in this conference? You know, I'm a teacher, so usually, of course, I give opportunity to the people I'm talking to respond. So any ideas? Individually, each one of you has got a reason why you think this conference was useful and you decided to come, or you decided to participate. What's your name? Yes.
Sorry. Name is Victoria Monove, and I think I'm always looking forward to the project presentation. I'm so sorry I've been biased, but yes, I think as there's potential to be explored with it, also to network, especially with the corporate outside world. Yeah.
Okay, so one of them to network. I see you're working with a lot of organizations. I hope they're not just there for the sake of it. You're actually working with them. So this gives you a lot of opportunity to network with, you know, not just within the university, within your colleagues and us as your teachers, but with your potential employers, with your potential partners in business. And that we don't teach. We give you the opportunity to learn on your own, but we don't teach. Okay, so that's very important as a student. While you are spending your time at the university, you need to be able to take that opportunity, not just to do the engineering, but also gain other skills and networks that form the foundation for your success. What else? Yes, what's your name?
Simon Junior Benami. I think what has been the motivation for me being here today is for the past 3 years or 2.5.
Excellent. So it's a learning opportunity. Over and above what you learn here, this conference provides you with an opportunity to get exposure, you know, to learn from other people who are outside this institution. So if I was giving a speech, I would have probably said that. But you see, now I'm allowing you to give a speech for me. What else? Yes? This one is not placed at the right place. Yeah.
Thank you. I believe since the first IEC, what has kept me coming back? Thank you. Why this mic is dying, but
you can
as I
put
was
it
saying,
aside and try to speak as loud as yeah.
there's only to students, but also the corporates that come within ourselves get to understand this. Engineering is not
Thank you. I'm happy you say that, because what you may not realize is that a lot of you here are actually acquiring what we refer to as soft skills by the simple fact of organizing this conference. And, you know, putting this in place and having it succeed is not easy. That's a skill that one has to develop. And those skills we don't teach. Or the only thing we teach, I think, if I remember our course content properly, that would come close to this is communication skills in first year. And most likely by the time you finish, you haven't really gained a much that you can use. So then a conference like this gives you an opportunity to try and practice some of that and acquire additional skills as you grow. These other skills that allow you to be able to understand that engineering on its own is useless. I mean, you may be a very good engineer, you may be able to design very good systems, but if you cannot communicate your ideas, nobody will understand what you're talking about. Nobody will buy your ideas, and those ideas, very nice ideas, will die. These teams that were here that were presenting the ideas, if they're not able to communicate, then nobody will understand this, especially if you want people to invest in your idea. Nobody will invest in your idea if you are not able to convince them that your idea is a good idea. So communication is very important. Of course, understanding how to invest, how to look for investors, how to manage your organization, very important. And that networking opportunity, interaction with people outside your field allows you to be able to gain those skills. And if you're able to gain those skills while you're here, then you have a competitive advantage when you finish and you're looking for either a job or you want to set up your business. Because if you start from zero, there are chances, especially if you are starting a business, there are chances you are going to make a lot of mistakes. Mistakes will be made, but probably you'll make too many mistakes. And at some point you may give up actually and not proceed. So what else? Maybe one more. Yes? Why are you here? Give him a mic, please. The last one. Okay. So you are a guest? Okay. See, University of Nairobi, as students of the University of Nairobi have organized an engineering conference, and it has inspired somebody to just come and see what we do, which means there must be something to it, isn't it? Yes?
What keeps me here is the opportunity provides for students to improve their leadership skills as they plan for this conference, because it's done purely by students for students. So if you pass over there, you're a delegate. It's an opportunity for you to grow, how to communicate with people, how to send a proper email, how to draft a proposal. So yes, that was what has kept me here.
I was actually waiting for someone to say that, because I mean, you have to give it to the team that has been organizing this year's team and the teams before that have been able to tell me how many universities are actually organizing a conference every year. But let's start with Kenya. How many universities students are organizing a conference? I don't know any, at least in Kenya. So it is incredible that we are having students who are able to show that kind of leadership, to organize a conference that is not just attracting, students within the university, but it's attracting, professionals, experts, and, others who are interested to come and find out what is going on at the University of Nairobi. So I mean, I think you should join me in congratulating the team that worked very hard to successfully organize this conference as it's coming to a close. Where is Ram? I think you need to stand so that we congratulate you and your team. Where's your team? Let's please stand. You know, it's quite possible. You know, when you're organizing, there is a very high chance that the participants don't see you. Okay, because you are busy moving around trying to make sure that things are going on well. So at least this time is the best opportunity for us to see who are these who have made sure that everything has moved smoothly. So I don't know whether you've had a chance to introduce your team. Yes. You've had, eh? No, not really. Not. Yes. Okay. And
I am a career mechanical engineering student and I'm a HR member. I help actually get students.
And you can see they're actually strategically placed everywhere in the auditorium to make sure that everything is going on everywhere, isn't it?
My name is Frederick Molu. I have been a volunteer in this program. I am a civil engineering student.
My name is June.
My name is Sebastian Ado. I'm ESA Publicity Secretary, a member of Media Day. I was part of the project then. I was the technical.
My name is Dave. I'm in fourth year mechanical, and for this conference I have been part of.
I was a member of the project then. My department is mechanical manufacturing. Everyone, my name is Shelly Wangui. I am staff academic secretary. Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Ibi Kimani. From your student, pursuing mechanical. I was in the project then. I'm responsible for up 2 minutes remaining.
Engineer by association. Brother is
My name is Hannah Wachao. I was in charge of the project then, and I also was a moderator.
Rama, this is a team of, I don't know, 50 strong or something, isn't it? And who was managing all these people? Yeah. Do not underestimate your input in making sure that, or in basically motivating them to, to be able to deliver. So, I mean, I have to congratulate you for the immense work you've been able to do. It takes serious leadership to be able to lead a team of more than 50 people to deliver. Okay, because it requires you to be able to motivate them, to give them space to be able to work as individuals and as team members. So why don't we give it to Rama? And finally, I just want to say that do not underestimate having the ability to be able to organize an event like this one. That kind of ability is very significant for your CV. Is very significant for your potential future employers, and also for success in whatever it is that you go to, you end up doing in future. Even if you are not going to work for someone, these skills become very important as you move on to set up yourself either in business, when you are engaging in partnership with other people, or even whether you just want to become a politician. Because as a politician, you need to have a team, isn't it? And you need to be able to motivate this team to work with you. So these are incredible skills. And the only thing I can do is to encourage you. Those of you who are already doing it, you continue doing that. Those of you who are watching and observing, get involved. These are excellent skills that you need to acquire while you are in the university, and hopefully even as you leave. Yes.
I had I was able to work together with all these people and come up with this, and not me only. And how I managed to do this is because I was inspired by the previous members of the Engineering Students Association. People I've worked with, people I've not worked with, because when you become an exec, you get credentials for the accounts. So you see what people have been doing even 10 years ago, 5 years ago. So I'd like to appreciate the
ESA chairs, the previous ESA chairs who are we also have someone I've never met, but I've been inspired the moment they told me they've been, and they were an ESA chair before. So I'd like both of them to speak, introduce themselves, tell us where they are now, tell us what they think about this event, also what they carried from ESA and how it helps them where they are right now. And I'd like them to talk so that I also get to know them.
Maybe they can come here. I give them the stage. Jeff, come. Oh, you want to speak from where you are? Yeah, come here, come here, come here. Join me here. You know, you are no longer students, so you can stand here and do a bit of teaching. And as they come, as I give my final remarks, I just want to appreciate the partners you are able to talk to, and they committed to participate and come to this event. Even if they didn't come, they were able to participate in one or the other. I think without our partners, sometimes we are not able to achieve as much as we are able to achieve when we get support from within and from outside the university. So I just want to acknowledge them and thank them for supporting our students. I mean, this is an investment. When they finish from here, you will want to engage them. So if you look at it that way, then you'll find that if you are giving something, it's not a donation. It is seed funding. Basically, you're giving an investment, and you'll be able to recoup it later on as part of your business strategy. So I would like to thank you very much.
Which one is better? This or this? This is better. Awesome. So good evening, guys. I have been anticipating to attend this conference for the last 2 years, and I'm just glad that I finally made it. And I am so excited that the team Rahma and Masharia are leading, have been able to pull out such an amazing conference. Now, back in 2018, we pioneered the conference, the ISEC. And I just want to give you a little story of how that went down. We used to have the School of Engineering Open Day, basically before 2018, where we used to go to the graduation square and we used to invite corporates there, but there wasn't a platform for students to present their innovations. And when we sat down as a committee, we challenged ourselves, like, engineers are solution providers. You are a solution provider. You see a problem and you want to come up with an innovation, and we didn't have that platform. So we were already doing so much as a team, and we thought we may be overwhelmed. Most of us were third, fourth, and fifth years, so we felt we may be overwhelmed. Why not open up an opportunity for students to take up leadership roles? Because only many of us are capable to be leaders. You are capable to be a leader, but you may not just have that platform. So we opened up the ISEC committee, and we created a number of dens, and we invited students to participate on those dens, and we set out structures, and we went out on this venture to just try and see what will come out. So our first guest of honor was Dr. Manu Chandaria, and we tried to lobby for funds. We tried to set a good precedence, as what Rahma mentioned. We tried to bring credibility to the front. Everybody in that team of 50 people need to know what is happening, how much money is being spent, which companies are coming through, which projects are coming through, transparency and involvement, so that everybody is motivated to participate. So what we faced a few challenges. There will always be challenges, yeah. like we really wanted to use this hall. This hall then was brand new, you know, and when we went to the corporate affairs, they told us, no, you guys, Bana, the first time you're doing this, we'll give you a hall in E001, or we'll give you a hall in AW, you know, and we were like, no, we have a vision. We believe this caliber of this conference deserves the auditorium. And they were like, you won't be able to pull the numbers. You know, that auditorium seats 600 people. Where will you get 600 people? And we said we will be able to do it. We have WhatsApp. Those people are like, WhatsApp, what is WhatsApp? We have WhatsApp, we will go into class groups and so on and so forth. So that was the vision. They denied us until we had to go and get Manu Chandaria to really push for us, you know, share the vision with them, and they finally approved us. I believe these days you never have a challenge to get the hall, or do they still no challenge? So because they saw the caliber. On the first day we came and filled the hall and students were so excited. We had projects which were picked by companies from here. So innovate, go into these companies, ask for problems, come and do research, consult with your lecturers, innovate, and you'll get support. Lastly, where I am now, this is the funny part, you know. Hannah mentioned she was a moderator of one of the panels. So on the first conference, we had MRM come on board, and we invited their HR manager, Mr. Julius. And we sat with Mr. Julius on this panel and asked him questions. And after Mr. Julius left, I took some selfies with him, just here on the podium. We were doing a panel discussion. We took some selfies with him. I took his number, sent him on WhatsApp. He told me, yeah, your camera is really good. I told him, yeah, my CV is better. And he called me for an interview. And fortunately, I didn't tarmac because I finished in April. And before even I graduated, because I graduated in September, by August, I was already interned at Mabati Rolling Mills. So you see the impact of such a conference. Those soft skills that Dr. Chuku is mentioning here, you approach somebody and that person could change your life forever. Yeah. So just don't come here and you're not confident, you're sitting at the back, you don't have the confidence to come and approach some of the guests who have come here. I'm seeing the likes of Engineer Howard there, I see the likes of Engineer Kahoro. Take their numbers, take selfies with them, yeah? And then tell them what I told my the HR manager for Mabati Rolling Mills, and continue to improve on those soft skills. The technical skills are very important, but we are in a very competitive world, and you need the icing on the cake, yeah? That first class, it is better when it has some icing on the cake, yeah? When it has effective communication, when it has the power to know how to lobby, when it has the power to know how to work in a team effectively, when it has the power of authenticity, when it has the power of curiosity to learn, when it has the power of innovation, because I believe all those who participated in this as innovators will have certificates, yeah? Even members who participated in the dens will have certificates. Don't think that you're doing work for free that will not have any impact. It will have impact, and it is the icing on the cake that will help you get leverage over the others who have not done this. So I just want you to clap for yourself for being here, yeah? And make sure you live with a network, yeah? Live with inspiration, want to be proactive, want to approach these companies from an early age, innovate. The school provides platforms for you to innovate, and there's so many grants, there's so many companies which will come on board and support you. Don't wait until you complete campus and then now you go with your CV to these companies. You'll be amongst the others. But when you decide to stand out now, you're increasing your chance for smooth transition. So I'm so grateful and I'm so happy for the team. May it continue that way. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Engineer Cedric Obonyo. I was here between 2005 to 2010. Okay, I was ESA chairman 2008 to 2009. Rama, where were you then? Now, as my friend Engineer Howard told me he's coming to be a panel judge here, I told myself I must come, okay, all the way from site. One, because This is so amazing. You guys have no idea where ESA has come from. Eh? The time we were beginning ESA, actually, this building was not in existence. Let's start from there, all right? And we used to walk in town to look for sponsors, Daktari. We could never fill this whole board with sponsors. We couldn't. Okay, we used to get two or three just to make the corporate world understand the benefit of supporting engineering students. We even went a step further, had a dream of beginning the Student Engineer magazine. Is it still there? That's good. So personally, I am so amazed by the journey and how far this has come. To have this kind of a conference that you have here today, it is a testament of what is actually possible moving forward. So as I was sitting there with my colleague, we were with him here still, but he was doing mechanical. So we come with him, Engineer Collins Changole. So I was telling him that look at the kind of growth we are experiencing in the university. And it's actually just, for me, a kind of miracle revelation of what is actually possible. This is not the end. You guys can do better, can become bigger. I think even the next one we should be attending should be even outside the university, you know, an ESA conference in Mombasa, and you invite people to come. It's possible, all right? So thank you very much for this. Rama, you have done well, and your team. Kudos to you guys for the presentation that have been here. They are all over the bar. I mean, for us, by the time we were here, there was no WhatsApp. We could not think about APIs that you're talking about. So the sky is not even the limit, it's above. So you guys have done so well, and we are very grateful for having come in to participate in this kind of an event. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
See, these are the ones who give speeches. Eh? They have done it for me. But anyway, I don't really need to say much more. And I think your judges have come. So I think you can now proceed with the rest of the event. I want you to thank you very much. This is great for us. As a lecturer and as chair of a department, one of the departments in the Faculty of Engineering, I'm proud. So Rama, congratulations. The rest of you, congratulations, and thank you for participating in such a great event. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bwana Thomas Boya. He's actually a doctor. Let's give him a round of applause once more. Yeah, so now that the judges are here, it's about to go down, and we need to get the results. But before we do that, there's a lost ID of Brian Omwenga. He's in electrical and electronic. Anyone? Someone? F22, F17, stroke 13-001, 67, stroke 2018. Yeah, his friend from Chipolia. So, Mitesh?
All right, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. This is what the engineering conference was about, and it's about to go down. But before we announce the winners, may I invite the three judges on stage, please? We have Engineer Kahoro Washira, Engineer Howard Momanyi, and Engineer Nathan Mutiri. I think we can give them a round of applause for the efforts they've made towards our presentations today. I know you're all tired, but as they come to the stage, can we please continue clapping for them? All right, so we have top three winners for the projects, and we have one essay winner. So position 3 goes to Laril Mariam. Laril Mariam. I'd like to invite Engineer Kahoro Washira to present the award for that. As we get the award, just give me.
Oh, sorry for the inconveniences. Actually, position 3, there's a tie. There's a tie, and the next person is Wario and Faisal. Wario and Faisal.
So Lorraine and Mariam and
Wario and Faisal. Let's appreciate them. Okay, as Engineer Howard Momanyi is preparing himself to award the second position, kindly, ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate Ricky Duro for achieving number 2. Engineer Howard, kindly.
All these students, because of this year mechanical engineering students, they come from the same class. They were awarded by people who don't know them, they don't know their same class, and all of them are standing in the prize winners of today. So, University of Nairobi, we appreciate everyone that made the day with 2 awards.
yeah. Awesome stuff right there. Awesome stuff. Thank you very much. Now, for our first place project winner. Drum rolls, drum rolls. All right, and the first place winner was Victoria Muneve and Dora Rotich. Again, this conference has been women dominated, I guess. And to present them with the award, I'd like to invite Engineer Nathan Mutiria.
Okay, we are not done yet, and kindly allow me to call back Dr. Thomas Mboya to the stage to give the gift to the ESA winner. Okay, now that he is already here, ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate Gulam Faisal. From now on, I'm your good friend, man.
All right, so I'd ask the winners and the judges to remain on stage. We do a quick photo session and then we move ahead for the closing. So please step forward. Judges and us as winners and Dr. Thomas.